The sun had barely cleared the mesquite-dotted horizon when Officer Cliff Reynolds pulled his patrol unit onto the shoulder of Interstate 35, 2 miles north of the Laredo checkpoint. 23 years on highway patrol had taught him to recognize trouble before it announced itself, and the white refrigerated truck ahead was moving wrong, drifting between lanes, speed inconsistent, flashers blinking erratically. He toggled his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12. Traffic stop, northbound I-35, mile marker 47. White semi, refrigerated trailer, possible impaired driver." Static crackled. "Copy, Unit 12. Proceed with caution." He activated his light bar and closed the distance. The truck took another quarter mile to respond, finally easing onto the shoulder with a lurch that sent dust billowing across the asphalt. Cliff noted the CDC markings along the trailer's side as he ran the plates. Legitimate government registration, current inspection stickers. Everything looked official except for the driving. He approached the cab with his hand near his service weapon, muscle memory from 2 decades of roadside unknowns. The driver's window rolled down to reveal a man in his 40s, pale and sweating despite the morning chill. His CDC identification hung crooked on his stained jacket. "License and registration," Cliff said, scanning the cab interior. Fast food wrappers littered the passenger seat. The man's hands trembled as he fumbled for his wallet. "Officer, I need to keep moving. Medical transport. Time sensitive." "You were all over the road back there. When's the last time you slept?" 36 hours, maybe 40. The driver wiped his forehead with a shaking hand. "Started in San Antonio yesterday morning. Everything's breaking down up there. Hospitals overflowing." Cliff had heard the news reports, some kind of aggressive flu overwhelming emergency rooms across South Texas. His daughter Emma, working as an ER nurse in Corpus Christi, had texted him yesterday about unprecedented admissions. "That's not safe." "You need to pull over and rest." "Can't. These specimens have to reach Atlanta for analysis. If we don't figure out what's causing—" The driver stopped, his eyes losing focus. "You don't understand what's happening." A metallic thud echoed from the trailer, then another, harder. Cliff stepped back, his hand moving to his weapon. "What are you carrying?" "Tissue samples, blood work, standard biohazard containers." But the driver's face had gone gray. "They were dead when we loaded them. All of them were dead." Another impact shook the trailer, followed by a scraping sound like nails on metal. Cliff moved toward the rear doors, his instincts screaming. "Open it!" "I can't. Protocol requires—" "Open the goddamn trailer!" The driver climbed down, his movements jerky and uncertain. He unlocked the rear panel with a keycard, and the doors swung open on hydraulic arms. Cold air rushed out, carrying a smell that made Cliff's stomach turn. Not the clean antiseptic scent of a medical transport, but something rotten and wrong. The interior was dark except for emergency lighting strips along the ceiling, illuminating rows of body bags stacked on gurneys. One of the bags was moving. "Jesus Christ," the driver whispered. "They were dead." I checked. They weren't breathing, no pulse, nothing. The bag thrashed harder, the zipper straining. Cliff drew his weapon, aiming at the writhing shape while his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. "Get back to your cab. Now." The zipper burst open. A woman sat up, her hospital gown hanging off one shoulder. Her skin had a gray pallor, and her eyes were clouded white, pupils barely visible. She turned toward them with mechanical precision, jaw working open and closed, and lunged forward with a guttural sound that wasn't quite human. Cliff fired twice. Center mass, textbook shots. The woman jerked backward but kept moving, crawling off the gurney with disjointed movements. He fired again, this time at her head, and she collapsed with a wet thud that echoed in the confined space. "What the fuck?" he breathed, his hands steady but his heart hammering. Behind the first gurney, other bags were beginning to move. He counted 6, no 7, all thrashing against their restraints. The driver had backed away toward the ditch, his face blank with shock. Cliff slammed the trailer doors shut and secured the latch, but the impacts from inside were growing more violent. The entire truck rocked on its suspension. He grabbed his radio. "Dispatch, I need backup at mile marker 47 immediately. And get me a supervisor. We have a situation. Unit 12, what's the nature of—" "Just send everyone." He looked at the driver, who had dropped to his knees in the gravel. "What happened in San Antonio?" "People started dying. Hundreds of them. High fever, seizures, then cardiac arrest. But some of them." He laughed, a broken sound. "Some of them got back up. The hospitals couldn't contain it. Military came in, started loading bodies for transport, wouldn't tell us anything. They just said to drive and don't stop." The trailer's side panel buckled outward with a screech of tearing metal. Cliff could see fingers, gray, bloodless, pushing through the gap. How long between death and that? Hours, sometimes minutes. There's no pattern. The driver stood, stumbling toward his cab. "I can't be here. I can't." "You're not going anywhere." Cliff blocked his path. "You brought this here? You're staying until we figure out what to do." A second patrol unit arrived within minutes, lights flashing. Officer Rodriguez stepped out, young and alert, hand already on her weapon when she saw Cliff's expression. "What have we got?" "Containment breach, CDC transport. The bodies inside are moving." Even saying it aloud sounded insane. "I shot one. Center mass didn't stop it. Headshot did." Rodriguez stared at the trailer, which was now shaking rhythmically as its cargo tried to break free. "You're telling me we have zombies in there. I'm telling you I have dead people who aren't staying dead." He detailed what he'd seen while Rodriguez called for additional units and hazmat teams. Within 20 minutes, the shoulder had become a staging area. 5 patrol cars, 2 fire trucks, and an ambulance, all parked at a safe distance while the trailer continued its violent percussion. Sergeant Vasquez arrived and took command, a stocky woman with 30 years of experience who looked at the situation with grim calculation. "Anyone else see what's inside?" "Just me," Cliff said. "And him." He pointed at the driver, who sat in the back of Rodriguez's unit, staring at nothing. "Tell me exactly what you saw." He described it in detail, the moving bags, the woman with clouded eyes, how she'd kept moving after taking rounds to the chest. Vasquez listened without interrupting, her expression darkening. "This matches reports from San Antonio, and Houston, and Austin. Emergency services getting calls about violent attacks, victims who don't respond to pain compliance, who keep fighting until massive head trauma stops them." "How widespread?" Rodriguez asked. "State Emergency Operations Center activated 2 hours ago. Governor's declaring a health emergency. They're telling us to maintain quarantine protocols and wait for federal guidance." Vasquez watched the trailer rock on its axles. "But I don't think guidance is coming fast enough." A section of the trailer's wall tore open with a shriek of metal. A man in a shredded hospital gown tumbled out onto the asphalt, his limbs twisted at wrong angles but still moving. He crawled toward the nearest patrol car with single-minded determination, leaving a smear of dark fluid behind him. Rodriguez fired 3 shots. The first 2 hit the man's torso with no visible effect. The third caught him in the temple, and he stopped moving, his body relaxing into true death. "Holy shit," she whispered. "This is real." More of them were coming through the gap. Cliff counted 4 emerging into daylight, their movements uncoordinated but relentless. The officers formed a line, weapons raised, and fired in controlled bursts. The sound echoed across the empty highway, and when the last body fell, a terrible silence settled over the scene. "We need to secure that trailer before more get out," Vasquez said. She radioed for heavy equipment, welding gear, chain and locks, anything to seal the breach. but her voice carried doubt. "This is above our pay grade, way above." Cliff's phone buzzed, a text from Emma. "Dad, don't come to Corpus. Things are bad here. Stay away from hospitals. I love you." He tried calling her, but the line wouldn't connect. He tried again, same result. Around him, other officers were pulling out their phones, seeing the same problem. Cellular network overloaded, circuits busy, the digital infrastructure buckling under sudden demand. "Check AM radio," one of the firefighters called out. "Emergency broadcast is active." They gathered around a patrol car with its radio tuned to the local station. An automated voice repeated a message. "Shelter in place. Lock doors and windows. Do not attempt to help those exhibiting symptoms of violent behavior. Military and emergency services are responding. This is not a drill. Stay tuned for updates." The message looped endlessly. No explanation, no timeline, no real information. Just fear wrapped in bureaucratic language. "I'm going home," Rodriguez said suddenly. "I have kids. They're with my mother, but I need to get to them." "We all have families," Vasquez replied, but her authority was already fragmenting. More phones were buzzing, more officers checking messages and finding their own reasons to leave. Cliff understood the impulse. Emma was 3 hours north, and every instinct screamed at him to go to her. But 23 years of discipline held him in place. "We hold the line," he said, "at least until reinforcements arrive. If this is spreading, we need to keep it from moving south." "South?" Vasquez looked at him with something like pity. "Cliff, San Antonio is already gone. The checkpoint reports aren't coming through anymore. Whatever this is, it's already everywhere." The firefighters managed to seal the trailer breach with welded plates, but the sounds from inside continued. Scratching, impacts, inhuman moaning that raised the hair on Cliff's neck. They pushed the bodies into a drainage ditch and poured diesel fuel over them, but no one wanted to light the fire. Burning bodies felt like crossing a line, acknowledging that normalcy had truly ended. Day 1 stretched into afternoon, and the radio brought worse news with each update. Dallas-Fort Worth was under martial law. Hospitals in every major city were being evacuated and burned after staff couldn't control the infected. The president was addressing the nation from an undisclosed location, promising federal response while admitting the scope of the crisis was unprecedented. Cliff sat in his patrol unit, drinking lukewarm coffee and watching the sealed trailer. His phone finally connected to Emma's number, but it rang endlessly without answer. He left a message. "Baby girl, I'm okay. I'm in Laredo. If you can get out of Corpus, head south. I'll meet you. Please call me back." The sun was setting when the first shambling figures appeared on the highway, walking north against the empty lanes. Cliff counted 12 before stopping, his binoculars revealing details he didn't want to see. Torn clothing, visible wounds, that same mechanical determination. They were drawn by something, migrating like animals following instinct. "We can't stop that," Rodriguez said, standing beside his car. "Not 12 of us. Then we block the road, set up barriers, something." But even as he said it, Cliff knew the futility. The highway stretched for miles in both directions, and the things shambling toward them didn't look like they'd respect traffic cones. Vasquez made the call. "Everyone goes home. Secure your families. Take what weapons and ammunition you can carry from the armory. This is no longer about highway patrol." The officers dispersed quickly, each heading to their own personal disasters. Rodriguez drove south toward Laredo proper, where her children waited. Others went north, trying to reach loved ones in San Antonio or beyond. Vasquez stayed, watching the road with Cliff as darkness fell and the shambling figures grew more numerous. "Your daughter's in Corpus?" she asked. ER nurse, 26 years old, smart as hell. Cliff's voice cracked. "She told me not to come." "Then don't. If she's smart, she'll get out. Head west into the empty country, away from people. Vasquez lit a cigarette, her first in a decade. I have nobody. Divorced, no kids. Always thought I'd have time to fix that. Funny how things work out. They sat in companionable silence, watching the dead walk past. The creatures didn't approach. Something about the patrol car's lights or the smell of diesel from the sealed trailer seemed to repel them. They simply flowed past like a river, following some unknown call. I'm heading home, Vasquez finally said. Got a house on 10 acres outside town. Solar panels, well water, plenty of ammunition. You're welcome to come. Wait this out together. I need to try for Emma. That's 3 hours through hell, Cliff. You see what's happening. The roads will be packed with those things by morning. Corpus will be a death trap. She's my daughter. Vasquez nodded, understanding. Then take the shotgun from my trunk. And this. She handed him a folded map with routes marked in highlighter. Back roads. Avoid the cities. If you make it, head for the ranch. I'll be there. She drove away, taillights disappearing into the darkness. Cliff sat alone in his patrol car, watching the dead pass by, trying to call Emma's number every few minutes. The cellular network had collapsed entirely by midnight, leaving only static. The radio still broadcast emergency messages, but they'd devolved into contradictory instructions and reports of cities falling silent. He made his decision at 0200 hours, when the flow of shambling figures had thinned. He loaded his trunk with everything useful: ammunition, first aid supplies, water bottles, road flares, and the shotgun Vasquez had given him. He topped off his gas tank from a reserve canister and plotted his route north using the highlighted map. The last thing he did was return to the CDC trailer. The sounds from inside had quieted, but when he pressed his ear to the metal, he could still hear movement. These things didn't need rest. They didn't get tired or hungry or discouraged. They just kept going, and that persistence was more terrifying than any movie monster. He drove north as day 2 began, leaving the checkpoint behind. The highway was a graveyard of abandoned vehicles within the first 10 miles. Cars with doors hanging open, personal belongings scattered across the asphalt, dark stains that could have been oil or something worse. He wove between them, maintaining speed while scanning for movement. The first roadblock appeared near Cotulla, 50 miles north. Military vehicles formed a barrier across both lanes, but no soldiers manned them. Cliff stopped short, studying the scene through binoculars. The vehicles were intact, but blood streaked their sides. Shell casings covered the ground, and among them, bodies in uniform lay motionless, until one twitched and began to rise. He reversed fast, taking a farm road detour that added 30 miles to his route. The countryside was eerily quiet, farmhouses dark and empty, cattle wandering loose in fields. He passed a school bus on its side, the emergency door kicked open from inside. He didn't stop to investigate. His radio picked up fragments of broadcasts, amateur operators sharing information about safe zones, quarantine camps, rumors of government bunkers. One voice claimed the infection was engineered, a bioweapon released by terrorists. Another insisted it was divine judgment. Most just begged for help that would never come. Cliff reached the outskirts of Corpus Christi by mid-afternoon, and his hope died. The city was burning. Smoke rose from dozens of locations, and the streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles and wandering figures. He could hear gunfire in the distance, sporadic and desperate. The hospital where Emma worked was downtown, right in the heart of chaos. He found a high point, a parking garage on the city's edge, and climbed to the roof. From there, he could see the hospital complex, or what remained of it. One building had collapsed entirely, and the others were surrounded by a mass of shambling bodies, thousands of them packed together like a grotesque crowd. The military had tried to establish a perimeter. He could see their vehicles and barricades, but no movement from living soldiers. His phone was useless. His radio offered no guidance. Emma was somewhere in that nightmare, if she was still alive. Every instinct screamed at him to go down there, to search every building, to not give up. But 23 years of experience told him what his heart denied. Entering that mass meant death. He couldn't save her if he was dead. He spent 2 hours on that roof, binoculars pressed to his eyes, searching for any sign of survivors escaping the hospital. He saw movement in windows, but couldn't identify if they were living people or the infected. He saw a group trying to escape through a side entrance, only to be overwhelmed by the swarm. He saw the sun start to set, darkness coming to add another layer of horror to the scene. A sound made him turn. 3 of them had followed him up the garage ramp, moving with that distinctive shambling gait. They'd been human once, a man in business clothes, a woman in jogging gear, a teenager in a fast food uniform. Now they were something else, drawn by the noise of his patrol car's engine. Cliff fired his weapon, each shot precise and controlled. 3 bullets, 3 bodies falling. But the gunfire would attract more. He needed to move. He descended quickly, his patrol car screaming out of the garage and away from the city. He didn't look back. Couldn't look back. Emma was gone. Probably had been gone before he'd even started this impossible journey. The rational part of his mind had known it all along. The father in him had needed to see, to try, to fail in person rather than from a distance. Night caught him on Highway 77, heading south toward nothing in particular. He was 30 miles from Corpus when fatigue forced him off the road. He found a rest stop, empty except for an overturned RV. He parked behind it, killed his lights, and sat in darkness while his hands shook from adrenaline crash. The food he'd packed tasted like cardboard. The water didn't wash away the taste of smoke and death. He tried to sleep but kept seeing Emma as a little girl, before his divorce, before his life had become an endless series of traffic stops and shift reports. He'd missed so much of her life because he'd been too focused on the job, and now there was no time left to fix it. Around midnight, something hit his car. He jolted awake, weapon ready, to find faces pressed against his windows, gray skin, white eyes, mouths working hungrily. 7 of them surrounded the patrol car, attracted by his scent or body heat or some sense he didn't understand. They pounded on the glass, their strength shocking. Cracks appeared in the driver's side window. Cliff started the engine and punched the accelerator. Bodies tumbled away from the car, one going under his wheels with a sickening crunch. He drove without lights, navigating by moonlight, desperate to put distance between himself and the rest stop. The patrol car's suspension made ominous noises where he'd hit the body, but the engine held. He drove south until he recognized landmarks near Laredo. Vasquez's ranch. She'd offered sanctuary, and now it seemed like the only reasonable destination. The map showed it 20 miles west of town, remote enough to be defensible. Day 3 found him navigating dirt roads, searching for the address Vasquez had scribbled on the map. He passed other houses, some with lights still burning, others clearly abandoned. He didn't stop to investigate. Trust was a luxury from the old world. The ranch appeared at dawn, a low adobe house surrounded by chain-link fence, solar panels on the roof, windmill spinning lazily. Vasquez's pickup sat in the driveway, and as Cliff approached, she appeared on the porch with a rifle. "Thought you'd try for your daughter," she called out. "I did. Corpus is gone. Everyone's gone." He shut off the engine, suddenly exhausted beyond measure. "You mind company?" "Depends. You bit? Infected?" He showed her his arms, his neck, anywhere teeth might have broken skin. Clean. I was careful. She lowered the rifle and opened the gate. "Get your stuff inside. We need to secure the car out of sight. They're attracted to noise and movement, but I haven't figured out the range yet." The ranch house was simple but well stocked. Vasquez had been preparing for disaster her whole adult life. Pantry full of canned goods, water filtration system, propane tanks, ammunition reloading equipment. Her walls were lined with rifles and shotguns, and a gun safe in the corner held enough firepower to outfit a small militia. "Always figured it'd be economic collapse or grid failure," she said, brewing coffee on a camp stove. "Never imagined actual zombies. Shows a lack of creativity on my part." They spent day 3 fortifying the property. Cliff used his patrol car's tools to reinforce the fence, adding razor wire along the top and bottom. Vasquez had sheets of corrugated metal stored in her barn, and they used them to create a double barrier around the house itself. The work was grueling under the Texas sun, but it kept their minds off what they'd lost. Rodriguez arrived on day 4, her patrol car barely running, bullet holes in the rear panel. Her children were with her, a boy of 8 and a girl of 6, both terrified but physically unharmed. She'd fought through roadblocks and swarms to reach Vasquez's ranch, remembering the sergeant's standing offer from years of shared shifts. "Laredo's gone," Rodriguez reported, her voice flat with shock. "The National Guard tried to hold downtown, but there were too many. People were biting each other, spreading it faster than bullets could stop it. I got my kids from my mother's house just before the entire neighborhood went crazy. She was—" Rodriguez stopped, unable to finish. The children clung to her, silent and wide-eyed. They were 5 now, counting the children. Vasquez's supplies would last months with careful rationing, but already Cliff was thinking ahead. Winter would come, eventually. Ammunition would run out, medical supplies would expire. They needed more than just survival. They needed a plan. Day 5 brought 2 more survivors, a couple in their 30s who'd been camping in Big Bend when everything collapsed. They'd driven east, looking for help, and found only death until spotting smoke from Vasquez's chimney. Their names were irrelevant in this new world, but their skills mattered. He was a carpenter, she was a veterinarian. Both could contribute to the group's survival. "We stay quiet," Vasquez established as the rules. "No gunfire unless absolutely necessary. No lights visible from the road. We ration everything and plan for the long term. Anyone gets bit, anyone shows symptoms, they leave immediately or they get put down. No exceptions." It sounded harsh until you'd seen what happened to the infected. Cliff had watched people turn in San Antonio, had seen the CDC truck's contents reanimate. The transformation took hours, but was inevitable. Fever, delirium, death, and then that horrible mockery of life. He'd rather take a bullet than become one of those things. They established watches, rotating shifts to monitor the perimeter. The creatures appeared irregularly, usually at night, drawn by sounds or smells they couldn't fully understand. Most were former Laredo residents, still wearing the clothes they died in. Cliff recognized faces, people he'd pulled over for speeding, store clerks, restaurant workers. Every familiar face was a small death of its own. On day 7, they made their first supply run. Cliff and Vasquez drove to a strip mall 5 miles away, chosen because it was small enough to secure but large enough to have essentials. They found the pharmacy already looted, but a hardware store yielded tools, nails, lumber, and blessed silence. No shambling corpses, no desperate survivors fighting over scraps. They loaded quickly, working with practiced efficiency. Cliff kept watch while Vasquez filled their truck bed with everything useful. The veterinarian had given them a list: antibiotics, surgical supplies, anything that might help treat injuries or illness. They found some of it in a pet store, and Cliff tried not to think about how his daughter had probably used similar supplies in her hospital. The truck's engine noise attracted attention as they prepared to leave. 6 of them appeared from behind the building, moving faster than Cliff expected. He'd learned they could sprint when they first sensed prey, a terrifying burst of speed before they settled into that relentless, shambling pursuit. Vasquez fired twice, dropping 2. Cliff took out another with his shotgun. The remaining 3 closed the distance, and suddenly they were in melee range. Cliff swung his shotgun like a club. connecting with a woman's jaw and sending her sprawling. Vasquez drew a machete from her belt and decapitated another with a vicious swing. The last one grabbed Cliff's jacket, its teeth snapping inches from his neck. He shoved it backward and shot it point blank, the blast nearly deafening in the enclosed space. The thing's head disintegrated, and it finally stopped moving. They stood in the parking lot, breathing hard, covered in blood and worse. "Check yourself," Vasquez ordered, her voice sharp with fear. "Every inch. If there's a scratch, even a scratch. I'm clean. It didn't break skin through the jacket." Cliff stripped off his outer layer anyway, showing her his unbroken skin. They were both shaking now, adrenaline giving way to terror at how close it had been. They burned their contaminated clothes in a dumpster and drove back to the ranch wearing salvaged clothing from a sporting goods store. Rodriguez met them at the gate, rifle raised, and inspected them both before allowing entry. The veterinarian examined every exposed inch of their skin with a flashlight, searching for the telltale signs of infection. "You're both lucky," she said, "but we can't keep doing supply runs." Eventually, luck runs out. "We need food," Cliff replied. "The pantry won't last forever. Then we need to be smarter, set traps, purify water from the well, maybe try to grow something. We survive by adapting, not by risking exposure every week." The carpenter had already started planning defenses, killing corridors with layered fencing, noise traps to draw shambling bodies away from the house, a watchtower made from the ranch's old windmill structure. The work would take weeks, but it gave them purpose beyond simply waiting to die. Day 10 marked a shift. They'd survived the initial chaos, established a secure base, and begun thinking long-term. But the radio brought disturbing news. Organized survivor groups were fighting each other for resources. A camp near El Paso had been overrun by bandits. Houston's survivor enclave had fractured into warring factions. Humanity's capacity for violence hadn't been diminished by the apocalypse. If anything, desperation had amplified it. "We need to stay invisible," Vasquez declared at their evening meeting. "No radio transmissions, no signal fires, no contact with other groups. The moment people know we have supplies, we become a target." But isolation brought its own problems. Rodriguez's daughter developed a fever on day 12, and without access to proper medical facilities, they could only provide basic care and wait. The veterinarian administered antibiotics from their salvaged supplies and monitored her constantly, watching for any signs of the infection that killed and reanimated. "She's not bitten," Rodriguez insisted, hovering over her daughter. "This is just a cold. Kids get colds. It doesn't mean—" "I know," the veterinarian said gently. "Her fever pattern is wrong for the infection. This is bacterial, probably strep. The antibiotics should work." They did after 3 terrifying days. The girl recovered, and Rodriguez's gratitude manifested in fierce loyalty to the group. She took on dangerous tasks without complaint, volunteered for night watch shifts, anything to repay the debt she felt for her children's survival. The carpenter finished the outer defenses on day 15. They now had 3 layers of protection: the original fence topped with razor wire, a secondary barrier made from salvaged lumber and sheet metal, and finally a kill zone between the two where anything that got through could be safely eliminated from the watchtower. It wasn't military grade, but it gave them a fighting chance. Cliff spent his time maintaining their vehicles and exploring the area in careful reconnaissance runs. He mapped every nearby structure, noting which ones might contain supplies and which were too dangerous to approach. An abandoned elementary school, a grocery store stripped to bare shelves, a gun store that had been fortified and then breached, its owner's body sprawled in the doorway. He found a working radio on day 17, left behind in a highway patrol station that had been evacuated in a hurry. The equipment was better than what they had at the ranch, capable of receiving and transmitting on multiple frequencies. He loaded it into his patrol car carefully, along with boxes of ammunition and a few personal items from his own locker. A photo of Emma graduating nursing school, his old service weapon from his rookie days. The radio changed everything. Suddenly they could monitor survivor broadcasts, learning where others had established camps and what resources they possessed. Most of the traffic was desperate. Pleas for help, reports of overrun positions, arguments about strategy and leadership. But some groups seemed to be thriving, at least relatively. A compound near the Mexican border had fortified an entire neighborhood. A group on South Padre Island claimed the limited access made it defensible. "We should make contact," the carpenter suggested. "Pool resources, share information, there's strength in numbers." "There's also competition for limited supplies," Vasquez countered. "And every broadcast tells everyone where you are. Radio silence kept us safe this long." The argument continued over several days, dividing the group. Rodriguez and the carpenter wanted to reach out, believing cooperation was humanity's only hope. Vasquez and Cliff advocated caution, having seen how quickly civilization's veneer had cracked. The veterinarian remained neutral, focused on practical concerns like their dwindling medical supplies. Day 20 brought the decision out of their hands. A voice crackled through the radio. "This is Lieutenant Garrett, Texas National Guard, broadcasting from Zapata. We're establishing a secure zone for civilians. If you can hear this, make your way to the town center. We have food, water, and medical supplies. Don't attempt to drive. The highways are impassable. Travel at night when the infected are less active. Zapata is a safe haven. I repeat, Zapata is secure." The broadcast repeated every hour, professionally delivered, offering the first official help they'd heard since everything collapsed. Hope bloomed despite Cliff's skepticism. Zapata was 40 miles north, a manageable distance if they planned carefully. "It's military," Rodriguez argued. "They'd have vehicles, weapons, organization. We could join them, contribute our skills, be part of something bigger." "Or it's a trap," Vasquez said. "Bandits could broadcast anything, or it could be legitimate but overwhelmed. Either way, moving 7 people 40 miles through infected territory is suicide. Then we send scouts," the carpenter proposed. 2 people, traveling light. They verify the situation and report back. If it's legitimate, we make the journey together. If not, we stay here. Cliff volunteered immediately, his patrol training making him the logical choice. Rodriguez insisted on coming too, arguing her children deserved a chance at a real safe zone. The veterinarian began preparing a supply pack, minimal food and water, first aid essentials, a pistol each with limited ammunition. They left at dawn on day 21, moving on foot to avoid attracting attention with engine noise. The patrol car would have been faster, but also a beacon for every shambling corpse and desperate survivor for miles around. Cliff carried Vasquez's machete along with his service weapon, having learned that ammunition was too precious to waste. The landscape had changed even in 3 weeks. Nature was already reclaiming the roads, weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. Abandoned vehicles were everywhere, some with bodies still inside, others stripped clean by survivors. They passed a mobile home park where every trailer had been torn open, belongings scattered across yards in the aftermath of panic or looting. Rodriguez set a steady pace, her police training evident. They moved quietly, using hand signals, staying off the main roads where possible. Cliff estimated they could cover the 40 miles in 2 hard days if they avoided encounters and didn't get lost. The first infected appeared around noon, a group of 5 shambling along a farm road. Cliff and Rodriguez pressed themselves flat in a drainage ditch, waiting for them to pass. The creatures moved with no apparent coordination, but all seemed to be heading north, the same direction as the broadcast, following it like moths to flame. "They hear the radio signal?" Rodriguez whispered. "Maybe. Or they're following other infected. Could be herd behavior." Cliff watched them disappear around a bend. "Either way, we're going toward whatever's attracting them." They continued cautiously, bypassing 2 more groups of infected. The landscape grew more rural, abandoned farms and empty countryside. They found a barn to shelter in during the afternoon heat, taking turns keeping watch while the other rested. Rodriguez pulled out photos of her children, studying them with a mixture of love and fear. "If this safe zone is real," she said quietly, "they could have a future. School, medicine, other kids to play with. Something besides hiding and waiting to die. And if it's not real, then we go back and keep surviving. But we have to try, Cliff. For them. For everyone." He understood her desperation. Emma had died without any chance, swallowed by chaos before Cliff could even reach her. If there was a possibility of something better for Rodriguez's children, it was worth the risk. Night caught them 5 miles from Zapata. They could see lights in the distance, generators or vehicles, clear signs of organized activity. The broadcast continued its loop, the lieutenant's voice promising safety and supplies. It seemed legitimate, but Cliff's instincts were screaming warnings. They approached carefully, using the darkness for cover. Zapata's town center had been fortified with shipping containers and concrete barriers, creating a defensive perimeter. Spotlights swept the approaches, and Cliff could see armed guards patrolling the walls. Military vehicles were parked in organized rows. It looked exactly like what the broadcast promised. "We should make contact," Rodriguez said, relief evident in her voice. "This is real. This is what we hoped for." But Cliff was watching the guards' behavior. They moved mechanically, sweeping the same patrol routes over and over, and the spotlights, they weren't searching for threats. They were pointed outward, illuminating the approach roads. Drawing attention. "Something's wrong," he said. "Those lights are attracting infected." Look. He was right. Shambling figures were converging from all directions, drawn by the bright lights and activity. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, forming a loose ring around the fortified center. The guards weren't engaging them, just letting them accumulate. Rodriguez cursed softly. "A trap! They're using the radio to draw survivors and creating a buffer of infected to keep anyone from leaving once they realize it. Or it started legitimate and got overrun. Either way, we can't approach from here." Cliff scanned the perimeter, looking for weak points. "But we came this far. I want to see what's actually inside those walls." They circled wide, avoiding the concentrated mass of infected. The eastern approach had fewer lights, and the shambling bodies were thinner there. They climbed a water tower outside town, using it as an observation point. From there, Cliff could see into the fortified zone. It was occupied, but not by military. He counted approximately 30 people, heavily armed, moving supplies from a warehouse to the central building. No uniforms, no organization, just predatory efficiency. One man appeared to be in charge, directing others with sharp gestures. As Cliff watched, 2 of them dragged a woman from a building and threw her over the wall into the waiting crowd of infected. Her screams lasted seconds before the swarm overwhelmed her. "Bandits," Rodriguez breathed. "They killed the military and took over, used the broadcast to lure survivors in, took their supplies, and fed them to the infected. How many people you think they've killed?" "Dozens, maybe. However many responded to the broadcast." She lowered her binoculars, face pale. "We need to warn Vasquez. Tell her to stop broadcasting, to stay silent no matter what." They climbed down carefully, but the commotion had attracted attention. Shambling figures closed in from multiple directions, cutting off their exit routes. Cliff counted at least 20, too many to fight through without attracting more. "Up," he said, pointing to a nearby house. They sprinted for it, the infected breaking into that terrifying burst of speed. Cliff felt fingers brush his jacket as he leaped for the porch, Rodriguez right behind him. They crashed through the front door and slammed it shut, bracing it with furniture. The house was dark and smelled of decay. Something moved in the back rooms, either infected trapped inside or rats feeding on remains. Cliff didn't want to investigate. They barricaded the door and moved to the second floor, finding a bedroom with intact windows. The infected surrounded the house, pounding on the walls and door. More were arriving, drawn by the noise. Within minutes, there were 50 of them, then 100. The house groaned under their assault. "We're trapped," Rodriguez said, her usual calm fracturing. "Even if we fight through them, the bandits will hear the gunfire. We're dead either way." Cliff studied the situation, his mind racing through scenarios. The house was wood frame, not built to withstand this kind of pressure. The door was already splintering. They had ammunition for maybe 2 minutes of sustained fire, then they'd be down to melee weapons against overwhelming numbers. "The roof," he said suddenly. "We get on the roof, jump to the neighboring house. Keep moving until we're clear of the swarm." It was desperate and dangerous, but better than waiting to be torn apart. They climbed through an attic access panel, emerging onto shingles under a moonless sky. The neighboring house was 6 feet away, an easy jump normally, but terrifying with a drop to shambling bodies below. Rodriguez went first, landing hard and rolling. Cliff followed, his 47-year-old body protesting the impact. They moved across 3 houses this way, the infected following below, but unable to reach them. Finally, they found a house with a tree close enough to climb down, and they descended into a backyard blessedly free of threats. They ran, abandoning stealth for speed, putting distance between themselves and Zapata. The sun was rising when they finally stopped, collapsing in an abandoned gas station to catch their breath. Rodriguez's ankle was swollen from a bad landing, and Cliff's ribs ached where he'd hit the second roof wrong, but they were alive and unbitten. "Vasquez needs to know," Rodriguez gasped. "The broadcasts are traps. Trust is suicide." They limped back toward the ranch over the next day and a half, avoiding main roads and infected groups. Cliff's radio picked up other broadcasts now, a dozen different voices claiming safe zones, offering help, all potentially predatory. The apocalypse hadn't made humans better. It had stripped away the civilized veneer and revealed the desperation beneath. They reached Vasquez's ranch on the evening of day 23. The sergeant met them at the outer fence, relief evident on her face. "We heard gunfire from town. Thought you were dead. Almost were." Rodriguez explained what they'd found: the bandits, the trap, the woman thrown to the infected. "We can't trust any broadcast. Every offer of help is a lie." The group absorbed this news in grim silence. The carpenter's hope for organized resistance died visibly. His wife, the veterinarian, simply nodded as if she'd expected this outcome. Rodriguez's children clung to their mother, sensing her fear even if they didn't understand the details. "Then we stay isolated," Vasquez declared. "No contact with other groups, no radio transmissions. We become invisible and outlast everyone else." But day 24 brought a new problem. A group of 15 survivors approached the ranch in broad daylight. They weren't shambling infected or armed bandits. They were families, carrying children and meager belongings, following the road in search of safety. They'd seen the ranch's windmill from a distance and came seeking help. Vasquez met them at the outer fence with her rifle raised. "Keep moving. We have nothing for you. Please." A middle-aged man stepped forward, his young daughter clinging to his leg. "We've been walking for days. We just need water and a place to rest. We're not sick. Look." He pulled up his sleeves, showing unmarked skin. "I said keep moving." Vasquez's voice was iron. "We can't support 15 more people. You'll drain our resources and attract infected. Go somewhere else." "There is nowhere else." The man's desperation was palpable. "Laredo's gone. Zapata's a death trap. We heard there was safety in the rural areas, small groups surviving together. Help us. Please." Cliff stood beside Vasquez, his hand on his weapon, and felt his humanity fracturing. These were innocent people, not bandits or infected. but they were also a threat to his group's survival. Every mouth to feed was one less meal for Rodriguez's children. Every person was another potential infection vector. "We can give them water," Rodriguez said quietly, "and directions to other areas, but Vasquez is right, we can't take them in." They compromised, passing bottles of water through the fence along with a map marking areas they hadn't scouted. The man accepted with gratitude, and his group moved on. Cliff watched them go, knowing they'd probably die within days. Starvation, infected, or bandits would find them. But he'd made his choice, his group's survival over strangers. That night, he couldn't sleep. He kept seeing the little girl's face, her trust that adults would protect her. Emma had looked like that once, before divorce and distance had complicated everything. Now both she and that little girl were victims of a world that had stopped caring about innocence. Day 25 brought smoke on the horizon. The direction suggested Laredo proper, and by afternoon they could hear explosions, probably propane tanks or ammunition cooking off in fires. The city was consuming itself, becoming a monument to collapse. Cliff wondered how many people were still alive in there, trapped among the infected and flames. The carpenter and veterinarian took the opportunity to scout nearby properties, looking for supplies before other survivors picked them clean. They returned with canned goods, medical supplies, and troubling news. Infected were spreading into rural areas in large numbers, driven out of the cities by fire and noise. The ranch's isolation wouldn't last much longer. "We need better defenses," the carpenter insisted. "More layers, better sight lines, maybe dig a moat or something. The fences won't hold if hundreds of them press against it." They worked on improvements for the next several days, everyone contributing. Rodriguez's children helped fill sandbags. The veterinarian set up a proper medical station in the ranch house basement. Vasquez supervised defense construction with military precision, and Cliff maintained their vehicles and weapons, knowing they'd eventually need to abandon the ranch and wanting to be ready. Day 28 marked a month since he'd stopped the CDC truck. It felt like years. The man who'd written routine traffic citations and worried about his daughter's phone bills was gone, replaced by someone harder and colder. He'd killed dozens of infected. He'd left survivors to die. He'd become the kind of person he'd once have arrested. But he was alive, and that had to count for something. The attack came on day 30, just after midnight. Not infected, humans. A group of approximately 20 armed survivors, desperate and organized. They approached from multiple directions simultaneously, using the darkness for cover. The first warning was gunfire hitting the outer fence. Cliff was on watch in the tower. He sounded the alarm and began returning fire, his rifle shots precise despite the darkness. Vasquez and Rodriguez were up instantly, taking positions at ground level. The carpenter grabbed his shotgun and covered the back approach while the veterinarian shepherded the children into the basement shelter they'd prepared for this scenario. The attackers used suppressing fire to advance, their tactics suggesting military or law enforcement training. They weren't random bandits. This was a coordinated assault by people who knew what they were doing. Cliff dropped 2 before they reached the outer fence, but the rest kept coming, using wire cutters to breach the perimeter. Vasquez threw flares to illuminate the kill zone, and suddenly the battle became clear. Cliff counted 16 attackers still standing, all armed with rifles and moving in coordinated pairs. They'd been watching the ranch, studying its defenses, planning this assault, and they had the numbers to overwhelm 7 defenders, even with superior positions. Rodriguez took a round through the shoulder, spinning her around. She kept fighting, switching to her pistol with her good hand, but the wound was serious. Vasquez pulled her into cover while Cliff laid down suppressive fire. The carpenter appeared on the roof, firing his shotgun at attackers trying to scale the inner fence. One of them got through. A young man, maybe 25, armed with a hunting rifle. He made it to the house before the veterinarian shot him from the doorway, her hands shaking but her aim steady. The man fell on the porch, still alive, choking on blood. Cliff had no time to process it. 3 more were breaching the kill zone. He fired, reloaded, fired again. His shoulder ached from the recoil. His ears rang from the sustained gunfire. The attackers' numbers were dropping, but so was their ammunition. "We can't hold!" Vasquez shouted. "Fall back to the house!" They retreated in order, covering each other. The carpenter was last in, slamming the reinforced door and bracing it. The attackers regrouped outside, calling to each other in Spanish and English. Cliff heard their leader, a woman with a commanding voice, organizing them for a final push. "We have wounded in here," she shouted toward the house. "And children! You have supplies we need. Share them or we'll take them." "You attacked us," Vasquez shouted back. "We don't negotiate with raiders." "We're not raiders, we're survivors, just like you. We have a camp 20 miles south, 30 people, including kids and elderly. Our supplies ran out 3 days ago. Help us or watch us die." The moral calculus was impossible. If they were telling the truth, these were desperate people trying to save their community. But trust had killed more survivors than infected. And even if they shared supplies, it would mean starvation for Cliff's group within weeks. "We can't help you," Cliff called out. "We barely have enough for ourselves. You need to leave." The response was immediate. Gunfire raking the house, bullets punching through windows and walls. Everyone hit the floor. Rodriguez's children screamed in the basement. The veterinarian was praying in Spanish, her usual composure shattered. The siege continued for an hour. The attackers couldn't breach the house without taking catastrophic casualties, but they could keep Cliff's group pinned down indefinitely. Eventually, ammunition or patience would run out on one side or the other. It was a war of attrition nobody could win. Then, the infected arrived. Drawn by gunfire and human scent, they came shambling out of the darkness by the dozens. The attackers noticed too late. Cliff heard screams as the creatures fell upon them, teeth finding flesh, spreading the infection they'd all tried so hard to avoid. "Hold fire," Vasquez commanded. "Let the infected thin them out." It was brutal calculus, but effective. The attackers fought a 2-front war they couldn't win. Some fled into the darkness. Others were overwhelmed by shambling bodies. The woman leader went down fighting, firing until her ammunition ran out, then swinging her rifle like a club. She killed 3 infected before they bore her down. Within 20 minutes, the assault was over. The infected shambled around the property feeding on the fallen, but showed no interest in the fortified house. They'd follow the survivors who'd fled, leaving Cliff's group in a strange reprieve. They waited until dawn, watching from windows as the creatures dispersed. 14 bodies lay scattered across the property, some dead, some reanimating. Vasquez and Cliff ventured out cautiously, putting down the newly infected and dragging bodies away from the house. It was grim work, made worse by finding identification on the corpses, driver's licenses, family photos, proof these had been ordinary people driven to violence by desperation. Rodriguez's shoulder wound required serious attention. The veterinarian cleaned and stitched it, her medical training adapting to human anatomy. The bullet went through missed bone. She'll live if it doesn't get infected, but she needs antibiotics and we're almost out. They inventoried their situation. Ammunition was critically low. Food supplies would last maybe 2 months with strict rationing. Medical supplies were nearly depleted. The attackers had breached their outer defenses and repairing them would take days. Worse, the gunfire had advertised their presence to every survivor and infected creature for miles. "We can't stay here," Cliff said. "This location is burned. Too many people know about it, and we don't have the resources to defend it again." "Where do we go?" the carpenter asked. "Every town is overrun. Every broadcast is a trap. We're out of options." Vasquez spread a map on the table, marked with their reconnaissance notes. "West. Into the empty country. Find a town small enough to secure, remote enough that nobody's fighting over it. Become nomads until we find somewhere truly defensible." The plan was desperate, but no worse than staying in an indefensible position. They spent day 31 packing essential supplies, preparing the vehicles, and trying to rest before the journey. Rodriguez's children understood they were leaving, but didn't comprehend why. How do you explain to a 6-year-old that the world has ended and will never return to normal? Cliff took a last walk around the property at sunset. A month ago, he'd been a highway patrol officer with a daughter and a routine. Now he was a hardened survivor with blood on his hands and ghosts in his memory. Emma's photo was tucked in his pocket, along with his badge, remnants of a life that felt like fiction. They left before dawn on day 32, a convoy of 3 vehicles heading west into country that grew emptier with each mile. They passed through towns picked clean by previous survivors, saw shambling figures in every direction, and kept moving. Stopping meant death. Slowing meant being caught. Their only hope was to keep searching for somewhere, anywhere, that offered more than temporary reprieve. The highway stretched endlessly, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through landscape that had stopped caring about human habitation. Cliff drove the lead vehicle, his patrol car modified with extra fuel tanks and armor plating scavenged from the ranch. Rodriguez and her children followed in Vasquez's truck, the sergeant driving despite her injured shoulder. The carpenter and veterinarian brought up the rear in a sedan loaded with supplies. They communicated by radio, maintaining silence except for essential coordination. The empty frequencies were eerie after weeks of desperate broadcasts. Either the other survivors had died, stopped transmitting, or moved beyond range. Cliff preferred not to speculate which. They crossed into Valverde County around noon, the landscape growing more desolate. Rock and scrub extended to the horizon, broken only by occasional mesas and dry creek beds. Towns were sparse and small, perfect for their needs. They bypassed the first 2 after seeing evidence of recent occupation, not wanting to displace existing survivors or engage in territory disputes. The third town appeared late afternoon, a crossroads community of maybe 300 former residents, now eerily silent. No smoke, no movement, no signs of life or unlife. Cliff called a halt on the outskirts while they surveyed the situation. "Could be clear," Vasquez said through the radio. "Or it could be packed with infected inside the buildings. Only one way to find out." Cliff checked his weapons: pistol, shotgun, machete. His ammunition was down to 47 rounds total. Every shot would have to count. "Rodriguez, you and the kids stay with the vehicles. Everyone else, we sweep building by building." They moved in formation, clearing structures with methodical efficiency. The town's main street had a gas station, general store, post office, and bar. All were unlocked and ransacked, but empty of infected. Side streets held houses, some abandoned in a hurry, others locked tight with belongings still inside. They found the first body in a house on the edge of town, an elderly woman who died in her sleep, undisturbed. No signs of violence or infection, just natural death in an unnatural time. The carpenter found a family in the next house: father, mother, 2 children, all dead from apparent murder-suicide. Pills bottles scattered across the kitchen table told the story. They'd chosen their own exit rather than face what was coming. "At least they weren't infected," the veterinarian said softly. Small mercy. They cleared the entire town by sunset, finding it genuinely abandoned. 15 bodies total, all dead from non-infection causes, none reanimated. The water tower held reserves that seemed uncontaminated. Solar panels on the school roof suggested some electrical potential. It wasn't paradise, but it was defensible. "We stay," Vasquez declared. "Fortify what we can, establish a perimeter, make this work." They chose the school as their main base: single-story, solid construction, good sight lines, and large enough to accommodate the group comfortably. The carpenter began planning barricades while Cliff and Vasquez cleared the building thoroughly, checking every closet and corner for threats. Rodriguez's children explored the playground equipment, finding brief joy in swings and slides. Their laughter felt wrong in the silence, but also necessary, proof that innocence could survive even this. The veterinarian joined them, offering supervision and a moment of normalcy. Day 33 was devoted to fortification. They pulled vehicles across roads leading into town, creating barriers supplemented by debris and wire. The carpenter built elevated platforms at key intersections for watch positions. Vasquez established patrol routes and guard schedules. Everyone worked until exhaustion forced rest. Cliff found a moment alone in the school's library, surrounded by books that nobody would read again. He opened his logbook, a habit from his patrol days, and documented their journey. Names, dates, deaths, decisions. Some future survivor might find it and understand what they'd endured. Or it would rot in this building, another artifact of collapsed civilization. His radio crackled unexpectedly. A voice, distant and broken. Survivors in sector. Food critically. Medical emergency. Anyone receiving? He tried to respond, but the signal was gone. Just a fragment from somewhere. Someone still trying to connect in a world that had fragmented into isolated survivors. He marked the frequency in his log and moved on. Trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. Day 35 brought their first infected encounter at the new location. A group of 7 shambled into town from the east, drawn by some unknown stimulus. Cliff spotted them from his watch position and organized a response. They'd learned from experience. Let the creatures enter a controlled killing ground, then eliminate them efficiently with minimal noise. The carpenter had built a corridor using vehicle barriers, funneling approaches toward a central intersection. Cliff and Vasquez waited there with bladed weapons, conserving ammunition. The infected entered the kill zone without hesitation, and the 2 officers went to work with grim efficiency. Cliff's machete split the first skull with a single practice swing. Vasquez took 2 more with her fire axe, the blade crushing bone and brain. The remaining 4 spread out, forcing close combat. Cliff felt teeth snap near his arm, dodged, and drove his blade through a woman's eye socket. The creature dropped, truly dead this time. It was over in 3 minutes. 7 bodies lay motionless, their second death permanent. Cliff and Vasquez were splattered with blood and brain matter, their clothes ruined. They stripped and burned the contaminated garments in a barrel, washing thoroughly despite the limited water supply. Neither spoke during the process. There was nothing left to say about killing that hadn't been said 100 times before. That night, Rodriguez's daughter developed another fever. The veterinarian examined her with growing concern, finding a rash spreading across her torso. "Not the infection," she announced, relieving the mother's immediate terror. "But it's serious. Could be scarlet fever or another bacterial infection. She needs proper antibiotics, the kind we don't have." "Where do we get them?" Rodriguez demanded. "Hospital, pharmacy, medical clinic." The veterinarian's tone made clear the problem. "All places likely to be overrun with infected or already looted by other survivors." Cliff studied his map, calculating distances and risks. The nearest hospital was in Del Rio, 40 miles north, a mid-sized facility that would have had extensive pharmaceutical supplies. But Del Rio had a population of 40,000, which meant 40,000 potential infected even if only a fraction had turned. "I'll go," he said. "Take the patrol car, move fast, get in and out before drawing attention." "You'll need backup," Vasquez said. 2 people, standard breach and clear." Rodriguez wanted to come. The child was hers, but her wounded shoulder made her a liability. The carpenter volunteered instead, his construction experience making him good at breaching secured doors. They'd leave at dawn, giving themselves full daylight for the operation. Day 36 began with preparation. They loaded the patrol car with weapons, tools, and empty bags for medical supplies. The veterinarian provided a detailed list of medications they needed, prioritized by urgency. Cliff studied the route, identifying escape options and potential choke points. "If we're not back by dark, don't wait," he told Vasquez. "Assume we're dead or infected and move on. We'll give you until dawn day 37. After that, you're on your own." Her expression was hard, but her eyes showed concern. "Don't die, stupid Cliff. We need you." The drive to Del Rio took 90 minutes, navigating around abandoned vehicles and shambling infected. The city outskirts were burning in places, smoke rising from multiple locations. Cliff bypassed the main approaches, using his knowledge of emergency response routes to find a side road toward the hospital complex. The facility was a disaster. The emergency entrance had been barricaded with ambulances and police cars, then breached. Bodies littered the parking lot, some in medical uniforms, others in civilian clothing. Infected wandered among the vehicles, maybe 50 visible with more likely inside. "We need a distraction," the carpenter said. "Something to draw them away from our entry point." Cliff nodded. They'd brought road flares for this purpose. He drove to the far side of the complex, lit 3 flares, and threw them into a dumpster. The bright light and chemical smell attracted immediate attention. Infected began shambling toward the burning dumpster, drawn by stimulus they couldn't resist. They entered through a service entrance on the opposite side, using bolt cutters on a chain lock. The interior was dark and reeked of death. Emergency lighting provided minimal illumination, enough to navigate, but not enough to see clearly. They moved slowly, weapons ready, trying to stay silent. The pharmacy was on the first floor, according to the hospital directory. They found it after 10 minutes of careful navigation, passing rooms with partially eaten corpses and walls splattered with dark stains. The pharmacy door was locked, but the carpenter's pry bar breached it within seconds. Inside was a treasure trove, shelves lined with medications, untouched and properly sealed. Cliff began filling bags with everything on the veterinarian's list while the carpenter kept watch. Antibiotics, painkillers, insulin, blood pressure medication, surgical supplies, anything that might save lives in the coming months. Movement in the corridor. The carpenter raised his shotgun, then lowered it. Clear. Just shadows. But Cliff's instincts were screaming. The hospital was too quiet. 50 infected outside, but none in here. They should have encountered dozens by now. He worked faster, loading bags until they bulged. "We need to go. Something's wrong." They'd reached the corridor when the lights came on, bright fluorescent, blinding after the darkness. Cliff raised his weapon, searching for the threat. A voice echoed from a PA system. "Drop your weapons and leave the medical supplies. You have 5 seconds to comply." "Survivors," the carpenter whispered. "They're holding the hospital." "Drop them." The voice was male, authoritative, enhanced by the PA system. 4 seconds. Cliff weighed his options. They had maybe 30 seconds before infected were drawn by the lights and noise. The medications were essential for saving Rodriguez's daughter, but dying here helped nobody. "We're putting them down," he called out. "We're not here to fight. We just need medicine for a sick child. Everyone needs medicine. Everyone has a sob story. Leave the bags or I start shooting. You do that. The gunfire attracts every infected in the building. We all die." Cliff was backing toward the exit, the carpenter matching his movements. "Let us go and we're gone. You keep your territory. We keep our lives." A pause. Then, "Leave 1 bag. Take the rest and get out." It was better than expected. Cliff selected the smallest bag, still containing valuable supplies, and set it on the floor. They retreated carefully, weapons ready, bags of medications clutched tight. Nobody shot them. Nobody pursued. They reached the service entrance and ran for the patrol car. The trip back was tense. Infected appeared on the road multiple times, forcing dangerous swerves. The patrol car's armor took several impacts from creatures that threw themselves at the vehicle. But they made it back to the town by late afternoon, intact and successful. The veterinarian began treatment immediately, administering proper antibiotics to Rodriguez's daughter. Within 24 hours, the fever broke and the rash began fading. The child would live, and Rodriguez's gratitude manifested in renewed determination to help the group thrive. Day 38 marked a milestone, 1 full week in the new town without casualties. They'd established functional defenses, secured clean water, and begun inventorying the abandoned buildings for useful supplies. Life settled into a routine: guard duty, scavenging runs to nearby properties, maintenance work on their fortifications. The carpenter built a rainwater collection system using gutters and barrels. Vasquez established a training regimen, teaching everyone basic combat and survival skills. Rodriguez worked on catalog existing supplies and planning rationing schedules. The veterinarian converted a classroom into a proper medical facility. Cliff maintained security protocols and conducted long-range reconnaissance, but sustainability remained questionable. Their food supplies would last maybe 4 months with strict rationing. After that, they'd need to hunt, fish, or grow crops, all activities requiring time and resources they didn't have. Winter would come eventually, bringing challenges they couldn't fully anticipate. Day 41 brought contact with other survivors, but not the kind they'd hoped for. Cliff was on watch when he spotted a convoy approaching from the south. 4 pickup trucks, heavily armed occupants visible in the beds. They stopped outside the town's perimeter, and someone began broadcasting on common emergency frequencies. Residents of the town, we're the Val Verde Territory Protection Force. We're here to collect tax on your supplies in exchange for security services. Non-compliance will be considered hostile action. Cliff radioed the others. We've got bandits, at least 15 armed, claiming they're providing security. What do they want? Vasquez asked. 20% of our supplies, renewable monthly. Classic protection racket. The group gathered quickly, forming a council to decide their response. The carpenter argued for negotiation, believing conflict would drain their limited resources. Rodriguez wanted to fight, refusing to surrender supplies when her children were barely fed. The veterinarian remained neutral, focused on medical realities. Vasquez made the decision. We fight. We give them supplies once, they'll come back for more. We'll be slaves in our own town, working to feed parasites. Better to risk everything now than slowly starve under their control. Cliff agreed. They'd worked too hard to survive only to become victims of human predators. We have superior defensive positions. Make them pay so high a price they don't come back. They established firing positions throughout the town, using the elevated platforms and fortified buildings as strong points. Cliff broadcast a response. We have no supplies to share. Leave peacefully or face resistance. The answer was immediate, gunfire raking the nearest building. The bandits advanced in 2 groups, using vehicles for cover. Cliff returned fire, his rifle shots precise and measured. The carpenter and Vasquez engaged from flanking positions. Rodriguez, despite her injured shoulder, took shots from a window with a hunting rifle. The battle was brief and brutal. The bandits had numbers, but the defenders had position and determination. 2 bandit vehicles were disabled by concentrated fire. Several men went down, some killed, others wounded. The survivors retreated after 10 minutes, having learned the town was harder prey than expected. But the victory was Pyrrhic. They'd expended precious ammunition, nearly 200 rounds between all defenders. The veterinarian had treated minor wounds on the carpenter and Rodriguez, and the bandits knew where they were, would plan a larger assault or return with reinforcements. We can't hold this town long-term, Cliff admitted that evening. Word will spread. Every group looking for supplies will come here. We'll be fighting constantly. Then we become mobile, Vasquez suggested. Keep moving, stay ahead of threats, never settle long enough to become a target. With 2 children and limited fuel, we'd run out of resources in days. The veterinarian spoke up, her voice quiet but firm. We need alliances. Find other small groups, establish trade and mutual defense. Alone we're vulnerable. Together we might survive. It was the opposite of their isolation strategy, but circumstances had changed. They couldn't hide forever. Eventually they'd need to engage with other survivors, for better or worse. The question was how to identify trustworthy groups versus predators like the bandits. Day 43 brought an opportunity. Cliff's radio picked up a broadcast from a group calling themselves the Eagle Pass Coalition, survivors who'd secured several small towns along the Rio Grande and were seeking contact with other communities. Their message emphasized cooperation and shared resources rather than demands or threats. Could be legitimate, Rodriguez said, or another trap like Zapata. Either way, we need to know. Cliff studied his map, marking Eagle Pass as approximately 60 miles south. I'll scout it, see what they're really about before we commit to anything. Vasquez protested, but Cliff overrode her. He'd been a patrol officer for 23 years, skilled at reading people and situations. If anyone could assess the coalition's legitimacy, it was him. He left the next morning, alone, carrying minimal supplies and weapons. The journey took him through increasingly desolate country. He passed vehicles frozen in flight, homes abandoned mid-meal, evidence of panic and death everywhere. Infected were sparse in this region. The population density had been too low to sustain large numbers. Mostly he saw emptiness. Eagle Pass appeared on day 44, and his initial assessment was guardedly positive. The town showed signs of organized activity. Barricades, guard posts, smoke from cooking fires. People moved with purpose rather than desperation. He approached cautiously, hands visible, no weapons drawn. Guards met him at the perimeter, 3 men and a woman, armed but not aggressive. State your business. Reconnaissance. My group is 60 miles north, trying to survive. Heard your broadcast about cooperation. Wanted to see if it's real or another bandit setup. The woman, apparently in charge, studied him carefully. You alone? Yes. Didn't want to risk my whole group on unknown contact. Smart. She lowered her rifle. I'm Lieutenant Diaz, Eagle Pass Coalition Council member. We're legitimate. 200 survivors across 4 towns, working together for mutual defense and resource sharing. No raiders, no forced contributions, just voluntary cooperation. Cliff wanted to believe her, but trust had proven lethal too many times. Prove it. Show me your operation. Diaz agreed, leading him into the town. What he saw over the next few hours challenged his cynicism. People working together on communal gardens. A school where children received education. A medical clinic with trained staff. Guard rotations that protected everyone rather than a ruling class. It looked like functional civilization emerging from apocalypse. How'd you pull this off? He asked. Leadership, mostly. Our mayor was ex-military, knew how to organize. We had warning from up north, prepared before the worst hit. And we got lucky. The Rio Grande became a natural barrier that slowed infected migration. Diaz showed him their supply system, their water purification, their defense protocols. Everything was transparent and organized, but Cliff noticed problems too. Food was scarce despite the gardens. Medical supplies were dangerously low. And Diaz admitted they'd already fought off 3 major bandit attacks, losing people each time. The coalition worked, but it was fragile and struggling. We need groups like yours, Diaz said. More communities means more resources to share, more people to defend, better chance of long-term survival. Join us. Pool our resources and knowledge. Cliff considered it. The coalition offered something his group desperately needed: strength in numbers, specialized skills, hope for the future. But it also meant giving up independence, following someone else's rules, integrating with strangers who might not share their values. I need to bring this to my people. Let them decide. Fair enough. Diaz provided him with detailed information about the coalition: locations, population, resources, contact protocols. "Come back when you're ready. We'll welcome you." The return journey gave Cliff time to process. The coalition represented the best chance they'd seen for long-term survival. But joining meant trusting again, after trust had failed so many times. He thought about the little girl outside Vasquez's ranch, the survivors at the hospital, the woman thrown to infected in Zapata. Trust was the first casualty of collapse, and recovering it was nearly impossible. He reached the town on day 46 to find it under attack. Not bandits this time, infected. A massive horde, hundreds of them, pressing against the vehicle barriers. Cliff's group was fighting desperately from their elevated positions, ammunition running low, exhaustion evident in every movement. Cliff drove straight into the horde, his patrol car scattering bodies. He reached the central position where Vasquez directed the defense, leaping out with his weapons ready. What happened? They came at dawn. Just kept coming. There's too many. Vasquez looked haggard, her ammunition belt nearly empty. We can't hold them much longer. The carpenter had been injured, his leg badly gashed by an infected that got through the perimeter. The veterinarian was treating him while still firing from her position. Rodriguez's children were in the school basement, hopefully safe. But the defense was collapsing. Cliff made a decision, born of desperation and hope. "We evacuate, load the vehicles with critical supplies and fall back. I found allies, real ones, a community that can help us." "You're sure?" Vasquez demanded. "Sure enough. We stay here. We die. We leave together. We might survive." They executed the evacuation under fire, loading vehicles while the infected pressed closer. The carpenter had to be carried, his injury preventing walking. Rodriguez's children were terrified but obedient. They took only what they could carry: food, water, weapons, medical supplies, a few personal items. The convoy departed as infected overran their defenses, shambling bodies pouring into the town they'd tried to defend. Cliff watched it disappear in his mirror and felt a profound loss. Another temporary home destroyed, another stand abandoned. But they were alive and moving toward something better than isolation. The journey to Eagle Pass took 2 days, moving carefully to avoid attracting attention. They arrived on day 49, exhausted and desperate. Lieutenant Diaz met them at the perimeter with genuine welcome. "You made it. Good." She assessed the group: wounded carpenter, frightened children, exhausted adults. "We'll get you set up. Housing, medical care, food rations. Welcome to the coalition." The integration process took weeks. Cliff's group was assigned housing in a secured section of Eagle Pass, given tasks based on their skills. Vasquez became part of the security force. Rodriguez worked inventory management. The carpenter and veterinarian contributed their specialized knowledge. Even Rodriguez's children found roles, helping with communal gardens and learning from coalition teachers. Cliff joined the patrol unit, his highway experience valuable for reconnaissance and defense. He led missions to scavenge supplies from increasingly distant locations, mapping the territory and eliminating infected threats. The work was dangerous, but purposeful. They were building something rather than merely surviving, but the coalition had problems too. By day 60, internal tensions were becoming obvious: resource allocation disputes, arguments about expansion versus consolidation. Some members wanted to raid other survivor groups for supplies, arguing that morality was a luxury they couldn't afford. Others insisted on maintaining ethical standards or risk becoming no better than bandits. Cliff found himself mediating disputes, using his patrol officer training to find compromise. It was exhausting work, made worse by the constant external threats. Infected herds migrated through the region regularly. Bandit groups probed their defenses. Food remained critically scarce despite expanded gardens. Day 70 brought a crisis. A coalition patrol discovered a small group of survivors trapped in a surrounded farmhouse, 20 miles from Eagle Pass. 15 people, including children, running out of supplies and ammunition. They'd broadcast for help, and the coalition had to decide, mount a dangerous rescue or let them die. "We go," Diaz declared. "We rescue them. It's who we are." But the operation required significant resources: vehicles, fuel, ammunition, people, and it risked coalition members' lives for strangers who might not contribute anything valuable to the community. The council debated for hours. Cliff argued for the rescue. "We survived because people helped us. Vasquez gave us sanctuary. The coalition welcomed us when we had nothing. We pay that forward, or we lose what makes us human." The rescue mission launched on day 71. Cliff led a team of 8, including Vasquez and 2 coalition veterans. They approached the farmhouse carefully, using vehicles to create a corridor through the surrounding infected. The operation was textbook: clear a path, extract survivors, retreat before being overwhelmed. They saved 14 of the 15. An elderly man had died from heart failure before they arrived. The survivors were grateful but also traumatized, having spent days watching infected claw at their doors. Integrating them into the coalition would take time and resources, but they'd survived, and that had to count for something. Day 80 marked a somber anniversary, 3 months since Cliff had stopped the CDC truck. 3 months of death, loss, adaptation, and survival. The world had fundamentally changed, and everyone still alive had been transformed by it. They were harder, more suspicious, quicker to violence, but they'd also proven capable of cooperation, sacrifice, and hope. Rodriguez's children were adjusting to coalition life, attending school and making friends. The carpenter's injury had healed well enough for him to resume work. Vasquez had found purpose in training new security recruits. The veterinarian was teaching medical skills to others, multiplying her value to the community. But Cliff remained haunted by those they'd lost. Emma most of all, his daughter who'd probably died in the Corpus Christi chaos before he could even try to save her. The little girl outside Vasquez's ranch. The woman thrown to infected in Zapata. All the people he'd killed, both infected and living. The weight of it pressed down constantly. Day 90 brought new challenges. Winter was approaching, and the coalition needed to stockpile supplies. Cliff led longer-range scavenging missions, sometimes gone for days at a time. They found abandoned warehouses, stripped grocery stores, residential neighborhoods with undiscovered resources. Every successful mission bought them more time. He also found evidence of other survivor groups, both cooperative and predatory. Some were functioning communities like the coalition. Others were brutal dictatorships ruled by the strong. And everywhere, infected continued to be the primary threat. Endless, tireless, growing more numerous as the reanimated dead outnumbered the struggling living. The coalition expanded slowly, absorbing small groups and isolated survivors. By day 100, they numbered nearly 300, spread across 6 towns. Communication networks were established using scavenged radios. Trade routes were secured. Defense protocols were standardized. It resembled pre-collapse government, improvised and fragile but functional. Cliff was promoted to Coalition Security Chief, overseeing patrols and training. It was a position of responsibility and authority, requiring him to make decisions that affected hundreds of lives. Sometimes those decisions meant sending people into danger. Sometimes they meant rationing food so tightly that everyone went hungry. Sometimes they meant refusing to help survivors who approached because resources were too limited. Every decision carried weight. Every choice had consequences. And the toll accumulated like compound interest. Day 110 brought a major threat. A large bandit group, easily 50 armed members, began systematically attacking coalition positions, stealing supplies and killing anyone who resisted. They called themselves the Survivors' Army and claimed divine right to take whatever they needed. Their leader was a former militia member who'd adapted his extremist ideology to the apocalypse. The coalition fought back with coordinated defense and strategic withdrawals, but losses mounted. Cliff organized a counterattack, a risky operation designed to eliminate the bandits' leadership and break their organization. It required everything they'd learned about small unit tactics, resource management, and calculated violence. The operation launched on day 115. 3 teams hit the bandits' base camp simultaneously. Cliff leading one, Vasquez another, Diaz the third. They moved at night, using stealth until the last moment. The engagement was brief and brutal. Cliff personally killed 4 people, including the Survivors' Army leader. Vasquez was wounded but functional. Coalition forces lost 3 members but broke the bandit organization completely. Surviving bandits scattered or surrendered. Some were integrated into the coalition after careful vetting. Others were expelled with minimal supplies, left to survive on their own. A few who'd committed atrocities were executed after tribunal. Cliff watched those executions and felt nothing. Either they'd beaten the capacity for horror out of him, or he'd become something darker than he'd intended. Winter arrived around day 130, bringing new challenges. Temperatures dropped, making defense duty miserable. Heated shelter required fuel they could barely spare. Illnesses spread through cramped communal housing. Food supplies dwindled faster than anticipated. Every day became a battle against cold, hunger, and despair. Rodriguez's son developed pneumonia. The veterinarian treated him with salvaged antibiotics and constant monitoring. He survived, but barely. The experience reminded everyone how fragile their situation remained. One serious illness could kill without proper medical infrastructure. One harsh winter could starve them all, but they adapted. The carpenter designed better insulation for buildings. Communal cooking conserved fuel. People shared body heat in group sleeping arrangements. They survived because they had no alternative. Day 150 marked 5 months since the outbreak began. Cliff calculated that perhaps 1% of the original population remained alive and uninfected. The dead truly outnumbered the living now, and civilization's remnants existed in small pockets scattered across empty landscape. The coalition had become one of the more successful communities, but success was relative. They had shelter, some food, basic security. They'd preserved fragments of education and culture. Children still learned to read. Adults still told stories, but the world they'd known was gone forever, replaced by something meaner and harder. Cliff thought about the future often. What would they become in 10 years? 20? Would they rebuild something resembling the old world, or evolve into something entirely different? Would Rodriguez's children grow up to create families of their own, or would humanity simply fade out, unable to sustain itself against endless threats? Day 160 brought unexpected contact. A military unit appeared. Actual United States military, not militia or bandits. A lieutenant colonel led 30 soldiers, claiming they were from a federal continuity compound in West Texas. They'd been ordered to locate surviving communities and establish contact for eventual reconstruction. The coalition greeted them cautiously. Trust remained difficult despite apparent legitimacy. But the military brought valuable gifts: vaccines, ammunition, communication equipment. They established a radio link to other military units and surviving government officials. For the first time since the collapse, larger organizations seemed possible. But the military also brought difficult truths. The federal government had essentially ceased functioning. The president was dead, along with most of Congress. What remained was a fractured collection of military commanders and emergency officials trying to maintain order across vast territories. Real reconstruction was decades away, if it ever happened. "We're on our own," the lieutenant colonel admitted during a strategy meeting. "My orders are to establish autonomous communities capable of self-governance and mutual support." Washington's gone. State capitals are gone. You're the government now. Make it work, or humanity ends here. The weight of that responsibility settled over the Coalition Council. They'd been thinking short-term, just trying to survive each day. Now they had to plan for generations, thinking about genetic diversity, knowledge preservation, societal structure. It was overwhelming. Cliff participated in the planning sessions, but felt disconnected. He'd been a highway patrol officer, not a nation builder. His skills were tactical and immediate. Long-term civilization planning required different capabilities, but he contributed what he could, focusing on security and resource management. Day 180 marked 6 months, half a year of surviving the impossible. Cliff looked back on the CDC truck incident and couldn't reconcile that scared officer with who he'd become. He'd killed dozens, watched hundreds die, made impossible choices that haunted his sleep. Emma's photo in his pocket was faded now, crinkled from constant handling, but he still looked at it every night, remembering why he kept fighting. The military departed on day 190, leaving supplies and promising to return quarterly. They had other communities to contact, other survivors to connect into a larger network. The lieutenant colonel's final words were simple. "You've done well. Keep doing it. That's all anyone can ask." The coalition continued its grinding survival day after day. They expanded their gardens, improved their defenses, absorbed new survivors. They established schools, medical training, apprenticeships in useful trades. Children were being born despite everything, new life in a dead world. Those births were celebrated with disproportionate joy, each one proof that humanity could continue. Cliff trained new security personnel, passing on everything he'd learned. Some were young adults who'd been teenagers when the outbreak started. They'd never known the old world, only this harsh new reality. Their questions about life before the collapse sounded like inquiries about ancient history. "Was it better?" one recruit asked during a patrol. "Different," Cliff replied. "Easier in some ways, harder in others. We took a lot for granted, safety, food, medicine, but we also had different problems. Seems foolish now, the things we worried about." "Like what?" "Traffic tickets, credit card bills, whether we'd be late to work." He laughed bitterly. "I wrote citations for speeding. Actual citations. Gave people fines for driving too fast. That was my job." "Sounds boring." "Boring was good. Boring meant nobody was dying." Cliff scanned the empty landscape. "I'd take boring again in a heartbeat." Day 200 brought a major decision point. The coalition had grown to nearly 400 people, straining available resources. They needed to expand territory or start turning away survivors. After intense debate, they chose expansion, establishing a network of connected communities across a 50-mile radius. It was ambitious and risky, requiring significant manpower and resources. But the alternative was stagnation and eventual collapse. They couldn't survive by hiding indefinitely. Growth was the only path to long-term viability. Cliff led reconnaissance for the expansion, identifying suitable locations and assessing threats. The work took him away from Eagle Pass for weeks at a time, living rough and moving constantly. He preferred it to community politics and endless committee meetings. Out here, problems were simple: infected to kill, resources to find, terrain to map. On one patrol, he found a library still mostly intact. Books lined the shelves, untouched since the collapse. He spent an afternoon there, reading at random, remembering what knowledge felt like. He loaded his vehicle with books about agriculture, medicine, engineering, practical knowledge the coalition needed, but he also took some fiction, recognizing that people needed imagination as much as information. Day 220 saw the expansion succeed. 3 new communities were established, connected by regular patrols and radio communication. Population distribution eased resource pressure on Eagle Pass. Specialized facilities were developed. One town focused on agriculture, another on manufacturing, a third on medical care. Division of labor allowed efficiency impossible in a single location. But greater territory meant greater vulnerability. Infected herds were increasingly common, driven out of cities by fire and starvation. Bandit groups still prowled the edges, looking for weak targets. And winter was approaching again, the second since the collapse, with all its attendant challenges. Cliff was preparing for a long-range patrol on day 230 when Rodriguez approached him privately. "I wanted to thank you," she said, "for everything you've done for my children, for not giving up when things were worst. Your kids are tough, they'll make it. Because of people like you and Vasquez, you gave them a chance." She paused. "Emma would be proud of who you've become." The mention of his daughter hit harder than expected. Cliff turned away, fighting sudden emotion. "I failed her. I couldn't reach her in time, couldn't save her. You saved hundreds of others. That has to count for something. Did it?" Cliff wasn't sure. He'd traded the child he loved for strangers he barely knew. Was that noble or just tragic? He'd never have an answer that satisfied the grief. The patrol departed next morning, 6 vehicles ranging far beyond coalition territory. They were searching for a rumored military supply depot, supposedly stocked with preserved food and medical supplies. The information came from a survivor they'd rescued weeks earlier, and Cliff assessed it as maybe 50% reliable. They found the depot on day 235, and it exceeded expectations. Thousands of MRES, medical kits, ammunition, and equipment. It had been secured but abandoned when personnel evacuated. Everything was still in climate-controlled storage, perfectly preserved. Loading took 2 full days. They filled every vehicle to capacity and cached the rest, marking it for future retrieval. The haul would feed the coalition for 6 months minimum, buying them time to develop more sustainable food sources. It was the biggest victory they'd achieved, and morale soared when they returned. But good fortune attracted attention. By day 245, other survivor groups were demanding access to the depot. Some negotiated peacefully, accepting limited rations in exchange for labor or trade goods. Others made threats, claiming they'd take what they needed regardless of coalition wishes. Cliff found himself negotiating with a group called the Austin Confederation, survivors from the state capital who'd maintained surprising organization. Their representative was a former state legislator, articulate and calculating. "We have 2,000 people," she said. "We need food for winter. Your depot has enough for everyone. Share it fairly, or we'll consider you hostile." "We risked our people to find and secure it," Cliff countered. "Why should we give it away?" "Because hoarding while others starve is immoral. Because we're all in this together. Because eventually you'll need something we have, and mutual support is how we all survive." She was right, but Cliff resented the implied threat. Eventually, they negotiated a deal: food and medical supplies in exchange for fuel, ammunition, and skilled labor on coalition projects. It was fair, but it felt like paying tribute to avoid conflict. Trust remained a fragile, conditional thing. Winter's second coming was harder than the first. Temperatures dropped lower, lasting longer. Fuel supplies ran critically short despite the Austin Confederation's contribution. They burned furniture, books, anything that would produce heat. People died anyway, the elderly, the sick, those who couldn't withstand extended cold. Rodriguez's daughter, who'd survived 2 infections and the journey across Texas, succumbed to hypothermia on day 260. She'd given her blanket to her brother and couldn't get warm again. The veterinarian tried everything, but sometimes trying wasn't enough. The girl's death devastated Rodriguez. She became withdrawn, barely functional, going through motions without engagement. Cliff worried she'd become suicidal, a common outcome in the apocalypse when people lost their reason for fighting. But she eventually emerged from grief with grim determination. Her son was still alive, still needed her. That single thread of purpose kept her functional. Day 270 marked 9 months since the CDC truck. Cliff was now 48 years old, though he felt much older. His body carried scars from close encounters and hard labor. His hair had gone mostly gray. His hands shook sometimes from accumulated stress and fatigue. But he was alive, still fighting, still trying to build something worthwhile from the wreckage. The coalition had proven resilient, adapting to each new challenge. They'd survived longer than most groups, and their success offered hope that humanity might actually endure. The spring thaw on day 290 brought new life. Gardens were planted using seeds salvaged over winter. Livestock acquired from abandoned farms were breeding successfully. Solar panels and wind turbines were being installed, reducing dependence on finite fuel supplies. The coalition was slowly becoming sustainable. Cliff reduced his combat role, focusing more on training and strategic planning. Younger survivors had the physical capability for dangerous patrols. His value was knowledge and experience, not reflexes. It was a difficult transition for someone who defined himself by action, but necessary. He spent time with Rodriguez's son, teaching him practical skills, basic mechanics, map reading, how to maintain weapons. The boy was resilient, despite losing his sister, finding purpose in learning and contributing. He'd grow up in this harsh world, and probably thrive in ways Cliff's generation couldn't. Day 300 was marked with a somber ceremony, 10 months since the outbreak. The coalition assembled to remember those lost and acknowledge what they'd survived. Nearly 400 people stood together, proof that cooperation and determination could overcome even apocalyptic odds. Diaz gave a speech about resilience and hope. Vasquez led a moment of silence for the fallen. The veterinarian spoke about the children born since the collapse, embodiments of humanity's future. Cliff remained silent, uncomfortable with public speaking, but he felt the weight of community binding them together. He'd started as a highway patrol officer, stopping a suspicious truck. He'd watched the world end, lost his daughter, killed countless infected and living enemies, and somehow helped build a surviving community. It wasn't the life he'd imagined, but it was the one he had, and it was enough. The story didn't end on day 300. The coalition continued its grinding survival, facing new challenges and adapting constantly. Infected remained a persistent threat. Resources stayed scarce. Conflicts with other groups erupted regularly. Winter would come again and again, testing them each time. But they endured. They built, grew, learned, and survived. They raised children who'd never know the old world but would carry forward what could be preserved. They created new traditions, new laws, new ways of being human in a world that had fundamentally changed. Cliff knew he wouldn't live to see true recovery, if it ever came. 48 years old and exhausted, he'd be lucky to make it another decade in these conditions. But that was fine. He'd done his part, helped his people survive the worst, left behind knowledge and training for those who'd continue after him. Some nights he still took out Emma's photo, remembering better times. The image had faded to near blank, handled too often, but he didn't need the physical reminder. She lived in memory, driving him forward even after death. Every person he'd saved or protected or taught was a small redemption for the daughter he'd failed. The apocalypse had stripped away everything non-essential, revealing humanity at its most basic, capable of horrific violence and remarkable compassion, of selfish cruelty and selfless sacrifice. People were the same as they'd always been. Circumstances had just removed the comfortable illusions that hid fundamental nature. Cliff had learned what he was capable of in crisis: survival, violence, leadership, sacrifice. He'd become harder and colder than the highway patrol officer who'd stopped a CDC truck on a routine morning. But he'd also discovered reserves of determination and purpose he hadn't known existed. The sun set on day 300, with the coalition secure, fed, and functional. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, infected to eliminate, resources to find, conflicts to resolve. But they'd face those challenges together, drawing strength from community and shared purpose. Cliff sat on watch as darkness fell, his rifle across his lap, and contemplated the endless struggle ahead. The world had ended, but life continued, diminished but still fighting. They'd survived the impossible and would keep surviving day after day, until either they prevailed or finally succumbed. Either way, they'd proven something important, that humanity could endure even when civilization collapsed, that ordinary people could adapt, overcome, and build something new from ashes, that the human capacity for resilience exceeded even the worst disasters. It wasn't the world they'd wanted or the future they'd imagined, but it was real, earned through blood and loss and determination, and it was enough to justify the struggle, to honor the fallen, to give meaning to survival. The infected moaned in the distance, an endless reminder of what they'd lost and what threatened them still. But inside the fortified walls, people lived. Children learned. Stories were told. Hope persisted despite everything. And Cliff kept watch, as he would for whatever time remained, protecting the fragile flame of civilization from the darkness pressing against it. Not a hero, not a savior, just a survivor doing what needed to be done, one day at a time, until the end finally came, or somehow, impossibly, things got better. The story of humanity in the apocalypse wasn't about dramatic victories or miraculous salvation. It was about grinding persistence in the face of overwhelming odds. About ordinary people making impossible choices and learning to live with the consequences. About finding meaning in survival itself when everything else had been stripped away. Cliff embodied that story, transformed from routine authority into hardened survivor, from individual to community leader, from someone who enforced society's rules to someone who helped build society anew. His journey was everyone's journey, repeated across countless survivor communities, each struggling toward uncertain futures. As stars emerged in the darkening sky, Cliff felt a strange peace despite the circumstances. He'd found purpose in the ruins, community among the survivors, and reason to keep fighting. Emma was gone, the old world was gone, but life persisted, and in that persistence was a kind of victory. The watch continued, the struggle continued. The future remained uncertain but no longer impossible. They'd survived this long and would keep surviving, adapting to whatever came next, human resilience proving stronger than even the end of the world. That was the truth the apocalypse had taught, not that humanity was doomed or saved, but that survival itself was an act of defiance against chaos. Every day they endured was a small victory. Every person saved was redemption. Every child raised was hope made manifest. Cliff had stopped a CDC truck on day one and discovered hell inside. He'd watched civilization collapse, lost everything that mattered, been forced to become someone he'd never imagined. But he'd also helped hundreds survive, built something worth preserving, and found meaning in the hardest possible circumstances. As the night deepened and his watch continued, he accepted what he'd become, not a hero, just a survivor who refused to quit. And in that refusal was humanity's only real defense against extinction. The story ended not with resolution but continuation, endless struggle, persistent hope, and determination to see tomorrow despite everything that made tomorrow seem impossible. It was enough. It had to be enough. Because giving up meant humanity's final defeat. And Cliff wasn't ready to surrender. Not yet. Not ever. He'd keep watch, keep fighting, keep surviving until his last breath. And when he finally fell, others would take his place, continuing the eternal vigil against darkness. That was survival in the apocalypse, not victory, just refusal to stop trying. And in that refusal, humanity endured. Now let's move on to the next story. The basement of the Columbia Courthouse smelled like decades of institutional neglect mixed with industrial disinfectant, a scent that had become so familiar it no longer registered in his conscious mind. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, half of them flickering in that particular way that meant the ballasts were going bad again, casting shadows that jumped and stuttered across the beige concrete walls. He pushed the yellow mop bucket across the sealed floor, the wheels squeaking with each rotation, leaving trails of wet streaks behind him that would dry within 20 minutes if nobody walked through. The spill was near the holding cells, in the corridor that connected the basement detention area to the service elevator. Someone had called it in around 3 in the afternoon, said there was a mess that needed immediate attention. The dispatcher's voice had crackled through the radio clipped to his belt, describing it as a medical situation that had been cleaned up by the EMTs, but left residue that needed proper sanitizing. Standard procedure. He'd been doing this for 11 years, ever since he'd taken the civil service exam and landed the maintenance position. Good benefits, steady paycheck. Nobody bothered him much as long as the toilets worked and the floors stayed clean. He'd wheeled the bucket down the back stairs, past the mechanical room where the old boiler clanked and hissed, past the storage cages filled with county property and evidence boxes, down to the detention corridor. The spill was substantial, darker than he'd expected, spreading across maybe 6 feet of floor in an irregular pattern that suggested it had been more liquid when first deposited. Blood, definitely. He'd cleaned up enough of it over the years to know the particular brownish-red shade it took on as it dried, the way it got tacky and thick. He set down the bucket and pulled on his heavy rubber gloves, the yellow ones that went up past his wrists. From his cart he grabbed the biohazard spray bottle, the one filled with the hospital-grade disinfectant that could kill anything from hepatitis to HIV. Protocol said to spray first, let it sit for 10 minutes, then mop up with hot water and bag everything as medical waste. He'd done this same routine maybe 200 times. Bar fights that ended badly. Overdoses in the public bathrooms. Once, a man who'd cut his own wrists in a holding cell before anyone noticed he'd gotten hold of a piece of metal. The spray hissed as he coated the stain, watching the chemical foam up slightly where it made contact. The smell was sharp, almost acidic, cutting through the general basement mustiness. He set a timer on his phone and leaned against the wall, waiting. The corridor was quiet except for the distant sound of the ventilation system pushing air through the ductwork. Upstairs, the courthouse would be wrapping up for the day, clerks filing out, lawyers packing briefcases. The last few cases being continued until morning. Down here, it was always evening. Always the same dim light and cool air. That's when he heard it. A sound, low, almost subsonic, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of fluid. He straightened, looking around the corridor. The holding cells were empty. He could see through the small windows in each metal door. Nobody was scheduled for overnight detention. The EMTs had taken whoever had created this mess, transported them to the county hospital. That's what the dispatch had said. The sound came again, definitely a groan, wet and rattling. Hello? His voice echoed slightly in the concrete space. Nothing. He walked past the spill, peering into each cell window. Empty, empty, empty. All 6 cells vacant, bunks folded up against the walls, toilets gleaming dully in the overhead light. He reached the end of the corridor and turned back, frowning. Maybe the pipes. Old buildings made noises. The heating system kicking on could create sounds that seemed almost human if you weren't used to them. The timer on his phone chirped. 10 minutes. He returned to the spill and started mopping, working the wet strands of the mop head across the treated surface, pushing the diluted blood and chemical mixture into the bucket. The water turned pink, then deeper red, then brown. He wrung out the mop and went over the area again, checking for any remaining residue. The floor was old linoleum, installed probably in the 70s, and it had a texture that could trap material in its grain if you weren't thorough. The groan came again, louder this time, and it was definitely coming from behind him. He spun around, mop still in his hands, water dripping onto his work boots. The corridor was empty. His heart rate picked up slightly, that primal unease that came from hearing something you couldn't explain. He'd worked night shifts before. He'd been in this basement alone at 2 in the morning, fixing a burst pipe while the building settled and creaked around him. He wasn't afraid of the dark or prone to jumping at shadows, but this was different. This sounded deliberate, human. "If somebody's playing games, I'm not in the mood," he called out, his voice harder now, authoritative. "I've got work to finish." Silence. He finished mopping, sealed the wet waste in a red biohazard bag, and wiped down his equipment. The protocol required him to do a final inspection to make sure no biological material remained. He pulled a small flashlight from his belt and crouched down, shining the beam across the floor at an angle that would show any remaining moisture or staining. Clean. The disinfectant had done its job. He stood, knees popping slightly, feeling the familiar ache in his lower back that came from years of bending and lifting. As he loaded his equipment back onto the cart, he noticed something he'd missed before. On the wall next to where the spill had been, maybe 4 feet up, there was a smear, hand-shaped. 4 fingers and a thumb, clearly defined in the same brownish red as the floor stain, like someone had pressed their bloody palm against the concrete while trying to stand. He stared at it for a long moment, analyzing the pattern. The hand had been moving upward. Whoever left this mark had been on the ground and tried to push themselves vertical. The EMTs must have missed it in their rush to transport. He grabbed a rag and the spray bottle, climbed onto a step stool he kept on the bottom shelf of his cart, and started wiping. The print came away easily, still relatively fresh. He could see the individual ridges of the fingerprints in the smear, preserved in blood like some kind of grotesque evidence. The groan came again, and this time it was right behind him. He jerked, nearly falling off the step stool, catching himself against the wall. The flashlight clattered to the floor, rolling in a wide arc, beams spinning across the ceiling. He grabbed the edge of his cart to steady himself and turned. Still nothing. But now he could smell it. Something beyond the chemical disinfectant and the faint iron scent of blood. Something organic and wrong. Like meat left too long in a warm room. Like infection. "All right," he said aloud, more to hear his own voice than anything else. "That's enough." He packed up quickly, moving with the efficient economy of someone who'd done the same motions thousands of times. Mop secured in its holder. Bucket lifted and locked onto the cart's frame. Spray bottles returned to their designated spots. He grabbed the flashlight, checked that the biohazard bag was properly sealed, and pushed the cart toward the elevator at the far end of the corridor. The wheels squeaked in rhythm. Left, right, left, right. Behind him, something dragged across the floor. He stopped. The sound stopped. He took 3 steps forward. The dragging resumed, maintaining the same distance behind him. Every instinct told him not to look. To get in the elevator and ride up to the main floor and clock out and go home. But he'd spent 11 years in this building. He knew every corner of it. Every storage room and utility chase and crawl space. He wasn't going to be spooked by sounds he couldn't explain. He turned around slowly, deliberately, hands gripping the cart's handle. At the far end of the corridor, barely visible in the stuttering fluorescent light, something moved in the shadows near the holding cells. A shape, human-sized, hunched over, moving in a way that wasn't quite right, joints bending at angles that looked painful, lurching rather than walking. "Hey!" he called out, his voice not quite as steady as he wanted. "Cells are closed for the night. If you need help, there's officers upstairs." The shape kept coming, moving into better light. He could see it now. A man. Middle-aged, wearing what looked like a suit that had been torn and stained. The man's face was wrong. Pale, almost gray, with dark circles under the eyes that looked like bruises. The mouth hung open, slack, and that's where the groaning was coming from. A constant low sound that didn't stop for breath. "Sir, you need to stop right there," he said, taking a step backward. "I'm calling security." He reached for the radio on his belt, but his hands were still in the rubber gloves, slippery with disinfectant and diluted blood. His fingers fumbled with the clip. The man kept coming, that lurching, dragging gait bringing him closer. 20 feet, 15. The smell got worse, overwhelming the chemicals. It was the smell of the spill, he realized. This was the person who'd bled all over the floor. But the EMTs had taken him. Dispatch said he'd been transported. So how was he back down here? "Sir, I need you to stay back," he said, louder now, dropping the professional courtesy. "Stay back right now." 10 feet. The man's eyes were open but unfocused, looking through him rather than at him. The suit jacket was torn across the chest, and underneath he could see what looked like deep scratches or bite marks. The skin around them blackened and wrong. One arm hung at an odd angle, like the shoulder was dislocated, but the man didn't seem to notice or care. 5 feet. He could hear the man's breathing now, or what passed for breathing. Wet, labored, each inhalation catching on something in the throat. He grabbed the first thing his hand found on the cart, the mop. Wooden handle, heavy and solid. He pulled it free and held it horizontally in front of him like a barrier. "I'm warning you," he said, and his voice cracked slightly on the last word. The man reached for him, fingers curled into claws, moving with sudden speed that contradicted the lurching walk. He swung the mop handle, connecting with the man's reaching arms, pushing him back. The man stumbled but didn't fall, didn't even seem to register the impact. He came forward again immediately, that groaning sound rising in pitch, becoming almost hungry. He swung again, harder, catching the man across the chest. The impact made a solid thunk, the kind of sound that should have knocked someone backward or at least made them hesitate. The man grabbed the mop handle with both hands and pulled, yanking him forward. He held on, using his weight to resist, and they struggled in the narrow corridor, pushing against each other. This close, the smell was unbearable. Rot and copper, and something acidic, like bile. The man's mouth opened wider, teeth bared, lunging for his forearm. He jerked back, releasing the mop, and the man stumbled forward without the resistance. He grabbed his cart and shoved it forward with all his strength. The metal frame hit the man's center mass, the sharp corner catching him in the stomach, and this time he did go down, falling backward onto the floor with a heavy thud. But he didn't stay down, didn't curl up or grab his stomach or do any of the things a normal person would do after taking that kind of hit. He rolled onto his side and started pushing himself up immediately, arms scrabbling at the floor, legs kicking weakly. The groaning never stopped. He ran, not toward the elevator, which was too far and would take too long to arrive. Toward the emergency stairs, the narrow concrete stairwell that maintenance used to access the mechanical room. He hit the door at full speed, the crash bar slamming open, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Behind him, he heard the door bang open again, heard the dragging footsteps on concrete. He didn't look back. First landing, second, third. His lungs burned, his legs ached. He wasn't young anymore, wasn't in the kind of shape where running up 4 flights of stairs was easy. Fourth landing, the door to the main floor. He grabbed the handle and pushed, but it didn't budge. Locked, of course. Security locked all the stairwell doors from the inside at 5 p.m. You could exit but not enter, to prevent unauthorized access to the upper floors. He had keys, somewhere. In his pocket, attached to the ring with maybe 30 other keys, each one labeled with cryptic codes that only maintenance understood. Below him, the dragging footsteps echoed in the stairwell, getting closer. He fumbled with the key ring, hands shaking, trying to find the right one. Master for the upper floors, mechanical rooms, storage, elevator override, the small brass key for the stairwell doors. He jammed it into the lock and turned. The mechanism clicked. He shoved the door open and stumbled through into the courthouse lobby. The space was empty, lights dimmed for the night. The security desk sat vacant, computers on screensaver, spinning the county seal in slow circles. The metal detectors stood silent. Outside the tall windows that fronted the building, he could see the street lamps coming on, casting orange light across the courthouse steps. He let the door close behind him and engaged the deadbolt, hands still shaking. Through the small window in the door, he could see the stairwell. Empty. No sign of the man. The sound of dragging footsteps had stopped. He stood there for maybe 5 minutes, breathing hard, watching the window. Nothing moved in the stairwell. Gradually, his heart rate slowed. His hands stopped shaking. He looked down at himself and realized he was still wearing the rubber gloves, now spotted with something dark that might have been blood or might have been just dirt from the stairwell railing. He pulled out his radio and keyed the mic. "This is maintenance to security. Do you copy?" Static. "Security, this is maintenance in the main lobby. I need immediate assistance." More static, then a click and a voice, distant and distorted. "Maintenance, we copy. What's your status?" "I just got attacked in the basement by someone who should have been transported to the hospital. He's in the south stairwell, possibly still armed or dangerous. I need officers down here now." A pause. "Say again, maintenance? You were attacked?" "Yes, by a male subject, middle-aged, wearing a torn suit. He was violent and non-responsive to verbal commands. He's the same person who created the biohazard spill I was cleaning up. Check your dispatch logs." Another pause, longer this time. "Stand by, maintenance." He waited, still watching the stairwell door. The deadbolt was solid, institutional grade, but it was just a lock. If the man really wanted through, a few good kicks would probably do it. The radio crackled again. "Maintenance. We're showing that subject was transported to County General at 15:20 hours. He's not in the building." "Well, somebody needs to tell him that because I just fought him off in the basement corridor." "Maintenance, are you sure?" Could it have been someone else? He took a breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "I'm sure. Same man, same injuries. He's down there right now." "All right. We're sending someone to check it out." "Stay where you are." He stayed. He stood in the lobby, under the dimmed lights, watching the stairwell door and the front entrance and the corridor that led to the courtrooms. The building was so quiet he could hear the clock on the wall ticking, each second marked with a small mechanical click. Outside, traffic moved past on the street. Normal evening traffic, people going home from work, stopping for groceries, picking up kids from practice. Normal. After maybe 10 minutes, he saw flashlight beams in the corridor that led to the security office. 2 officers appeared, both in the standard navy blue uniforms, both with hands resting casually on their service weapons. He recognized them. Daniels and Wu. He'd worked with them both for years, fixed the coffee maker in their break room just last week. "Hey," Daniels said, approaching with the careful posture of someone trying to assess a situation. "You okay?" "Dispatch said you got into some kind of altercation." "Basement," he said, pointing toward the stairwell door. "I was cleaning up a spill, and the guy who made it came back. Attacked me. I had to run." Wu moved to the stairwell door and peered through the window. "You said he was violent?" "He grabbed my mop and tried to bite me." Both officers looked at him, then at each other. "Bite you?" Wu said. "Yes, actually tried to bite my arm, and he wouldn't stop. I hit him with the mop, shoved a cart into him, and he just kept coming. Didn't react to pain at all." Daniels frowned. "That sounds like PCP. Was he sweating? Making weird movements?" "No." He was cold. I got close enough to tell. And he smelled like... He tried to find the words. Like something dead. Another look between the officers. Wu keyed his radio. "Control, we're going to check the basement. Subject may be under the influence." "Copy that. Be advised, County General is calling back. They want to talk to you about that transport." Wu looked at him. "You want to show us where this happened?" He did not want to go back into that basement. Every instinct said to clock out, get in his car, and go home, but these were his colleagues, his building. He nodded. They went down together, the two officers in front with flashlights, him following with his radio and his key ring. The elevator ride seemed longer than usual. When the doors opened, the basement corridor was exactly as he'd left it. Yellow mop bucket on its side, water pooled on the floor, his cart against the far wall where he'd shoved it, the mop lying in the middle of the corridor. No man in a torn suit. They walked the length of the corridor, checking each holding cell, each utility closet, each corner where someone might hide. Nothing. The officers swept their flashlights across every surface, looking for signs of disturbance. They found the handprint on the wall where he'd cleaned it, still slightly damp from the disinfectant. They found the biohazard bag, sealed and sitting on his cart. They found his equipment scattered from when he'd run, but no person. Maybe he left, Wu said, examining the emergency exit at the far end of the basement. This door's not alarmed after hours, right? No, he said. Push bar opens it from the inside, leads to the parking garage. Daniels walked back to where the spill had been, crouching down to examine the floor. This is a lot of blood. Medical event? That's what dispatch said. I didn't see it happen. I just got called to clean it up. Wu's radio crackled. Unit 12, we have County General on the line. They're saying the subject you asked about expired approximately 1730 hours. They want to know why you're looking for him. The three of them stood in silence for a moment, the words hanging in the air. Expired. The hospital terminology for died. Dead at 1730 hours. That was 5:30 p.m. He checked his watch. It was now 6:15. That's not possible, he said. I saw him 20 minutes ago. Daniel stood up slowly. You sure it was the same guy? Positive. Same injuries, same torn suit. I saw the marks on his chest through the ripped fabric. The officers looked at each other again, and he could see the concern beginning to show on their faces. Wu keyed his radio. Control, can you get more details from the hospital? Cause of death? Anything unusual about the case? Stand by. They waited. He picked up his mop from the floor, returned it to the cart, started gathering his equipment mechanically, giving his hands something to do. The officers stood guard, scanning the corridor, hands still resting on their weapons. The radio crackled again. Unit 12, County General reports subject died from catastrophic blood loss secondary to traumatic injuries. They're saying the injuries were consistent with an animal attack. Multiple deep lacerations and what looked like bite marks. Wu frowned. In the courthouse? That's what we're trying to figure out. The incident occurred in holding cell 3 around 1500 hours. Subject was found unresponsive and transported immediately. Who else was in the cells at that time? Checking. Looks like we had 4 detainees during afternoon arraignment. 2 were released on bond, 2 were transported to county jail. Subject who died was arrested on a drunk and disorderly. He was alone in cell 3. Daniels walked to cell 3 and looked through the window. So he was alone, and something attacked him badly enough to cause fatal blood loss? Control, is there any security footage? Negative. Basement cameras have been out for maintenance. That's been on the work order for 2 weeks. All 3 of them looked at him. He held up his hands. I put in the requisition. They're supposed to ship the replacement DVR next week. It's not my fault the budget office takes forever. Wu keyed his radio again. What about the other detainees? Were any of them injured? Not according to the booking records. All 4 were processed as normal. Nothing unusual noted. They spent another 20 minutes searching the basement, finding nothing. Eventually, the officers made their report, logged it as a possible intruder who fled the scene, and told him to pack up and go home. They'd do extra patrols tonight. Keep an eye on the basement. If he saw anything else unusual, call immediately. He finished loading his cart, sealed the last of the biohazard materials, and took the elevator back to the maintenance office on the second floor. The small room was cluttered with tools, supplies, and paperwork. His time card sat in the rack by the door. He pulled it out, stamped it, and looked at the clock. 6:47 p.m. He'd stayed almost 2 hours past his shift. His hands were still shaking slightly as he stripped off the rubber gloves and threw them in the trash. He washed his hands twice in the utility sink, scrubbing hard enough to make the skin red. The smell of rot still lingered in his nostrils, probably just his imagination, but impossible to shake. He changed out of his work boots and into his street shoes, locked up his equipment, and headed for the parking garage. His car was on the third level, an old sedan that needed new brake pads and made a clicking sound when he turned left. He'd been meaning to fix it for months, but never found the time. He unlocked it, got in, and sat there for a moment with his hands on the steering wheel. The parking garage was mostly empty, just a few cars belonging to the night maintenance crew and the skeleton security staff. Overhead lights cast harsh shadows. Somewhere on a lower level, a ventilation fan hummed. He started the engine, checked his mirrors, and backed out of the space. As he drove toward the exit ramp, his headlights swept across the far corner of the level. For just a second, he thought he saw someone standing there in the shadows. A figure in torn clothing, face pale in the brief flash of light. But when he looked directly at the spot, nothing was there. Just concrete pillars and painted lines and the empty spaces where cars would park tomorrow. He drove home on autopilot, navigating the familiar streets without really seeing them. The radio played news. The announcer's voice, a steady drone of information that he didn't process. Something about the city council meeting. Something about the school board budget. Something about a few unusual incidents at County General. Patients becoming violent and having to be sedated. He lived in a small house on the east side, a neighborhood of working-class homes built in the 70s that were showing their age but still maintained. Small yards, chain-link fences, carports instead of garages. His house had blue aluminum siding that was fading to gray and needed to be replaced. The porch light was on a timer and clicked on as he pulled into the driveway. Inside, everything was as he'd left it that morning. Coffee cup in the sink, mail on the counter, the TV remote on the couch arm. He lived alone, had for 3 years now since the divorce. His daughter was away at college, called once a week, sent texts that he was never quite sure how to answer. The house was too big for one person, but too small to split up in a settlement, so he'd kept it. He microwaved leftovers for dinner, sat at the kitchen table, and tried to eat. His appetite was gone. He kept thinking about the man in the basement, the way he'd moved, the sounds he'd made, the smell, the complete lack of response to pain or verbal commands. PCP, like Daniels had suggested? Maybe. But that didn't explain why the hospital said he was dead. After forcing down half the meal, he turned on the TV. Local news. The anchor was talking about a developing situation at County General. The emergency room had been closed for the past 2 hours due to what they were calling an internal security matter. Several patients had become violent and had to be restrained. Hospital staff were working with police to manage the situation. No further details were available. He changed the channel. Different station, same story. Then another station. They were all covering it, each with slightly different angles. One reporter stood outside the hospital, showing footage of police cars in the parking lot. Another interviewed a doctor who looked exhausted and refused to go into specifics, just said they were dealing with unprecedented patient behaviors. His phone rang. He looked at the screen. The courthouse night supervisor. "Yeah?" he answered. "Hey, this is Patterson. I heard you had an incident tonight." That's one way to put it. "Listen, we're getting some weird calls from other agencies. County Jail says they had 3 inmates go berserk in the last hour. Had to lock down an entire pod. And state police just issued an alert about unusual emergency calls across the metro area." "Unusual how?" Violent disturbances, attacks, but the victims aren't responding like normal. They're describing it as... He paused. This sounds crazy, but they're describing it as people acting like they're rabid, biting, clawing, not responding to commands or pain. He felt something cold settle in his stomach. Like the guy in the basement. Yeah, like that. Look, I'm calling everyone in maintenance. I need you back here first thing tomorrow. We're going to lock down the building, secure all entry points. The sheriff's department wants us to be ready in case this spreads. In case what spreads? Whatever this is. They don't know yet. Could be drugs, could be some kind of outbreak. But if people start showing up here like what you saw, we need to be prepared. After he hung up, he sat on the couch and watched the news cycle through the same stories over and over. More incidents being reported. County General's emergency room was now completely closed. 3 other hospitals in the metro area were reporting similar issues. Police were asking people to stay home unless absolutely necessary. The governor was expected to make a statement within the hour. His phone buzzed with a text from his daughter. "Dad, are you seeing this news? Are you okay?" He typed back slowly with 2 fingers. "I'm fine. Stay at school. Don't come home right now." "Why? What's happening?" "Just stay there. I'll call you tomorrow." He didn't know what else to say. Didn't know how to explain that he'd been attacked by a dead man in the courthouse basement, that the officers who investigated found nothing, that the news was reporting strange violent incidents across the city. It sounded insane. It sounded like the beginning of a horror movie, not real life in a mid-sized American city on a Tuesday evening in October. The governor came on TV at 10 p.m. She stood at a podium, flanked by the state health director and the head of the state police. She looked tired, hair slightly disheveled, makeup not quite covering the stress lines around her eyes. "I'm declaring a state of emergency for the following counties," she began, reading from a prepared statement. "We're experiencing an outbreak of what appears to be a highly aggressive pathogen. The Centers for Disease Control have been notified and are en route. In the meantime, I'm ordering all residents to shelter in place. Do not go outside unless absolutely necessary. Lock your doors and windows. If someone approaches your property acting strangely or violently, do not engage. Call 911 immediately." She paused, looking directly at the camera. "I want to emphasize that we do not yet know the source of this outbreak or how it's transmitted. We're working with health officials to determine that. But the most important thing you can do right now is stay inside and stay safe. We will provide updates as more information becomes available." Questions erupted from the assembled reporters. The governor pointed to someone off camera. "Governor, are you saying this is like a disease? Is it contagious?" "We believe it may be transmitted through direct contact with infected individuals, particularly through bites or scratches. We're still gathering data. How many people are infected? We don't have exact numbers yet, but we're seeing cases reported across a 7-county area with the highest concentration here in the metro region. Is this terrorism? A biological attack? We have no evidence to suggest that at this time. Are people dying?" A long pause. "Yes, we have confirmed fatalities associated with this outbreak." The questions continued, but he stopped listening. Confirmed fatalities, transmitted through bites. He looked at his forearm, the one the man had lunged at, tried to bite. The rubber glove had protected him. If he'd been a second slower, if the man had connected. He checked all the locks on his doors. Front door, back door, sliding glass door to the tiny patio. All secure. Then he went through the house and checked every window. Most were old, single-pane glass with simple latches, not exactly fortresses. He'd never worried about security before. This was a decent neighborhood, low crime. People looked out for each other. But tonight, for the first time in 3 years of living alone, he felt genuinely afraid in his own home. He tried to sleep but couldn't. Every sound made him jump. The refrigerator compressor kicking on, the house settling, a car driving past on the street. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, playing the events of the evening over and over in his mind. The groaning, the smell, the way the man had moved, joints not quite right, reaching with those clawed hands. Around 2 a.m., he heard sirens, close, multiple vehicles. He got up and looked out the bedroom window that faced the street. Emergency lights flashed red and blue on the houses, moving past in a procession. Ambulance, police, another ambulance, fire truck. They were heading west toward the commercial district. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. Text from Patterson. Power grid just failed in the northwest quadrant. They're saying it might be related to the outbreak. People breaking into substations. Stay inside and don't come to work until you hear from me. He sent back an acknowledgement and returned to the window. More sirens in the distance. A helicopter passed overhead, spotlight sweeping across the neighborhood. On the street, porch lights were on in every house, families probably doing the same thing he was doing, watching and waiting and trying to understand what was happening. His neighbor, an elderly woman who lived alone with her cats, came out onto her porch wearing a bathrobe and slippers. She looked up and down the street, then went back inside quickly, slamming the door. He could see her through the front window, moving through her house, turning on all the lights. Another text. This one from Daniels, the officer from the courthouse. Hey man, Wu got bit. He's in the ER at St. Mary's. They won't let me see him. Hospital is going crazy. If you got any scratches from that guy earlier, get checked now. His stomach dropped. Wu got bit. When? They'd been in the basement together, but the man was already gone by then, unless he hadn't been gone, unless he'd been hiding, waiting. He texted back. When did it happen? About 11 p.m. We were checking the courthouse again, and he was in the parking garage. Wu thought he saw someone and went to investigate. I was on the other side of the structure. I heard him yell, and when I got there, he was on the ground, and someone was on top of him. I pulled them off, and the guy ran into the stairwell. Wu's arm was bleeding bad. Was it the same guy from earlier? I couldn't tell. It was dark, but it was someone in torn clothes who moved wrong, just like you said. Is Wu going to be okay? The response took a long time. I don't know. They're saying anyone who gets bit gets sick real fast, like within hours. They're trying antibiotics, but nothing's working. He sat on the edge of his bed, phone in his hands, watching the screen for more updates. None came. He tried to sleep again and managed maybe an hour before the helicopter woke him, lower this time, circling the area with its spotlight sweeping in systematic patterns. Day 2 started with the sound of breaking glass somewhere down the street. He woke fully alert, heart already racing, and moved to the window. Dawn was just beginning, the sky that particular shade of purple-gray that came right before sunrise. The helicopter was still circling, and down the street, maybe 6 houses away, someone had broken the front window of a home. He could see the shattered glass glinting on the lawn. A figure moved inside the darkened house, then another. They were too far away to see clearly, but their movements were wrong. That same lurching, unsteady gait he'd seen in the courthouse basement. His phone rang. Patterson again. Don't come to work, the supervisor said without preamble. Sheriff's Department is commandeering the courthouse as an emergency operations center. They don't need civilians getting in the way. What about our equipment? Our supplies? Leave it. It's not worth risking your life. Have you been watching the news? Some. I was trying to sleep. Don't sleep. Stay alert. This thing is spreading fast. They're saying anyone who dies from it comes back. I know how that sounds, but I'm watching it happen right now. I'm at the EOC and they're bringing in bodies that won't stay dead. They bite the EMTs get sick and die, and then they come back too. He processed the words, trying to make them fit into a rational framework. You're saying it's like a virus that reanimates corpses. I'm saying I don't know what it is, but that's what's happening. The military is supposed to arrive by noon. Until then, we're on our own. So stay inside, lock everything, and if anyone approaches your house acting strange, don't let them in. Don't try to help them. Just call 911. After the call ended, he stood at the window and watched the sun come up. The two figures in the broken house were now visible, backlit by the interior lights that someone had left on. They moved through the rooms with no apparent purpose, bumping into furniture, stopping to stare at nothing, then moving again. One of them was smaller, possibly a child. More sirens, more helicopters, and now gunfire, distant but unmistakable. Pop, pop, pop. Then a longer burst, automatic weapon. He'd never been in the military, never owned a gun, could barely tell the difference between calibers. But he knew the sound of shooting. His neighbor's front door opened. The elderly woman stepped out onto her porch again, still in her bathrobe, holding a small dog in her arms. She looked directly at his house and cupped her hand around her mouth. "Can you hear me?" He opened his front door but stayed behind the security screen. "Yeah, I can hear you." "What's happening? Why are people breaking windows?" "I don't know. The news says to stay inside. I need to get my medication. It's at the pharmacy. Don't go. It's not safe. But I need it. I have heart problems if I don't take my pills." Before he could respond, one of the figures from the broken house stumbled into the street. Now that it was in full light, he could see it clearly. A man, probably in his 40s, wearing pajama bottoms and no shirt. His chest was covered in dark stains. His face was gray, mouth open, same slack expression he'd seen on the man in the courthouse. The man turned toward the elderly woman's house, head tilting like an animal catching a scent. "Get inside," he called out. "Right now." She saw the figure and froze. The dog in her arms started barking, high-pitched and frantic. The man in the street changed direction, moving toward the sound. His pace increased, that lurching walk becoming faster, more purposeful. "Inside!" he shouted. "Now!" She turned and rushed back into her house, but she was old and slow. The man reached her front fence before she made it to the door. He grabbed the chain link and started climbing, movements clumsy but persistent. She disappeared inside and slammed the door. The dog kept barking. The man cleared the fence and stumbled across the lawn, still heading for the sound. He stood behind his security screen, watching, feeling absolutely useless. "Call 911, Patterson had said. He grabbed his phone and dialed. Busy signal. He tried again. Same thing. The emergency system was overwhelmed. The man reached the elderly woman's front door and started pounding on it with both fists. The sound echoed in the quiet morning. Bang, bang, bang. Steady, mechanical, not stopping. The dog's barking became more frenzied. Inside the house, he could see the woman moving past windows, probably trying to find a phone, trying to call for help like he was. Then the second figure emerged from the broken house, the child-sized one. It moved into the street, and he could see now it was a girl, maybe 12 years old, wearing a nightgown that was stained dark across the front. Her hair hung in her face. She followed the same path the man had taken, heading for the elderly woman's house, drawn by the barking. He made a decision he would question later. He went to his small utility room, the one where he kept his personal tools, separate from the courthouse equipment. He grabbed a claw hammer and a screwdriver. Not much as weapons, but better than nothing. He opened his front door and stepped outside. The morning air was cool, smelling like autumn. Somewhere a car alarm was going off. The helicopter circled overhead. He walked across his lawn to the street, then crossed to his neighbor's property. The man was still pounding on the front door, oblivious to anything except the sound of the barking dog. The girl was climbing the fence now, small hands gripping the chain link, moving with the same mechanical persistence. "Hey!" he called out. "Over here!" Neither of them responded. They couldn't hear him over the dog's barking, or they didn't care. He moved closer. 10 feet. 5. The smell hit him. That same wrought and copper combination from the courthouse. Up close, he could see the man's injuries more clearly. Deep gouges across the chest and neck, the kind of wounds that should have been fatal. Dried blood crusted around them. The skin had a waxy, dead quality. He raised the hammer, then hesitated. This was a person. Sick, yes. Violent, yes. But still a person. You didn't just hit people with hammers. The girl finished climbing the fence and dropped onto the lawn. She turned toward him, and for a moment their eyes met. Hers were clouded, milky white covering the irises. She opened her mouth, and that groaning sound came out, wet and rattling. Then she came at him, moving with shocking speed for someone so small. He swung the hammer instinctively, catching her in the shoulder. She stumbled but didn't stop, grabbing for his arms. He pushed her back, got the screwdriver up between them, and she impaled herself on it, the blade sinking into her chest somewhere near the sternum. She didn't react, didn't scream or cry or show any sign of pain, just kept trying to reach him, mouth opening and closing. He jerked the screwdriver free and swung the hammer again, this time connecting with her head. The impact made a sound he would never forget, a wet crack that dropped her immediately. She fell to the grass and lay still. He stood over her, breathing hard, hammer still raised. She was a child, had been a child. Now she was something else. The wound in her chest didn't bleed much, just a thick dark ooze that looked more like oil than blood. The man at the door had heard or sensed the commotion. He turned away from the door and looked directly at him. Then he charged, crossing the lawn in that lurching run. No hesitation, no strategy, just direct animal aggression. He set his feet and swung the hammer as the man reached him, connected with the side of the head. The man went down sideways, hitting the grass hard. He stepped back, waiting to see if the man would get up. The man rolled onto his stomach and started pushing up with his arms. The side of his head was caved in, bone visible through the torn skin, but he was still moving, still trying to stand. He hit him again, and again, and again, until the man stopped moving and something dark and wrong leaked out onto the grass. His hands were shaking. The hammer felt impossibly heavy. He dropped it and stepped back, staring at what he'd done. 2 bodies on his neighbor's lawn. He'd killed them. Self-defense? Yes. But killed them. The man was probably someone's husband or father. The girl was someone's daughter. The elderly woman opened her front door, still holding the dog, which had finally stopped barking. She looked at the bodies, then at him, her face pale. "Thank you," she said quietly. He couldn't respond, couldn't find words. He walked back to his house on numb legs, went inside, locked the door, and stood in the entryway trying to stop shaking. His clothes were spotted with dark fluid. His hands were covered in it. He went to the bathroom and washed them, scrubbing hard, watching the water turn dark as it swirled down the drain. The news was calling it a pandemic now. The anchors looked scared, reading from scripts that kept being updated in real time. The CDC had confirmed it was a pathogen that attacked the nervous system, causing death followed by reanimation. The reanimated retained basic motor function but lost all higher brain activity, becoming driven purely by aggression and hunger. They were attracted to sound and movement. They felt no pain. They could only be stopped by destroying the brain. The terminology was clinical, trying to maintain scientific detachment, but everyone knew what they were really describing. The word nobody wanted to say on TV, the word from movies and video games and comic books, zombies. By noon, the military had not arrived. The governor made another statement explaining that units were being deployed across multiple states, all dealing with the same crisis. Resources were stretched thin. Local law enforcement and National Guard units were doing their best, but the infection was spreading faster than they could contain it. The power went out at 2 p.m. The TV died mid-sentence. The refrigerator stopped humming. The digital clocks all went dark. He stood in the sudden silence of his house and realized how much ambient noise modern life created. Without electricity, He could hear everything. The wind in the trees, dogs barking blocks away, distant gunfire, and closer, too close, the sound of breaking glass as more windows shattered up and down the street. He went through his house systematically, doing an inventory. Flashlights, batteries, candles, matches. He had a camping lantern in the garage from a fishing trip years ago. He found it, checked that it still worked. In the kitchen, he cataloged food, canned goods, rice, pasta, maybe 2 weeks if he rationed carefully. Water was the bigger concern. 3 bottles of drinking water. The tap still worked for now, but once the water treatment plants lost power, he filled every container he could find. Pots, pans, the bathtub, plastic storage bins. When he was done, he'd collected maybe 40 gallons. Not enough. Never enough. His work training kicked in, the years of maintaining a building teaching him to think systematically about infrastructure. Water came from the city reservoir, pumped through treatment plants, distributed through underground pipes. Without electricity, the pumps would fail. The water towers would drain, maybe 24 hours before the taps ran dry. Sewage was gravity-fed in most areas, so toilets would probably still flush for a while. But without treatment, everything would back up eventually. Disease, contamination. All the invisible systems that kept civilization running were failing. He thought about the courthouse, built to modern codes with emergency generators and redundant systems. It would have power, at least for a while. Water, too, from its own well. The sheriff's department knew that, which is why they'd commandeered it. It was probably packed with people now, refugees from the surrounding area, all looking for safety. His phone battery was at 40% and dropping. No way to charge it. He powered it down to save what remained. Before he did, he checked for messages. Nothing from his daughter. He typed out a text. "I love you. Stay safe. Don't trust anyone who looks sick." He hit send and watched the little wheel spin, trying to connect. After a minute, it failed. Message not delivered. The cell network was down. He was alone. The rest of the day passed in a state of hypervigilance. He moved from window to window, watching the street. More people emerged from houses, some running, some walking with that telltale lurching gait. Gunfire increased in frequency and volume. The helicopters disappeared around 4 p.m., probably running low on fuel with no place to refuel. The sky, usually crisscrossed with contrails from commercial flights, was empty. At dusk, fires started. Orange glows on the horizon in multiple directions. Without fire departments responding, the blazes spread unchecked. He could smell smoke on the wind. His neighbor, the elderly woman, came to his door as the light faded. She looked worse than in the morning, face drawn and pale. "I'm sorry to bother you," she said through the security screen, "but I think I need to leave. Those things keep coming. I've had to push furniture against my door, and I'm almost out of water." He hesitated. Every survival instinct said to keep the door closed, to not let anyone in. But this was his neighbor, a woman who'd waved to him every morning for 3 years, who'd brought him cookies at Christmas, who'd never done anything except be kind. "Where will you go?" he asked. "The community center. I heard on the radio before the power went out that they're setting up an emergency shelter there. That's 8 blocks away. You won't make it on foot. I have my car. Does it have gas?" She paused. "Half a tank." He thought about it. 8 blocks through city streets with infected roaming everywhere. Even in a car, it was risky. But staying here wasn't much better. The house was wood frame construction, single-pane windows, hollow core doors, not defensible, and she was right about the water. "Okay," he said. "Give me 5 minutes to pack some things. We'll take my car. It has more gas." He grabbed a duffel bag and started filling it. Water bottles, canned food, his tools, a change of clothes, first aid kit. He moved quickly, not letting himself think too much about what he was doing. The courthouse had supplies, had security, had thick walls and solid doors. That's where they needed to go. He helped his neighbor load her essentials into the back seat. She had 2 cats in carriers, a small suitcase, a bag of medication bottles, and photo albums. He didn't argue about the albums. People needed things that mattered, even if they weren't practical. They got in the car, locked the doors, and he started the engine. The brake pads squealed as he backed out of the driveway. The clicking sound when he turned was louder than usual. He made a mental note to check the CV joint if they survived the next hour. The street was chaos. 3 houses were fully engulfed in flames. Bodies lay scattered on lawns and sidewalks, some moving weakly, others still. A man stood in the middle of the street, turning in circles like he was looking for something, arms hanging at odd angles. He saw the car and started moving toward them. The woman whimpered, clutching one of the cat carriers. He pressed the accelerator and swerved around the man, clipping a trash can that rolled into the street. In the rearview mirror, he saw the man stumble but keep coming, following the sound of the engine. Then he turned the corner and the man disappeared from view. The next street was worse. A car had crashed into a telephone pole, front end crumpled, windshield spiderwebbed. The driver's door hung open. Multiple figures clustered around the wreck, bent over something in the road. They looked up as his headlights swept across them, faces smeared dark. Then they started toward the car. He accelerated, running a red light at the intersection. Behind them, the figures gave chase for maybe half a block before giving up, not fast enough to keep pace. "Oh God," his neighbor whispered. "Oh God, oh God." "It's okay," he said, though nothing was okay. "We're almost there." The community center was 5 blocks ahead. He navigated using side streets, avoiding main roads where he could see larger groups of infected gathered. The courthouse was downtown, another mile past the community center. Every instinct said to keep driving, to head for the security of reinforced walls and armed deputies. But he'd promised to take her to the shelter. The community center parking lot was packed with vehicles, people streaming in through the main entrance carrying bags and children and whatever possessions they'd grabbed. Volunteers with flashlights directed traffic, shouting instructions. Someone had set up battery-powered work lights at the entrance, creating an island of illumination in the growing darkness. He pulled up near the door and helped his neighbor out. She gathered her cats and her bags, moving with the determined focus of someone who'd decided not to think about what she was doing. "Thank you," she said, "for everything. You saved my life this morning." "Good luck," he replied, because he couldn't think of anything else to say. She disappeared into the crowd, swallowed by the mass of frightened people all looking for safety in numbers. He sat in the car, engine idling, watching the scene. So many people, all crammed into one building with no real security, no long-term supplies, no plan beyond tonight. It was a death trap. When the infected found it, when they were drawn by the noise and the lights and the smell of so many humans packed together, it would be a massacre. He put the car in drive and headed for the courthouse. The downtown streets were less crowded, most people having fled or barricaded themselves in buildings. He passed a hospital where the ambulance bay was filled with overturned gurneys and what looked like bodies in white coats. A grocery store with every window smashed, interior dark and ransacked. A church where someone had written, "The end is here," in red paint across the white facade. The courthouse came into view, floodlights illuminating the classical facade. Barricades had been erected around the perimeter, concrete barriers and police cars parked nose to tail. He could see figures moving on the steps, people in tactical gear with rifles. As he approached, someone stepped out and raised a hand, signaling him to stop. He rolled down the window. The person was a sheriff's deputy, face hidden behind a tactical mask. "Courthouse is closed," the deputy said. "Emergency personnel only." "I work here." "Maintenance. Patterson called me in." "You have ID?" He pulled out his wallet and showed his employee badge. The deputy examined it with a flashlight, then keyed a radio. After a brief conversation, the deputy nodded. "Pull through the barrier and park in the garage. Report to the main lobby. Someone will meet you there." The concrete barriers had been arranged with a small gap that he squeezed through, scraping the undercarriage on the curb. The parking garage was lit by portable generators, harsh white light that created stark shadows. He parked on the first level and got out, grabbing his duffel bag from the passenger seat. The walk to the lobby felt surreal, his footsteps echoing in the concrete structure. He passed the spot where Wu had been attacked, noticed dark stains on the floor that nobody had cleaned. He took the stairs instead of the elevator, some paranoid instinct making him want to know the route, to have an escape path mapped. The main lobby was transformed. Desks had been pushed against the walls. Maps were spread across the security station. Radio equipment was set up in clusters, operators speaking in low voices. Maybe 30 people moved through the space, some in uniform, others in civilian clothes. He recognized several county officials, the emergency management director, 2 judges still wearing their robes. Patterson appeared from a side corridor, looking like he hadn't slept. His eyes were red-rimmed, his usually neat hair sticking up at odd angles. "Glad you made it," Patterson said, shaking his hand. "We need everyone we can get. The basement is being set up as a secure medical area. They need someone who knows the mechanical systems to make sure ventilation is working properly." "What about the infection? Is it safe down there?" "As safe as anywhere. We've been checking everyone who comes in for bites or signs of illness. Anyone who's infected gets quarantined on the 3rd floor until..." He trailed off. "Until what?" "Until they die in turn. Then we put them down. There's no cure, no treatment. Best we can do is keep them contained so they don't infect others." They walked to the basement together, Patterson filling him in on the situation. The courthouse was now home to approximately 200 people, a mix of government officials, law enforcement, and civilians who had connections or arrived before the lockdown. Food was rationed from the cafeteria stores, enough for maybe a week. Water came from the building's well, which had its own generator backup. The biggest problem was defense. The building wasn't designed to be a fortress. Too many windows, too many entry points. They'd reinforced what they could, but if a large group of infected attacked simultaneously, the barricades wouldn't hold. The basement was organized chaos. Cots had been set up in the corridor outside the holding cells. Medical supplies were stacked in the maintenance office. A doctor and 2 nurses worked on setting up an IV station using equipment scavenged from a nearby clinic. The holding cells themselves were empty for now, but the doors were open and ready. That's where they'd put the infected once they turned. "Check the ventilation system," Patterson told him. "Make sure air is flowing properly. Last thing we need is everyone getting sick from poor air quality." He spent the next 3 hours working, checking ducts, replacing filters, making sure the emergency generator feeding the basement had adequate fuel. It was mindless work, familiar, letting him focus on problems that had solutions. Adjustable wrench here, screwdriver there, everything had a proper tool and a proper method. While he worked, he overheard conversations. The sheriff's department was down to maybe 20 deputies, the rest either dead, turned, or deserted. The National Guard unit that was supposed to arrive had been redirected to the capital, where things were even worse. Communications were sporadic. The emergency radio network was overloaded. The governor had evacuated to an undisclosed location. Nobody was in charge in any meaningful way. Each location was on its own. Around midnight, someone brought him food. A sandwich, an apple, a bottle of water. He ate mechanically, tasting nothing. His hands were dirty, covered in grease from the mechanical work, but he ate anyway. Proper hygiene was already a luxury. He found an empty cot in the corner of the basement and tried to sleep. The lights stayed on, people moving constantly, radios crackling. But exhaustion overwhelmed his senses and he drifted off, the hammer he'd used that morning tucked under the pillow. He dreamed of the courthouse basement, of cleaning up the spill, of the groaning sound. In the dream, when he turned around, everyone he knew was standing in the corridor. His ex-wife, his daughter, Patterson Daniels and Wu, all of them with gray faces and clouded eyes, reaching for him with bloody hands. He woke up gasping, sweat-soaked, and found the basement exactly as he'd left it. People sleeping on cots, nurses checking IVS radio chatter. Day 3 began with a scream. Someone on the 3rd floor had turned during the night. The guards had been slow to respond, and the infected had bitten 2 other people before being restrained. Now all 3 were locked in one of the jury rooms, doors barricaded from the outside, while officials argued about what to do. Putting down the first one was bad enough. Executing 2 people who were still technically alive but showing signs of infection was something else entirely. He stood in the basement, listening to the argument filter down through the ventilation system. One voice said they had to do it now, before all 3 turned and became harder to manage. Another voice said they had to wait until symptoms progressed, until there was no doubt. A third voice said they should try something, anything, some medication that might slow the infection. The screaming started around 8 a.m. One of the newly infected had turned, then the second. The guards went in with riot shields and batons. The sounds that came through the vents were awful, echoing in the concrete stairwell. Shouting, impacts. Finally, gunshots. 2 sharp cracks that silenced everything else. Patterson found him in the mechanical room, pretending to check the water pressure. "We need to talk about rationing," Patterson said without preamble. "The cafeteria stores are running low faster than expected, too many people eating too much. We need to organize scavenging runs into the surrounding area." "That's not maintenance work." "No, but you know every commercial building within 6 blocks. You've done service calls at most of them. You know which ones have cafeterias, which ones have vending machines, which ones might have supplies we can use." He did know. Years of maintenance work throughout downtown had given him a mental map of every building, every service entrance, every loading dock. "The grocery store on 5th Street had a storage area in the basement," he said. "Industrial kitchen supplier on 7th. A hotel on Main with a restaurant that probably has food in the freezers, though with no power it's all spoiling by now." "Can you lead a team? Show them the locations, help them access the buildings?" He didn't want to. Wanted to stay in the courthouse, in the basement, doing familiar work that didn't involve going outside where the infected wandered. But he nodded anyway, because refusing wasn't really an option. They assembled a team of 6, 2 sheriff's deputies with rifles, 2 volunteers from the courthouse staff, young guys who worked in the clerk's office, Patterson and him. They geared up in the garage, everyone checking equipment. He brought his tools, his keys, his knowledge of the buildings. The deputies brought weapons and tactical gear. Everyone brought fear, unspoken but visible in the tension around eyes and mouths. They rolled out at 10 a.m. using 2 vehicles, a sheriff's SUV with ram bars and reinforced doors, his personal sedan, because they needed the trunk space for supplies. Patterson drove the sedan with him in the passenger seat. They took a route he mapped out, avoiding major streets, using alleys and delivery roads he knew from maintenance routes. The city was dead. Not in the metaphorical sense. Actually dead. Bodies lay everywhere, some still, others moving with that telltale lurch. Fires burned unchecked in multiple locations. Cars were abandoned in intersections, some with doors open and keys still in the ignition. Windows were broken in every storefront. The morning sun illuminated scenes of total societal collapse. They reached the grocery store on 5th Street without incident. The building was a squat concrete structure built in the 60s, designed for utility over aesthetics. The front entrance was destroyed, glass and metal twisted, shopping carts scattered across the parking lot. But the service entrance in the rear, the one that led to the receiving dock, was intact. He used his master key ring, trying combinations until he found one that fit. The door opened with a scrape of metal on concrete. They entered carefully, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The smell hit them immediately, rotting food. The power had been out for over 24 hours, and everything in the refrigerated sections had begun to spoil. The storage area was in the basement, accessed by a freight elevator or stairs. They took the stairs, moving slowly, checking corners. At the bottom, they found rows of metal shelving filled with dry goods: rice, beans, pasta, canned vegetables, bottled water. The volunteers started loading boxes onto hand trucks they'd brought from the courthouse. The deputies stood guard at the stairwell entrance, rifles ready. They worked for maybe 20 minutes, making 2 trips up to the vehicles. On the 3rd trip down, they heard movement on the upper floor. Shuffling footsteps. More than one person. "We've got company," one of the deputies said quietly. They hurried, grabbing whatever was closest: a case of canned soup, 5-pound bags of rice, bottled water. The footsteps got closer. Then the groaning started, that wet rattling sound filtering down through the stairwell. "Time to go," Patterson said. They moved toward the stairs, laden with supplies. The first infected appeared at the top of the stairwell, backlit by the dim light from above. An older woman in a supermarket uniform, name tag still pinned to her vest. She saw them and lurched forward, descending the stairs in a controlled fall. The deputy fired. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space, reverberating off concrete walls. The woman's head snapped back and she fell, tumbling down the remaining stairs to land in a heap at the bottom. "Go, go, go!" the deputy shouted. They rushed past the body, up the stairs, through the rear entrance. More infected were appearing from inside the store, drawn by the gunshot. Maybe a dozen, filtering out through the broken front entrance, turning toward the service area. The team threw supplies into the vehicles and piled in. Patterson started the sedan and reversed hard, clipping a dumpster. The SUV followed, tires squealing. As they pulled away, he looked back at the store. The infected weren't chasing, couldn't move fast enough, but they were everywhere, filling the parking lot, turning in the direction of the engine noise. The gunshot had been like ringing a dinner bell. The hotel on Main Street was easier. It was taller, 12 stories, and the infected seemed to have trouble with stairs. They cleared the lobby, finding it empty except for abandoned luggage and front desk computers still showing screensavers. The restaurant kitchen was on the 2nd floor, accessed by a service elevator that still worked, powered by the building's emergency generator. The freezers were a gold mine: meat, vegetables, prepared meals, all frozen solid. They loaded everything they could carry, working quickly, aware that their time was limited. Every minute outside the courthouse was a minute where something could go wrong. On the way out, Patterson paused at the hotel's gift shop. It had been ransacked, shelves overturned, products scattered. But in the back, in a locked storage closet he pried open with a crowbar, they found cases of bottled water and snacks intended for restocking the minibars. "This is good," Patterson said, loading boxes onto a cart. "This buys us another week at least." The return trip to the courthouse was uneventful until they were 2 blocks away. A group of people, living people, emerged from a building and flagged them down. Maybe 15 adults and a handful of children, all looking desperate and exhausted. Patterson stopped the car. The SUV behind them stopped as well. One of the group's members, a middle-aged man in torn business casual clothes, approached the driver's window. "Are you from the courthouse?" the man asked. "Yes," Patterson said. "Can we come with you?" "We've been hiding here for 2 days. We're out of food. We have children." Patterson looked at him, silently asking the question. There was room in the vehicles. Barely. And the courthouse was already over capacity. More people meant more mouths to feed, more potential for infection, more complications. But they were children. He could see them through the broken window of the building the group had emerged from. Small faces, scared faces, holding on to their parents. "Yeah," he said quietly. "We'll take them." They crammed people into both vehicles, children on laps, adults pressed shoulder to shoulder. The sedan suspension groaned under the weight. They made it back to the courthouse, pulled into the garage, and unloaded both people and supplies. The sheriff's lieutenant in charge of security was not happy about the new arrivals. "We're already maxed out," she said, confronting Patterson in the lobby. "We can't take on more people." "They have kids," Patterson replied. "We all have kids." "That doesn't change our resource situation. We brought back supplies, a week's worth at least, which will last maybe 4 days if we keep adding people." She turned to him. "This is your fault. You should have kept driving." He didn't argue. She was right. Every rational calculation said to leave them behind. But rational calculations didn't account for looking at a 6-year-old child and driving away. The new arrivals were processed through the same quarantine screening as everyone else, checked for bites and scratches, isolated for observation for 6 hours to see if symptoms developed. They all passed. That evening they were integrated into the general population, assigned cots in hallways, given food rations. One of the new arrivals was a doctor, a pediatrician who'd been trapped at her clinic when the outbreak started. She immediately went to work in the basement medical area, helping with the growing number of minor injuries and illnesses. Another was an engineer who knew about water treatment and filtration. He began working on extending the courthouse's water supply by capturing rainwater from the roof. Maybe bringing them had been the right call after all. Day 4 brought the first organized attack. Around noon, someone on the perimeter spotted a group approaching from the east. Not infected, living people. Maybe 20 of them, armed with a mix of firearms and improvised weapons. They stopped at the barricade and called out, asking to speak with whoever was in charge. The sheriff's lieutenant went out with 2 deputies as backup. He watched from the lobby windows as they negotiated. It was hard to hear everything, but the gist was clear. The group wanted access to the courthouse. They had injured people who needed medical care. They had children. They were willing to work, to contribute, to follow rules. They just needed safety. The lieutenant said no. The courthouse was full. They didn't have resources to spare. The group should head to the community center or one of the other emergency shelters. The group's leader, a tall man with a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, argued. The community center had fallen, overrun by infected during the night. Everyone there was dead or worse. The courthouse was the only secure location left in this part of the city. The lieutenant said no again, more firmly, told them to leave. The negotiation turned into a confrontation, voices rising. One of the group members pointed his weapon at the lieutenant. The deputies raised theirs in response. The standoff lasted maybe 30 seconds, both sides with fingers on triggers. Then the group's leader lowered his rifle and walked away, calling his people to follow. They retreated down the street, disappearing around a corner. "That's going to be a problem," Patterson said, standing next to him at the window. "They'll find somewhere else," he replied, not believing it. "No. They'll come back, probably tonight, and they'll try to take the courthouse by force." Patterson was right. Around 2 a.m., the attack came. Not a siege. A raid. Fast and violent. The group approached from multiple directions simultaneously, using the darkness and the buildings for cover. They opened fire on the barricades, pinning down the deputies. Then a separate team tried to force entry through the parking garage, using a stolen delivery truck as a battering ram. The truck smashed through the first barrier, crumpling the concrete blocks. Alarms blared, people screamed. The defenders returned fire, muzzle flashes strobing in the darkness. He grabbed his hammer and a large pipe wrench, the only weapons he had, and ran toward the garage with a group of other volunteers. The truck had gotten stuck on the second barrier, high-centered on the concrete. People were pouring out of the back, climbing over the cab, rushing toward the entrance. Deputies fired from elevated positions, using the garage's support pillars for cover. Attackers fell, but others kept coming. He reached the garage entrance and took position behind a concrete planter. The attackers were focused on the deputies, not noticing the volunteers flanking from the side. One man ran past his position, carrying a crowbar, heading for the interior doors. He stepped out and swung the pipe wrench, catching the man in the back of the head. The attacker went down hard. Another attacker saw him and changed direction, raising a pistol. He dove behind the planter as shots cracked into the concrete. Fragments stung his face. He stayed low, waiting for a break in the firing. When it came, he looked out and saw the attacker reloading, fumbling with a magazine. He threw the pipe wrench like a tomahawk. It spun through the air and hit the man in the chest. Not hard enough to do real damage, but hard enough to knock him backward. A deputy's shot finished what he'd started. The fight lasted maybe 10 minutes, though it felt like hours. When it was over, 5 attackers were dead. 3 more were wounded and disarmed. The rest had retreated into the city. The courthouse defenders had 2 dead and 4 wounded, including 1 deputy who'd taken a bullet in the shoulder. They dragged the bodies away from the entrance and reinforced the barricades with additional barriers, set up better defensive positions, posted more guards. The wounded attackers were treated by the doctor, stabilized, then locked in the 3rd-floor jury room where the infected had been kept. They couldn't be trusted, and they couldn't be released. He helped repair damage to the garage entrance, welding reinforcement plates over the areas where bullets had weakened the structure. His hands shook as he worked, adrenaline still flooding his system. He'd killed someone tonight, maybe 2. The man he'd hit with the wrench wasn't moving when the deputies dragged him away. The one he'd hit with the pipe wrench had been shot, but he'd set up that shot. He was responsible. "You did what you had to do," Patterson said, finding him in the garage an hour later. "They were trying to take our supplies, our shelter. They would have killed all of us if they'd gotten inside." "I know," he said, but knowing didn't make it easier. Day 5 was quiet, everyone recovering from the attack. The mood in the courthouse shifted. People were scared, yes, but also angry, resentful of the attackers, defensive of their refuge. Groups formed naturally, people clustering with others they knew or trusted. The social fabric was fraying, replaced by tribal loyalty. Food was becoming a real problem. The supplies they'd scavenged were running low faster than expected. The engineers' rainwater collection system was working, providing water for washing and toilets, but drinking water was limited. Rationing became stricter, 2 meals a day instead of 3. Smaller portions. Children and injured got priority. Someone proposed another scavenging run. The sheriff's lieutenant said no. Too dangerous. The group that had attacked them was still out there, probably watching, waiting for another opportunity. Any team that left the courthouse would be vulnerable. So they waited, conserved resources, tried to make what they had last. He spent his time maintaining the building's systems, keeping the generator running, fixing small problems before they became big ones. Routine maintenance in the middle of the apocalypse. On day 6, someone tried to steal food from the rationing station. One of the new arrivals, a man in his 30s who'd been caught with a backpack full of canned goods he'd taken from the cafeteria storage. The punishment was immediate and harsh. He was expelled from the courthouse, forced out the main entrance with just the clothes on his back. He begged, pleaded, said he had a family to feed, that the rations weren't enough. But the lieutenant was unmoved. Theft could not be tolerated. If one person stole and got away with it, everyone would steal. Order would collapse. They watched him walk down the courthouse steps, into the street, alone and unarmed. He made it maybe half a block before the infected found him. His screams echoed off the buildings for maybe 30 seconds before they were cut off. That night, people were quieter than usual. The casual conversations stopped. Everyone retreated into themselves, processing what they'd witnessed. The courthouse wasn't just a shelter anymore. It was a prison, a dictatorship where survival meant obedience and disobedience meant death. He lay on his cot in the basement, staring at the ceiling, and thought about his daughter. Was she safe at her college? Was the campus secure? Did they have food and water and protection? He had no way to know, no way to reach her. She was maybe 300 miles away, might as well have been on another planet. Day 7 started with an announcement. The sheriff's lieutenant gathered everyone in the main lobby, maybe 180 people after recent deaths and the expulsion. She stood on the security desk so everyone could see her. "We need to face facts," she said, her voice carrying in the marble-floored space. "Our supplies won't last more than 5 more days. The city is crawling with infected. We've tried to defend this position, but we're not equipped for a long-term siege. So we have 2 options: stay here and starve, or leave and try to reach one of the rural emergency centers." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted, "Where? How far?" "There's a National Guard staging area at the regional airport about 40 miles north. They're still operating, still accepting refugees. But the route is dangerous. We'll need to travel in convoy, protect the vehicles from infected and from other groups like the one that attacked us." "What about people who can't travel? The elderly? The injured?" "They stay here with a small security force. We leave them enough supplies to last until we can send help back." He knew what that meant. Anyone left behind was being abandoned. Help wasn't coming back. Once the convoy left, the courthouse would be indefensible with a skeleton crew. The people left behind would die. Slowly or quickly, but they would die. More arguments. Some people wanted to stay, fortify, wait for official rescue. Others wanted to leave immediately, arguing that every hour delayed was an hour closer to starvation. The lieutenant called for a vote. Most people chose to leave. The convoy would assemble tomorrow morning. That night, he packed his duffel bag again, took inventory of what he owned: tools, water bottles, 3 cans of food he'd been saving, change of clothes, first aid kit. Not much to show for 11 years of steady employment and 43 years of life. Patterson found him in the mechanical room, where he'd gone to run one final check on the generator. "You're good at this," Patterson said. "Maintenance, fixing things. We're going to need people like you at the airport, someone who can keep vehicles running, repair equipment, solve problems. If we make it to the airport, we'll make it. We have to." They both knew it wasn't that simple. 40 miles through infected territory, multiple hours on the road, exposed and vulnerable, mechanical breakdowns, fuel shortages, blocked roads, other survivor groups who might be hostile. 1,000 things could go wrong. Day 8 began early, everyone gathering in the parking garage at dawn. The convoy consisted of 9 vehicles, 2 sheriff's SUVs with the deputies and their weapons, a school bus that could carry 40 people, 6 personal vehicles for the rest. They loaded supplies, organized seating, checked fuel levels. He was assigned to drive the sedan, with Patterson and 2 other maintenance workers as passengers. They would be near the back of the convoy, protecting the rear. The school bus would be in the middle, the most defensible position. The lieutenant gave final instructions. Stay in formation. No stopping unless absolutely necessary. If a vehicle breaks down, abandon it and consolidate passengers. Weapons stay ready but don't fire unless required. Conserve ammunition. Watch for ambushes. They rolled out at 7 a.m., emerging from the parking garage into the early morning light. The city was silent except for the rumble of engines. They drove through downtown, past buildings he'd worked in, past restaurants he'd eaten at, past the normal geography of his pre-outbreak life. All of it abandoned now. All of it dead. The highway entrance ramp was blocked by abandoned cars. The lead SUV pushed through, using its ram bars to shove vehicles aside. The convoy followed, picking through the debris. They reached the highway proper and accelerated, the open road ahead of them. For maybe 10 miles, it was smooth. They maintained 50 miles per hour, good speed, eating up the distance. He drove mechanically, following the tail lights of the car ahead, scanning the road for obstacles. Beside him, Patterson monitored the radio, listening to chatter between the vehicles. Then they hit the first jam. A massive pileup near an exit ramp, dozens of vehicles tangled together, blocking all lanes. The convoy slowed, looking for a way through. The lead SUV attempted to push past, but the density of wrecked cars was too much. They were blocked. "We'll have to go around," the lieutenant's voice crackled over the radio. "Take the exit and find surface streets." They navigated off the highway, down the exit ramp, onto a two-lane road that paralleled the highway. The road was less clear, more abandoned cars, but passable. They continued north, detouring around the jam. That's when the infected attacked. Not a small group. A horde. Maybe 200 of them, emerging from a residential area adjacent to the road, drawn by the sound of engines. They swarmed the convoy, surrounding the vehicles, pressing against windows, clawing at doors. The lead SUV accelerated, pushing through. The school bus followed, bowling over infected that didn't move fast enough. He pressed the gas pedal, feeling impacts as bodies hit the sedan's front bumper. The windshield cracked as an infected threw itself onto the hood, face pressed against the glass, mouth open in that perpetual groan. He swerved hard, throwing the body off, kept driving. In the mirror, he saw the last two vehicles weren't keeping up. One, a minivan, had stalled. The infected swarmed it, rocking the vehicle, breaking windows. Screams filtered through the radio. The other vehicle, a pickup truck, stopped to help. The deputies in the rear SUV tried to provide cover fire, but there were too many infected. "Keep moving," the lieutenant ordered. "We can't stop." He kept driving, hating himself for it, watching in the mirror as the minivan disappeared under a mass of bodies. The pickup managed to restart and pull away, but the minivan was lost. 8 people had been in that vehicle, 8 people who were now being torn apart. The convoy regrouped 2 miles down the road, pulling into an abandoned gas station. Everyone got out, checking for damage, counting heads. They'd lost the minivan. The school bus had a broken window. 3 vehicles had significant body damage but were still operational. Total survivors now at maybe 130. The lieutenant made the decision to keep going. No time for mourning. No time for repairs beyond the essential. They had 30 more miles to cover and the day was slipping away. The next 15 miles were a nightmare. More roadblocks, more infected, a bridge that had partially collapsed, forcing them to backtrack and find an alternate route. A town that was completely overrun, forcing them to skirt around the edges while infected pursued. Every mile took longer than expected. What should have been an hour's drive was stretching toward 5 hours. They lost another vehicle when it ran out of gas, the fuel gauge having been misread in the rush to leave. The passengers were redistributed among the remaining vehicles, cramming people into already packed spaces. He now had 5 people in his sedan, designed for 5 but uncomfortable with that many adults. The sun was past its zenith when they finally saw the airport in the distance. The control tower was visible above the flat terrain, and he felt a surge of hope. They were close, almost there, just a few more miles. Then Patterson, monitoring the radio, said, "Something's wrong." "What?" "The airport frequency. It's silent. Should be traffic, coordination, something, but there's nothing." They approached the airport carefully, the convoy slowing. The perimeter fence was intact, but the main gate hung open. No guards, no vehicles, no sign of military presence. They drove through the gate and onto the airport grounds, following the taxiway toward the terminal. The regional airport was small, 2 runways and a terminal building that served maybe a dozen flights a day pre-outbreak. Now it was abandoned. They pulled up to the terminal and everyone got out, weapons ready, scanning for threats. The terminal doors were unlocked. Inside, signs of evacuation, overturned chairs in the waiting area, abandoned luggage. A food court with partially eaten meals still on tables. But no people. No National Guard. No refugee center. They left, the lieutenant said quietly. Probably days ago. The reality settled over everyone like a weight. They'd driven 40 miles, lost vehicles and people, exhausted their fuel, all to reach a place that had already been abandoned. Now what? Someone asked. The lieutenant looked around the terminal, at the exhausted faces, at the children crying, at the adults too tired to even stand upright. We secure the building, rest for the night, figure out our next move tomorrow. They spent the rest of the day securing the terminal, blocking doors, setting up sleeping areas in the gate waiting zones. Inventory of supplies showed they had maybe 3 days of food left, less if they didn't ration strictly. Water was better, the airport system still functioning on backup power. He worked on securing the loading dock area, using cargo straps and metal barricades to reinforce the large doors. Patterson helped, the two of them falling into familiar patterns of problem solving. Identify the weakness, find materials to address it, implement the solution, keep working. We're not going to make it, are we? Patterson said while they worked. He didn't answer immediately. They were in a barely defensible position with no supplies and no plan. The infected would find them eventually. Other survivors too. The airport had resources, which made it a target. I don't know, he finally said. That night, he lay on the floor of a gate waiting area, using his duffel bag as a pillow, and listened to the terminal settling around him. Somewhere a child was crying. Somewhere else people argued in low voices about rationing. Outside, wind blew across the empty runways. He thought about the courthouse basement where this had all started, cleaning up a spill that groaned. Such a simple moment. Such a small thing. He'd thought it was just another mess, another biohazard to sanitize and forget. He hadn't known it was the beginning of the end. Day 9 started with a discovery. One of the volunteers exploring the airport found a hangar on the far side of the complex that had been converted into a supply depot. Pallets of military rations, cases of water, medical supplies, fuel drums. The National Guard had left it behind in their evacuation, probably intending to return for it later. Suddenly, they had resources. Enough food for a month if rationed carefully. Enough water for longer. The mood lifted slightly. People allowed themselves to hope. The lieutenant organized the terminal into functional zones: sleeping area, medical area, food distribution, security checkpoints. The engineer from the courthouse began working on the airport's generator systems, trying to extend their operating capacity. The doctor set up a proper medical clinic in the former airport medical office. He spent his time on maintenance, keeping the terminal functional, fixing a broken door lock, repairing a leaking pipe in the bathroom, maintaining the generator. Small problems, but solving them gave him purpose. Days 10 through 15 blurred together. They established a routine: guard shifts, rationing schedules, scavenging missions into the nearby town for supplemental supplies. The airport became a micro-community, people adapting to their new reality. But it was fragile. Arguments broke out over resource distribution. Some people accused others of taking more than their share. The lieutenant had to mediate constantly, enforcing rules, maintaining order. The 3 prisoners from the courthouse attack, still locked up, became a drain on resources and morale. Some people argued they should be executed. Others said they should be expelled. The lieutenant kept them locked up, unwilling to make a decision either way. On day 16, another group of survivors arrived. 12 people in 3 vehicles, looking for the same National Guard staging area the courthouse group had sought. They were desperate, exhausted, nearly out of supplies. The lieutenant allowed them in, and they were integrated into the community. One of the new arrivals was a former soldier, someone with actual combat training. He immediately began working with the security team, improving defensive positions, training volunteers in basic tactical maneuvers. He taught them how to move in formation, how to watch angles, how to communicate under stress. The soldier, whose name was Thompson, pulled him aside one afternoon. "You're the maintenance guy, right?" Thompson asked. "Yeah." "Can you fabricate weapons?" "Improvised stuff?" He thought about it. The airport had a maintenance workshop with tools, metal stock, welding equipment. "Maybe. What did you have in mind?" "Spears, pikes, melee weapons that give us reach. Guns are great until you run out of ammunition. Then you need something that doesn't require bullets." They spent the next 3 days in the workshop, creating weapons. Rebar sharpened and mounted on wooden poles. Strips of sheet metal hammered into crude blades. Handles wrapped in grip tape. It was primitive, brutal work, but effective. The weapons were tested on infected that wandered close to the perimeter, and they worked. Not elegant, but functional. On day 20, everything changed again. A convoy of vehicles approached the airport, much larger than their group. Maybe 30 vehicles, everything from military trucks to school buses to motorcycles. They stopped at the perimeter and sent a representative to negotiate. The convoy was from a rural community 60 miles north. They'd heard broadcasts about the airport, about survivors gathering there. They wanted to join, to pool resources, to create a larger, more defensible settlement. The lieutenant was skeptical. This many new people would strain their resources. But the convoy had supplies of their own: fuel, food, weapons, and they had information. The infection had spread nationwide. Major cities were gone. The government had collapsed. Coastal regions were under military quarantine, but the interior was lawless. Small communities that could defend themselves had the best chance of survival. After hours of negotiation, the two groups merged. The population of the airport settlement ballooned to over 300. The new arrivals brought organization and experience. A council was formed to make decisions collectively. Different people took charge of different areas. The former soldier Thompson became head of security. The engineer became infrastructure chief. The doctor remained head of medical services, and Patterson became chief of resource management. He continued doing maintenance, but now with a team. 3 other people who had mechanical skills, who could repair vehicles and fix equipment and solve practical problems. They worked on fortifying the airport, turning it from a temporary shelter into something more permanent. Weeks passed. Life stabilized into a new normal. Guard rotations. Farming plots started in the fields adjacent to the runway, using seeds scavenged from a garden center. Water purification systems installed. Solar panels mounted on the terminal roof to supplement generator power. But there were losses, accidents, illness, occasional raids by infected that got through the perimeter. Each death was mourned, noted, recorded. They kept a list, names and dates, a reminder of what survival cost. He found himself thinking less about the old world and more about the present. The daughter he couldn't contact, the ex-wife he'd lost touch with years ago. His small house on the east side, probably overrun by now. All of it felt distant, like memories from someone else's life. On day 32, they received a radio broadcast from another settlement, this one 200 miles east. They were organizing a network, trying to connect isolated communities, share information, coordinate resources. The airport council voted to join. Suddenly, they weren't alone. They were part of something larger, a nascent civilization rebuilding from the ruins of the old. But civilization was expensive. It required sacrifice and compromise and constant work. The idyllic notion of survivors banding together was complicated by reality. People argued about everything: how to distribute food, who got priority medical care, what to do with rule breakers, whether to accept new refugees or turn them away. Every decision required negotiation, coalition building, political maneuvering. He avoided most of it, staying focused on practical work. Engines to repair, systems to maintain, problems that had solutions if you applied the right tool and the right technique. Then came day 45 and another crisis. A large horde of infected, drawn by some combination of noise and light and human scent, converged on the airport. Not dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands. They approached from multiple directions, a slow-moving tide of bodies. The settlement had maybe 30 minutes warning. Scouts on the perimeter saw them coming and radioed ahead. Everyone mobilized. The council made a decision. They would defend. They had too much invested here to abandon. Too many people who couldn't travel. Too many supplies that couldn't be moved. Thompson organized the defense. Barricades reinforced. Shooters positioned on elevated platforms. Melee teams with the improvised spears standing ready at choke points. The airport's layout provided natural advantages, limited entry points, open sight lines on the runways, high ground on the terminal roof. He took position with a melee team at the south entrance, holding one of the pikes they'd fabricated. Beside him, Patterson gripped a machete. Around them, a dozen others with various weapons. The deputies had rifles but limited ammunition. Every shot had to count. The infected arrived as the sun was setting, silhouettes against the orange sky. They pressed against the perimeter fence, climbing over each other, pulling the chain link down through sheer weight of numbers. The fence collapsed in multiple places and they poured through, spreading across the tarmac. The shooters opened fire, controlled bursts, dropping infected with headshots. But there were too many. For everyone that fell, 3 more took its place. The melee teams braced as the first wave reached the barricades. He thrust with the pike, driving the sharpened rebar into an infected skull. Twisted and pulled it free. Thrust again. The motions became automatic, mechanical, muscle memory taking over. Around him, others did the same. The barricade became a wall of spear points, creating a killing zone that the infected stumbled into and didn't leave. But they kept coming. For hours, they kept coming. The melee teams rotated, the exhausted replaced by the rested. Ammunition ran low. The makeshift weapons bent and broke, were replaced by backups. People were injured, bitten, dragged away to medical where the doctor waited with grim resignation. Somewhere past midnight, the tide finally slowed. The number of infected pressing against the barricades decreased. By 2 a.m., it had stopped entirely. The horde had passed, leaving behind a landscape of corpses. The final count was devastating. 43 people dead. 15 more bitten and quarantined waiting to die. The settlement's population had been cut by nearly 20% in a single night. They spent day 46 recovering, burning bodies, repairing damage, tending to the wounded. The 15 quarantined began showing symptoms by mid-afternoon. Fever, confusion, aggression. By evening, all 15 had turned. The doctor administered the only mercy available, a bullet to each of their heads, ending their suffering and preventing further infection. The council met that night, discussing whether to stay or abandon the airport. The debate was heated. Some argued they'd proven they could defend. Others said the next horde would finish them. Resources were depleted. Morale was shattered. They'd lost too many people, too many skills, too much institutional knowledge. The vote was close, but ultimately they decided to stay. They'd fought too hard for this place to give it up. They would rebuild, strengthen defenses, learn from mistakes, survive. He continued his work because that's what he knew how to do. Fix problems, maintain systems, keep things running. The generator needed new fuel filters. A water pipe had cracked during the fighting. The workshop's welding equipment needed repair. Small problems in the context of societal collapse. But solving them kept the settlement functioning. Weeks passed, then months. Seasons changed. Winter came, bringing cold and snow and new challenges. Heating the terminal, keeping water pipes from freezing. Rationing food as supplies dwindled and farming wasn't possible, they survived winter, barely. 10 more people died, mostly elderly or already weak. But the core population held. When spring arrived, they planted aggressively, converting more land to farming. Scavenging missions ranged farther, seeking supplies from more distant towns. Contact with other settlements increased, trade routes established. A year after the outbreak started, the airport settlement had stabilized into something resembling civilization. Not what existed before, smaller, harsher, more brutal in its pragmatism, but functional. People had roles, children attended makeshift schools, couples formed, marriages performed, babies born. Life continued. He thought sometimes about that first day in the courthouse basement. The spill that groaned, the beginning of everything. It felt like a lifetime ago. He'd been a different person then, someone who clocked in and out, who worried about work schedules and brake pads and maintaining proper cleaning protocols. Someone who thought the world was permanent, that the structures and systems that defined daily life were immutable. Now he knew better. Everything was temporary. Everything could collapse. The veneer of civilization was thin, held together by collective agreement and constant work. Stop agreeing, stop working, and it all fell apart. But it could also be rebuilt, slowly, imperfectly, with tremendous cost, but rebuilt nonetheless. He sat on the terminal roof one evening watching the sun set over the empty runways. Patterson joined him, bringing 2 bottles of water, warm and tasting faintly of purification chemicals. "Strange, isn't it?" Patterson said. "A year ago I was worried about budgets and time cards. Now I'm worried about whether we'll have enough seeds for summer planting." "Different problems," he agreed. "Same principle, though. Identify needs, allocate resources, solve problems. You ever think about before? About going back to how things were?" He considered the question. Did he want to go back? Back to the small house and the divorce and the job that paid the bills but never felt fulfilling. Back to the world where he cleaned up other people's messes and went home alone to microwave dinners? "No," he said finally. "I don't think we can go back." "I'm not sure we'd want to, even if we could." They sat in silence, watching darkness spread across the land. In the distance, a fire burned where another settlement was clearing, infected from their perimeter. Closer, within the airport fence, people moved through the terminal, going about evening routines. Children played in the concourse. Adults prepared dinner. Guards took up positions for night watch. It wasn't the world he'd known, but it was the world that existed, and in this world, he had purpose. Not just maintaining systems, but maintaining hope, maintaining community, maintaining the fragile agreement that bound people together and kept civilization functioning. The spill that groaned had started everything, had ended the old world and begun the new. He'd cleaned it up with disinfectant and hot water, following protocols he'd learned years ago. But some stains couldn't be cleaned. Some infections spread beyond what any protocol could contain. And sometimes all you could do was adapt, survive, and help build something new from the ruins of what was lost. He finished his water and stood, ready to return to work. There was always work, a generator to check, a pipe to repair, a fence to reinforce. The small, essential tasks that kept everything running, that kept people alive. That meant something in a world where meaning was no longer assumed, but had to be created through action and commitment, and the refusal to give up. Patterson stood as well, and together they descended from the roof, back into the terminal, back into the community they'd helped build from desperation and loss, and the stubborn insistence on survival. The darkness fell completely. Inside the terminal, lights flickered on, running on generator power. Voices echoed in the concourse. Life continued. And somewhere in the city, 40 miles south, the courthouse basement sat silent and empty. The floors were still clean, sanitized according to protocol. The spill was gone, scrubbed away and bagged as medical waste. But the groaning that had come from it had spread, had propagated, had transformed the world. He'd learned to live with that knowledge, to carry it, to understand that sometimes cleaning up a mess wasn't enough. Sometimes the mess spread beyond containment, and then all you could do was survive it, document it, remember it, and make sure the next generation understood what happened and what it cost. The apocalypse hadn't come with fire and brimstone. It had come with a groan from a spill on a basement floor. It had come slowly, one infection at a time, one death at a time, one lost community at a time. It had come with the banality of ordinary horror, people going to work and doing their jobs and trying to maintain normal routines while everything collapsed around them. But survival came the same way, slowly, one person at a time, one decision at a time, one day of not giving up at a time. He walked through the terminal, nodding to people he passed. The pediatrician who'd joined them on day 6, now running the medical clinic. The engineer who'd helped with water systems, now overseeing all infrastructure. Thompson, the soldier, forever vigilant on security. And Patterson, his supervisor turned fellow survivor turned friend, still solving problems and allocating resources and keeping people organized. All of them ordinary, all of them transformed by necessity into something more. Not heroes. Heroes were for stories, for entertainment, for the world that existed before. They were just survivors, resilient, stubborn, refusing to let the groaning darkness consume everything. And in that refusal, in that stubborn insistence on continuing, they'd found something worth fighting for. Not the world that was lost. That was gone, irretrievable, documented only in memories that grew hazier with each passing day. But the world they were building, imperfect, brutal in its necessities, but alive. He reached his bunk in the maintenance area, a small corner of the airport he'd claimed as personal space, tools organized on shelves, a cot with thin blankets, a footlocker containing his possessions. Not much, but more than many had. He lay down, exhausted but unable to sleep immediately. His mind replayed the day's work, the generator repair, the fence reinforcement, the conversation with the council about expanding the farming operations. Small victories in an ongoing war with entropy and decay, but victories nonetheless. Tomorrow, there would be more work, more problems to solve, more small acts of maintenance that kept civilization functioning. And he would do that work because that's who he was. A man who fixed things. A man who understood that sometimes the most heroic act was simply showing up and doing the job in front of you, no matter how mundane or difficult or thankless. The courthouse basement felt like another life, like something from a dream or a story someone had told him long ago. But he knew it was real, knew it had happened, knew that the ordinary Tuesday when he'd been called to clean up a spill had been the hinge point, the moment when one world ended and another began. And he knew, with the certainty that came from surviving what should have killed him, that he would continue, would keep fixing things, would keep helping others survive, would keep building, one small repair at a time, the world that came after the groaning, because that was the only response to the darkness. Not grand heroism, not miraculous salvation, just the stubborn, mundane, essential work of surviving, of maintaining, of refusing to let the infection consume everything human and meaningful. He closed his eyes and finally slept, dreamless and deep. And when morning came, he woke and went back to work. Because the generator needed checking, because the water system needed monitoring, because the fence needed repair, because survival required maintenance, and maintenance was what he knew how to do. Now let's move on to the next story. The morning air tasted like copper and diesel when he climbed out of his truck in the station parking lot. October in upstate New York always carried that edge of decay, leaves rotting in gutters, the promise of winter hidden in every gust of wind. He checked his watch, 5:47, early enough that the building still sat dark, except for the red beacon pulsing at the top of the transmission tower 300 feet above. The tower dominated the skyline here on the northern edge of Albany, a lattice of steel and guy wires that had been broadcasting since 1962. He'd worked at WKNY for 11 years, first as an assistant engineer, then taking over as chief technician when old Raymond retired. The job suited him. Most days he worked alone, maintaining equipment, swapping out failing components, climbing the tower twice weekly to check the beacon and inspect the antenna array. Radio engineering required patience and precision, an understanding of electrical systems and wave propagation that he'd learned partly from technical college and mostly from Raymond's gruff tutorials delivered while they replaced transmitter tubes or soldered circuit boards. Inside, he flipped switches in sequence, bringing the building to life. Lights hummed overhead. The HVAC system kicked on with its familiar rattle. He moved through the small lobby where the receptionist would arrive at 8, past the production studios where the morning show hosts prepped their segments, and into the back where his domain began, the engineering room, transmitter hall, and equipment racks that kept the station broadcasting 24 hours a day. The overnight automation system had run without incident. He checked the logs, scanning for anomalies in power levels or modulation. Everything nominal. The backup generator had cycled on for its weekly test at 3 a.m. and shut down after 15 minutes, exactly as programmed. He made notes in his maintenance log, dating the entry, October 15th. Coffee first. He kept a pot in the equipment room because he liked the ritual, measuring grounds and water, listening to it percolate while he reviewed the day's work orders. Today, replace the failing cooling fan in transmitter 2, update firmware on the emergency broadcast system, and inspect the waveguide connections at the 70-foot level. Standard maintenance that would keep him busy until mid-afternoon. While the coffee brewed, he checked his phone. 3 messages from his ex-wife about their daughter's soccer schedule. 1 from his brother in Syracuse about Thanksgiving plans. He deleted a spam text and opened the news app out of habit. The headlines made him pause. CDC monitors unusual illness clusters in major cities. Hospitals report surge in violent patient incidents. Boston officials urge calm amid public health investigation. He'd seen variations of these stories for the past week, vague reports that never quite explained what was happening. Some new virus, people were saying, something that caused fever and aggression. The videos online showed confused, angry people attacking doctors and paramedics. The footage looked fake, like viral marketing for a horror movie, but the news treated it seriously. His phone buzzed. Text from Victoria, the morning show host. "You seeing this stuff? Creepy." He typed back, "Probably overblown. Media loves a panic." The coffee finished. He poured a cup and settled at his workbench, pulling up the equipment schematics on his laptop. The transmitter room hummed around him, a familiar symphony of cooling fans and transformer buzz. This was where he felt most comfortable, surrounded by machines he understood, problems he could solve with a multimeter and a soldering iron. At 6:15, Thomas arrived. The program director, early 40s, perpetually stressed about ratings and advertising revenue. He poked his head into the equipment room, tie already loosened. "Everything running okay?" "Clean overnight." "No issues." "Good. Keep an eye on the EAS system today. FCC sent out some memo about maintaining emergency broadcast readiness. Probably nothing, but you know how they get. I'm updating the firmware this morning anyway." Thomas nodded and disappeared. Through the open door, he heard the morning team arriving, voices in the hallway, someone laughing at a joke. Victoria's voice rose above the others, animated as always. She'd worked at the station for 6 years, hosted the drive time show that pulled decent numbers. They'd had coffee together a few times, nothing serious. Just two people who worked odd hours and understood the strange intimacy of radio broadcasting, talking to thousands while sitting alone in a soundproof room. He finished his coffee and started on the transmitter maintenance. The cooling fan replacement took 40 minutes, his hands moving through the familiar motions. Power down, discharge the capacitors, remove the access panel, disconnect the wiring harness, swap the component, reassemble. He tested the airflow with a handheld meter, confirmed proper operation, logged the work. The morning show started at 6:30. He could hear it through the monitor speaker mounted above his bench, Victoria's voice bright and professional as she ran through the news, weather, and traffic. The news segment mentioned the illness story again, more details this time. Cases in New York City overnight, hospitals overwhelmed, some kind of infection that spread through bites. Bites? Victoria's co-host said on air, skeptical. Like rabies? That's what they're saying. Officials recommend avoiding contact with anyone showing symptoms, high fever, aggression, confusion. They moved on to weather. Cloudy, chance of rain, high of 58. He worked through the morning, moving methodically through his task list. The firmware update required careful attention, backing up the old version before installing the new one, testing each function afterward. The emergency alert system bridged into all the station's broadcast channels, capable of overriding regular programming with warnings from civil authorities. He'd tested it monthly for years, never once receiving an actual emergency activation, until now. At 9:43, the system beeped 3 times, the distinctive alert tone, different from a test. He looked up from his work, watching the display screen as it decoded the incoming message. Emergency action. Notification. Civil emergency message, New York State Emergency Management. The text scrolled across the screen, machine-generated and terse, reports of violent incidents in New York City and surrounding areas. Citizens advised to shelter in place, avoid contact with affected individuals, further updates to follow. The message triggered automatically, interrupting Victoria's show. The alert tone broadcast over the air, followed by the computer voice reading the warning. In the studio, Victoria and her co-host had gone silent, listening. He grabbed his phone. No signal. He tried again. Nothing. The cell network must be overloaded. Thomas appeared in the doorway, face pale. "What the hell is this? EAS activation? It's real." "Real? What does that mean, real?" "Means the state triggered it. Whatever's happening, it's serious enough for an official emergency broadcast." They stood together, listening to the computer voice recite instructions. Shelter in place, avoid contact, await further information. The message ended and the system cut back to dead air for 3 seconds before automation kicked in, resuming the broadcast with a pre-recorded public service announcement. Victoria came on live a moment later, her voice tight with controlled tension. "We're going to continue monitoring the situation and bring you updates as we receive them. If you're just joining us, officials have issued an emergency alert advising people to stay indoors due to reports of violent incidents in New York City and the surrounding metropolitan area. We don't have many details yet, but we'll keep you informed." Thomas pulled out his phone, tried calling someone, cursed when it didn't connect. "I need to check on my kids. My wife's taking them to school." "Go," he said. "I'll keep the station running." Thomas hesitated, looking torn between responsibility and family. Family won. He left without another word. The equipment hummed. The monitor speaker carried Victoria's voice as she tried to fill airtime while information came in fragments and rumors. He returned to his bench, but his focus had scattered. The emergency alert sat on his screen, official and undeniable. Something was very wrong. He tried calling his daughter. The call failed immediately. He texted her, "Stay home. Don't go anywhere." The message showed as sending, but never confirmed delivery. More people arrived at the station, The news director, a couple of sales staff, an intern, drawn by the emergency broadcast. They clustered in the hallway outside the studios, talking in urgent, worried voices. Someone had a portable TV showing network news. He walked over to watch. The footage showed chaos. New York City streets filled with people running, screaming, police in riot gear, and something else, shapes moving wrong, people attacking others with bare hands and teeth. The camera shook, zoomed in on what looked like a man crouched over a fallen woman, his face buried in her neck. Blood everywhere. The news anchor's voice had lost its professional detachment. Confirmed reports of extremely violent behavior. Authorities are calling it a medical emergency of unknown origin. Recommendations to stay indoors and lock your doors. Someone behind him said, "Oh my God." The image cut to a reporter on the street, backing away from something off camera. His microphone picked up screams. Someone ran past him, knocked him aside. The camera fell, showed pavement and feet running past, went black. "This can't be real," the sales director said. "This is like, what, a hoax?" But it wasn't a hoax. They all knew it. Standing there in the hallway of a small radio station on the outskirts of Albany, watching civilization break down on a portable television screen. His phone rang. Miracle. His brother. "Doug, you seeing this?" "Yeah, where are you?" "Home. Syracuse is locked down. They're saying it's spreading fast, some kind of infection. People are going crazy, attacking anyone near them. The hospitals are overrun." "Emma?" His daughter lived with his ex-wife in Albany's suburbs. "I don't know. I can't get through to anyone. Doug, they're saying if someone's infected, they die, and then they—" His brother's voice cracked. "They're saying they get back up. That it's not a joke." The connection dropped. He tried calling back. No signal. Victoria emerged from the studio, her professional composure cracking. "The network feed just went dead. I'm getting nothing from New York. The NPR satellite is down. It's like the whole city went offline." "What do we do?" the intern asked. She looked about 20, terrified. He thought about the equipment, the systems he maintained. The station had backup power, redundant transmission paths, emergency protocols. It was designed to keep broadcasting even when infrastructure failed. That was the whole point of radio. Resilient, far-reaching, capable of operating when everything else collapsed. "We keep broadcasting," he said. "People need information. That's what we do." Thomas came back 20 minutes later, frantic. "The schools are in lockdown. I can't get to my kids. Police have roadblocks on all the main roads. They're not letting anyone through." Victoria had switched to news coverage, abandoning the regular show format. She interviewed people by phone when connections worked, read updates from social media, tried to piece together what was happening. The picture that emerged was nightmarish, a rapidly spreading infection that caused extreme aggression, violence, and something worse. Reports that the dead were reanimating, attacking the living. "That's impossible," Thomas said, but without conviction. He went back to his equipment room, checking systems, making sure the backup generator had fuel, that all the redundant paths were operational. If the main power grid went down, they needed to be ready. The tower would keep broadcasting. It had to. The first explosion happened at 10:20, distant but distinct. A low boom that rattled the windows. He ran to the front of the building, looked out over the city, smoke rising from somewhere near the downtown core. Then another explosion, closer. The ground shook. Victoria's voice over the intercom. "Doug, I'm getting reports of fires all over the city. Someone said the National Guard is mobilizing. Are we safe here?" The transmission tower sat on a hill north of the urban center, surrounded by light industrial buildings and warehouses. Relatively isolated, but not remote enough. "We're okay for now," he said, hoping it was true. More staff arrived through the morning, seeking answers or safety or both. The station became an impromptu crisis center. people huddled around the television, sharing rumors and news fragments. The cell network remained mostly dead. Landlines worked intermittently. The internet connection kept dropping and returning. He checked the fuel levels on the backup generator. 3 days at full load, maybe 5 if they rationed. After that, they'd need to find more diesel. At 11:30, the first infected person appeared. He was outside, inspecting the fence line around the compound, when he heard the screaming. A woman ran up the access road, her shirt torn and bloody. Behind her, maybe 30 feet back, a man followed. Except it wasn't a man anymore. Not really. It moved with a lurching, unnatural gait, its face slack and gray, its eyes filmed over with white. Blood covered its mouth and chest. The woman reached the fence, grabbed the chain link, shaking it. "Help me, please!" He ran to the gate, fumbling with the padlock. The thing behind her was getting closer, moving faster than its shambling walk suggested it could. 20 feet, 15. The lock came free. He swung the gate open. The woman stumbled through and he slammed it shut just as the infected man reached them. It grabbed the fence, pulling at the chain link with fingers that bent at wrong angles. Its mouth opened, producing a wet, rattling sound that might have been a moan or hunger-given voice. Up close, he could see that it was dead. Whatever animated the body, it wasn't life. The eyes showed no consciousness, no recognition, just blank need. It pressed against the fence, reaching for them, that terrible sound coming from its throat. He pulled the woman away from the gate, toward the building. She collapsed on the pavement, sobbing. Blood soaked through her shirt. He couldn't tell if it was hers or someone else's. "Are you hurt? Did it bite you?" She looked up at him, eyes wide with shock. "My husband. That was my husband. He came home from the hospital and he was sick, so sick, and then he died. I was calling 911 and he just got up and he..." Her words dissolved into incoherent crying. He helped her to her feet, aware of the thing at the fence, still grasping at the chain link, still making that sound. They got inside the building. The others gathered around, asking questions he couldn't answer. Victoria knelt beside the woman. "What's your name?" "Beth." "Beth Morrison." "Okay, Beth, you're safe now. Let me get you some water." The blood on Beth's shirt turned out to be entirely her husband's. She hadn't been bitten, just splattered during the attack. They gave her a chair in the break room, coffee, some of the donuts Thomas had brought that morning in what felt like another lifetime. He went back outside, keeping distance from the fence. The thing that had been Beth's husband remained there, grasping and moaning. Its skin had taken on a waxy gray-green cast. Fluids leaked from its mouth. He could smell it from 10 feet away, a thick, putrid stench of decay. This was real, all of it. The infection, the deaths, the reanimation, real. He pulled out his phone, still no signal. He thought about his daughter, 14 years old, hopefully safe at home with her mother. He thought about his brother in Syracuse, 60 miles north. He thought about the 300 people who worked in the industrial park around the station, most of whom had probably fled or died or turned into things like the one at the fence. Inside, chaos had replaced shock. People shouting, arguing about what to do, leave the station or stay, try to reach family or shelter in place. Victoria trying to maintain calm, Thomas on the verge of panic about his kids. The news director, Caroline, pulled him aside. "We need to make a decision. Stay or go. The roads are blocked. You saw the fires. There's nowhere safe to go. We can't just hide here. We don't hide. We broadcast. People need information. They need to know what's happening, how to survive. That's what we do." She stared at him, then nodded slowly. Okay, yeah, we broadcast." They made it official with an impromptu staff meeting. Victoria would continue hosting, providing updates and information as they received it. Caroline would coordinate news gathering. Thomas would handle communications, trying to reach other stations and emergency services. And he would keep the equipment running, maintain power, ensure the signal reached as far as possible. 7 people stayed: Victoria, Thomas, Caroline, the intern, her name was Melissa, a production assistant named Ray, Beth Morrison, who had nowhere else to go, and himself. The others left, driving off toward homes and families, toward uncertain fates. He watched them go from the front window, wondering if he'd made the right choice. The thing at the fence had been joined by 2 others, a woman in nurse scrubs and a man in a business suit, both showing the same gray pallor, the same dead eyes, the same reaching hunger. They crowded against the chain link, moaning and grasping. "We should get away from the windows," Ray said. They secured the building as best they could, locking doors, closing blinds. The station had been built in the 70s. Concrete block construction with minimal ground floor windows. Sturdy, defensible. The tower itself rose from the center of the compound, accessible through a maintenance door in the equipment room. Victoria went back on air at noon, her voice steady despite everything. "This is WKNY, broadcasting from Albany. We're staying on the air to provide updates and emergency information. If you're listening, please know that you're not alone. We're here. We're going to keep broadcasting as long as we can." He listened while he worked, preparing the station for extended operation. He filled every available container with water from the bathroom taps, not knowing how long the municipal supply would function. He inventoried the food in the break room, vending machine snacks, some frozen meals in the freezer, coffee and condiments. Not enough for 7 people for more than a few days. The power stayed on through the afternoon. Outside, the smoke columns multiplied. They could hear gunfire in the distance, sporadic and desperate. More of the infected appeared around the fence, drawn by sound or chance or some instinct he didn't understand. By 3 p.m., maybe 20 of them crowded the perimeter, moaning and reaching. "Why aren't they leaving?" Melissa asked. She stood at the window with him, watching the dead press against the fence. "I don't know. Maybe they're attracted to the sound of the building. The equipment makes noise, even if we can't hear it." They were people. All of them were people yesterday. "I know." Thomas managed to get through to his wife on the landline. The call lasted 90 seconds before dropping. His kids were safe, locked in the school with teachers and other students. The police had told everyone to stay put. He slumped in a chair afterward, relief and worry warring on his face. No one could reach any other radio or television station. The network feeds remained dead. It was as if the outside world had simply vanished, leaving only WKNY broadcasting into the void. Victoria interviewed Beth Morrison on air, letting her tell her story, waking up to find her husband sick, watching him die, seeing him rise again. Beth spoke in a flat, traumatized monotone that made the horror more real than screaming would have. People needed to hear it. They needed to understand. At 4:17, the power went out. The lights died instantly. The equipment wound down, fans slowing, the constant hum vanishing into silence. Emergency lighting kicked in after 3 seconds, battery-powered fixtures casting weak yellow light. He was already moving to the generator room, flashlight in hand. The diesel engine needed to be started manually, primed and cranked. He'd done it hundreds of times during tests and maintenance. His hands moved through the sequence automatically. Check fuel, prime the system, engage the starter. The engine coughed, caught, settled into a rough idle. He adjusted the throttle, monitored the gauges as voltage built. Transfer switch engaged. Power flowed back through the building's electrical system. The lights came back on. The equipment restarted, transmitters warming up, automation systems rebooting. 3 minutes of dead air, then Victoria's voice returned to the broadcast. "We're back. This is WKNY. The power grid appears to have failed, but we're running on backup generators. We'll continue broadcasting." He stood in the generator room listening to the diesel engine thump, calculating fuel consumption. 3 days, maybe less if they ran all the equipment. They needed to conserve power, shut down everything non-essential. He went through the building, turning off lights, powering down unused equipment. Keep the transmitters, the studio board, the emergency systems, everything else dark and silent. They could survive on minimal power. They had to. Darkness fell early in October. By 5 p.m., the world outside had become shadows and distant fires. The infected around the fence showed as silhouettes, still moving, still moaning. He stood at the window watching them, trying to understand what they were. The radio news had called it an infection, something that killed and reanimated. But how? And why? Victoria had switched to taking calls from listeners, patching through anyone who could get a signal. The stories painted a picture of total collapse. People trapped in homes, hiding from infected family members. Survivors barricaded in stores and offices. No police response, no ambulances, no help coming. One caller described the infection progression. High fever, violent behavior, death within hours, reanimation 15 to 30 minutes later. The reanimated corpses showed no intelligence, only hunger. They attacked anyone living, using hands and teeth, spreading the infection through bites and blood contact. Another caller had experimented with the infected, testing their reactions. They responded to sound and movement, drawn to noise and activity. They didn't seem to feel pain. Destroying the brain stopped them permanently. He'd killed 3 so far, he said, including his brother. His voice broke when he said that. "Stay strong," Victoria told him. "You did what you had to do. Survive. That's what matters now." They ate a cold dinner from the vending machines, chips and candy bars and energy drinks, sitting in the break room with the lights low to conserve power. No one talked much. Shock settling in, reality becoming undeniable. Beth Morrison sat apart from the others, staring at nothing. He brought her a bottle of water, sat down beside her. "You holding up?" She laughed, a bitter sound. "My husband tried to eat me. The man I lived with for 12 years, who coached our daughter's softball team, who cried at our wedding, he died and came back as a monster. So no, I'm not holding up." "Where's your daughter?" "College, Boston. I can't reach her. I don't know if she's..." She closed her eyes. "I can't think about it." He understood. Thinking about loved ones right now meant imagining them dead or infected or trapped. Better to focus on immediate survival, the problems he could solve. At 8 p.m., something hit the fence hard enough to rattle the chain link. He ran to the window, looked out. More infected had arrived, 30 or 40 now, pressing against the fence from multiple sides. The chain link bowed under their weight but held. "How long will the fence last?" Thomas asked. "It's industrial grade. Should hold unless they really mass up against it." "And if they do?" He didn't answer. They both knew. The night stretched long and terrible. They took turns watching the fence, monitoring the equipment, trying to rest in the offices with doors locked. He couldn't sleep, his mind cycling through scenarios and problems. Fuel would run out. Food would run out. Eventually, the infected would find a way in, or they'd have to leave for supplies. Then what? Victoria broadcast through the night, her voice a beacon in the darkness. She played music between updates, old songs that felt like artifacts from a vanished world. People called in when the phone lines worked, sharing survival tips and desperate stories. The station had become a lifeline, maybe the only one still operating. He climbed the tower at 2 a.m., needing to check the equipment but also needing the space, the height, the perspective. 300 feet up, the city spread below in darkness broken by scattered fires. No streetlights, no headlights moving on the highways, just flame and smoke and the vast absence of electricity. The infection had killed civilization in a single day. The speed of it terrified him more than the violence. Everything they'd built, power grids, communication networks, government order, gone. The structures they'd relied on revealed as fragile as spider silk. He checked the antenna array, confirmed the beacon's operation, looked out at the dark city one more time. Somewhere down there, his daughter was either alive or dead, or something worse. He had no way to know, no way to help. The distance between them might as well be infinite. Back inside, he found Victoria slumped over the studio console, half asleep. He brought her coffee and she smiled weakly. "How long can we keep this up?" she asked. "As long as we have fuel." "That's not what I meant." He knew what she meant. How long could they hold on mentally, emotionally, before the weight crushed them? Before they gave up or went mad or just stopped caring? "One day at a time," he said. "That's all we can do." Dawn came gray and cold. The infected around the fence had grown to maybe 60, a small crowd of swaying corpses. Their smell reached the building now, sweet and rotten, detectable even through closed doors. Caroline organized a meeting in the conference room. "We need to discuss our situation realistically. We have maybe 2 days of fuel. Less food than that. We can't stay here indefinitely." "Where would we go?" Ray asked. "It's not safe anywhere." "We need to think about scavenging. There are warehouses nearby, other buildings. We could get supplies. With those things outside, that's suicide. Staying here and starving is also suicide." They argued for an hour, getting nowhere. Finally, he spoke up. "We need more information. We need to understand what we're dealing with, how the infected behave, what our options are. Caroline's right that we need supplies eventually, but we should scout first, plan, not just run out there blind." That made sense to everyone. They decided he would do a perimeter reconnaissance during daylight, staying inside the fence, observing the infected up close. Learn their patterns, identify weak points and threats. He armed himself with tools from the maintenance shop: a heavy pipe wrench, a pry bar, a utility knife. Basic weapons, better than nothing. He felt ridiculous, like a kid playing apocalypse survivor. But the infected at the fence were real. The danger was real. He went out the side door, into the compound between the building and the fence. The infected saw him immediately, their dead eyes tracking movement. They pressed harder against the chain link, reaching through the gaps, moaning louder. That sound crawled under his skin, inhuman and hungry. He walked the perimeter slowly, studying them. They moved with surprising coordination, their hands grasping with purpose even if their eyes showed nothing. Fresh ones looked almost alive aside from the pallor and blood. Older ones had begun to decay, skin sloughing, fluids leaking, flies gathering. The smell intensified near them, thick enough to taste. He fought not to gag, breathing through his mouth. They stank like roadkill left in summer heat, sweet and wrong. "Testing," he called out. "Hey! Over here!" They responded instantly, turning toward his voice, pressing toward him. Sound definitely attracted them. He picked up a rock, threw it against the building. Their heads tracked the noise, bodies orienting toward it. "Doug, what are you doing?" Victoria's voice from the doorway. "Testing, they react to sound. We can use that, create distractions." He spent 2 hours observing, learning. The infected never tired, never lost interest, never stopped trying to reach living prey. They showed no strategy, just relentless hunger. But they could move faster than expected in short bursts, and they didn't react to pain. One had a broken leg, bone visible through torn flesh, but it kept trying to climb the fence anyway. Back inside, he briefed the others. They're attracted to noise and movement. They don't think, just react. They're slower than us, but they don't stop. And there's no reasoning with them. They're gone. Whatever made them human is dead. Melissa was crying quietly. Ray looked sick. Beth Morrison stared at him with empty eyes. "So what do we do?" Thomas asked. "We prepare. We inventory everything we have. We plan a supply run to the nearest warehouse. We stay disciplined and careful. We survive." The day passed in tense preparation. They gathered every container they could find, ready to fill with fuel from abandoned vehicles. They tested different weapons, pipes, hammers, fire axes, discussing which worked best. They mapped the industrial park, identifying buildings likely to have food, water, fuel. Victoria continued broadcasting, giving survival advice now as much as news. How to barricade doors, where to find clean water, how to move quietly. Her voice remained steady, professional, even as she described the end of the world. More infected gathered outside. By afternoon, over 100 crowded the fence. The chain link groaned under their weight. One section had begun to bend, poles leaning inward. "We need to reinforce that," he said, pointing. "How?" Thomas asked. "We'd have to go out there with them. We use noise to draw them to one side, then work on the other side. Quick repairs. Get back inside before they shift." It was risky but necessary. The fence had to hold. He gathered materials, steel posts, wire, brackets, and explained the plan. Ray would create a distraction at the south fence while he and Thomas reinforced the north side. They waited until dusk, using the failing light as partial cover. Ray went out with a handheld air horn, positioned himself near the south fence, and blasted it. The sound split the evening air, painful and immediate. The infected reacted instantly, flowing toward the noise like water finding a drain. Within 30 seconds, most of them had moved to the south side, pressing against that section of fence, reaching for Ray, who stayed just out of their grasp. He and Thomas ran to the north fence with their materials. The infected had left this section mostly clear, just a few stragglers that they ignored. They worked fast, hammering posts into the ground, wiring supports to the existing fence. His hands moved automatically, muscle memory from years of maintenance work. One of the infected on the south side turned, noticing them, then another. Ray hit the air horn again, pulling their attention back. 10 minutes. That's all they had. He secured the last bracket, stepped back, nodded to Thomas. They ran back to the building as the infected began flowing back toward them, drawn by the noise of their work and movement. Inside, hearts pounding, they looked at each other. "That was insane," Thomas said. "That was necessary." Ray came in through the south door, the air horn still in his hand. "They almost got me. One grabbed my jacket." He showed them the torn fabric, fingers having ripped through the material. "Good work," he told Ray. The fence should hold better now, but he knew it was temporary. The infected kept coming, drawn by the noise of the generator, the lights, the activity. They were accumulating like snow drifting against a fence. Eventually, the weight would be too much. That night, the temperature dropped below freezing. The infected didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in the cold when not stimulated by sound or movement. He watched them from the window, these things that had been neighbors and workers and families, now just corpses animated by infection. Victoria was on air, reading a list of survivor settlements she'd heard about through ham radio operators. There was a group holed up in a grocery store downtown, another in a hospital fighting to stay secure, a family farm outside the city claiming they were safe. She provided coordinates, encouraged people to find each other, build communities. "We're stronger together," she said. "Don't give up. Humanity survives. We've always survived." He wanted to believe that. But looking at the horde outside, the collapsed civilization, the dark city, it was hard to find hope. His phone buzzed. Text message, somehow getting through. "Dad, are you okay?" "Mom and I are safe. Can't talk. Cell network spotty. We're sheltering at home. Please be safe. Love you." His daughter. Alive. He read the message 3 times, relief flooding through him so intense it hurt. He typed back immediately, "I'm safe. Stay inside. Lock the doors. I love you so much." The message showed as sending, trying to find a network. He stared at the phone, willing it to go through. Sent. He closed his eyes, exhaled. She was alive. That's what mattered. That's why he had to survive. Keep broadcasting. Maintain this island of light and signal in the darkness. For her. For everyone still fighting. He went to the equipment room, checked the fuel gauge on the generator. 18 hours left at current consumption. After that, they'd need to scavenge. Morning came cold and quiet. The infected had stopped moaning, just standing in clusters around the fence, waiting. There were over 200 now. The fence bowed visibly under their weight. Caroline gathered everyone for the planning session. We scout the industrial park today. Find fuel, food, anything useful. Small team, in and out fast. Who goes? Melissa asked. Me, he said. I know the area, the buildings. I've maintained equipment in most of them. I'll go, Ray offered. I grew up around here. I know which warehouses have what. Thomas volunteered too. They'd go in a group of 3, leaving Victoria, Caroline, Melissa, and Beth to monitor the station and watch the fence. They prepared carefully, gathering tools and weapons, planning their route. The nearest warehouse sat 200 yards east, a distribution center for auto parts. Should have food in the break room, tools, maybe fuel in the maintenance vehicles. They left at 9 a.m. using the access gate on the east side away from most of the infected. The creatures noticed immediately, beginning to flow around the fence toward them. But they had a head start, jogging toward the warehouse while the dead shambled in pursuit. The warehouse's loading dock door hung open. They entered carefully, weapons ready. Inside, darkness and silence. Emergency lighting provided minimal illumination, battery-powered fixtures casting weak pools of light. Stay close, he whispered. Stay quiet. They moved through the warehouse floor, past pallets of auto parts and stacked boxes. The break room sat in the back corner, a small space with tables and vending machines. The machines had been ransacked, glass broken, food gone. But the lockers held lunchboxes and snacks, forgotten in the panic. They filled bags with sandwiches, fruit, chips, whatever they found. The maintenance bay held 2 pickup trucks and a forklift. He checked the trucks, found keys in the ignition of one, turned it over. The engine caught, ran rough but functional. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full. Jackpot, Ray said. They loaded supplies into the truck bed, working quickly. Outside, they could hear moaning. The infected had reached the warehouse, drawn by the truck's engine noise. We need to go. Now. He drove. Thomas rode shotgun. Ray stood in the bed with a pipe wrench. They pulled out of the bay into daylight and immediately encountered infected. 20, 30, more coming. He accelerated, swerving around them, trying not to hit any. The truck's bumper clipped one and it spun away, got back up, kept coming. The access gate stood open where they'd left it. He aimed for it, saw more infected pouring around the fence toward the noise. The gap was narrowing. Hang on! He floored the accelerator, the truck surging forward. Infected reached for them, hands scraping across the hood. One grabbed the side mirror, got dragged for 15 feet before falling away. The truck shot through the gate with inches to spare. He slammed the brakes near the building. They jumped out, grabbing supplies, running for the door. The infected flowed through the open gate behind them, filling the compound. Close the gate, he yelled to Ray. Ray ran back toward it, the pipe wrench in his hands. Infected grabbed at him. He swung the wrench, connected with a skull, dropped the corpse. Swung again. Reached the gate and slammed it shut, fingers fumbling with the padlock. An infected woman grabbed his arm, pulled him against the chain link, her mouth opening. He ran toward Ray, pry bar in hand, swung it hard, caught the woman in the temple. Her skull caved with a wet crunch and she dropped. Ray got the padlock secured and backed away from the fence. They stood in the compound, chests heaving, watching maybe 50 infected press against the chain link that now separated them by only 10 feet instead of 30. The things had gotten inside the compound. They were trapped in an even smaller space. Well, Thomas said, that could have gone better. They unloaded the truck quickly, carried everything inside. Food, tools, a jerry can of fuel from the warehouse. Not enough to solve their problems, but enough to buy time. Victoria met them in the hallway. "You're bleeding." He looked down. Blood on his jacket, splattered across his chest. Not his. From the infected woman he'd killed. "It's not mine." "Get it off. Now." We don't know if the infection spreads through blood contact. He stripped off the jacket, washed his hands and face in the bathroom sink. The water ran brown with other people's blood. He stared at his reflection, pale, exhausted, terrified. This was day 2. How long could they last? The remainder of October 15th passed in fortification efforts. They sealed additional doors, reinforced windows with furniture, moved supplies to the upper floor where the offices were. The infected in the compound wandered in circles, bumping into the building, reaching at walls. He spent the afternoon on tower maintenance, climbing to check systems he knew were fine, needing the height and the solitude. From 300 feet up, he could see the whole city. Smoke rose from dozens of fires. Nothing moved on the highways. The downtown core looked dark and dead. The radio tower had become an island, a lonely point of transmission in a silent world. He thought about all the people listening, hiding in homes and basements, desperate for information, for hope, for any sign they weren't alone. That's what the broadcast provided. That's why it mattered. Back inside, he found Victoria at the studio console, her head in her hands. "You okay?" She looked up, eyes red. "I got a call from a guy barricaded in his apartment. He was out of food, out of water, infected, beating on his door. He wanted to say goodbye to someone, anyone. We talked for 5 minutes, and then I heard the door break and him screaming, and then nothing. I listened to him die, Doug. I listened and couldn't do anything." He sat beside her, not knowing what to say. They were broadcasting, helping people, but they couldn't save anyone. They could only witness. "You gave him someone to talk to at the end," he said finally. "That matters." "Does it?" "It has to." They sat together in the dim studio, the equipment humming around them, the dead moaning outside. At 11 p.m., the fence failed. The northeast section gave way first, poles pulling from the ground under the accumulated weight of hundreds of infected bodies. The chain link collapsed, and the dead poured through, flooding into the compound. They hit the building within seconds, pounding on doors and walls, their moaning rising to a cacophony. Everyone scrambled to the second floor, taking defensive positions at the top of the stairwell. The ground floor doors were steel and locked, but how long would they hold? He grabbed the radio from the equipment room, a portable unit with its own battery. If they lost the building, they'd lose the broadcast. Unless they moved it. "The tower," he said. "We go up the tower." "They can't climb." Thomas looked at him like he was insane. "We can't live on a transmission tower." "We don't have to live there. Just survive the night. The doors will hold for a few hours. When they break, we climb. In the morning we figure out what's next." It was a terrible plan, but it was the only plan. They prepared through the night, moving essential supplies to the base of the tower, the portable radio, batteries, food, water, blankets. The tower access ladder rose from a small room off the equipment hall, climbing up through the center of the steel lattice. 300 feet straight up, exposed to the elements, with only maintenance platforms at intervals. The pounding on the doors grew louder. The infected had found the main entrance, hundreds of them pushing against the steel. The door bent, held, bent more. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The door's hinges groaned. Metal fatigue, constant pressure. It would fail soon. Victoria was broadcasting, describing their situation, trying to stay calm. "If this is our last transmission, know that we fought. We stayed on air as long as we could. The door burst inward with a shriek of tearing metal. The infected poured through, filling the hallway, reaching the stairwell. Their feet pounded on the steps. "Now!" he yelled. "Move!" They ran to the tower access room, one by one, grabbing the ladder and climbing. He went last, the portable radio strapped to his back. Below, the infected reached the doorway, arms extended, mouths open. He pulled himself up just as fingers brushed his leg. The ladder was vertical, cold metal rungs disappearing upward into darkness. He climbed mechanically, hand over hand, not looking down. Below him, Thomas cursed with every movement. Above, he could hear Victoria encouraging Melissa, who was crying. They climbed for what felt like hours, but was probably 10 minutes. His arms burned. His legs trembled. At 70 feet, there was a maintenance platform, a small metal grating barely wide enough for one person. They crowded onto it. 7 people pressed together in the dark and cold. Below, the infected filled the building. He could see them through the tower's lattice, dark shapes moving in the rooms, still searching, still hungry. "What now?" Caroline asked. He looked at the others, their faces pale in the moonlight. "Now we wait for morning. Then we figure out how to survive another day." The wind picked up, shaking the tower, cutting through their clothes. They huddled together for warmth on the narrow platform, exhausted and terrified. The city spread below them, dark and burning. Victoria had the portable radio. She set it up, extended the antenna, keyed the microphone. "This is WKNY. We're still here. We're still broadcasting. We're 70 feet up a transmission tower surrounded by infected, freezing and scared. But we're alive, and if you're listening, you're alive too. Hold on. Just hold on." Her voice echoed across the sleeping city, carrying news of survival into the darkness. The tower swayed in the wind. The infected moaned below, and somehow, impossibly, they made it through the night. Dawn revealed the full scope of their situation. The compound swarmed with infected, easily 400 or 500, maybe more. They filled the building, crowded around the tower base, wandered the parking lot. The fence lay collapsed on 2 sides. There was no way down. Ray had the binoculars, scanning the area. "I see movement at the warehouse we hit yesterday. Live people, looks like. 4 or 5 of them." "Can we signal them?" Thomas asked. "With what?" "And what would we say?" "Hey, we're stuck on a tower. Please wade through 500 zombies to rescue us?" They had food for maybe 3 days. Water for 2 if they rationed. The temperature was dropping. Night at 70 feet would be brutal. He looked at the radio equipment. "We can broadcast our situation, ask for help. Maybe someone out there has a plan. Or maybe we just advertise our location to every hostile survivor in range," Caroline said. They argued, getting nowhere. Finally, Victoria made the decision. "We broadcast. That's what we do. That's who we are." She went on air, explaining their situation calmly and clearly. Trapped on a transmission tower, surrounded by infected, need rescue or advice. Any survivors with ideas, please call. The phone rang 20 minutes later. A man named Gary calling from a farm 15 miles north. "I've got a helicopter. Well, my neighbor's helicopter. I'm not a great pilot, but I can probably manage. Problem is fuel. I've got enough for 1 flight, maybe 90 minutes total. I come get you. I'm stranded wherever I land." Victoria looked at the others. "We need to think about this." "What's to think about?" Thomas said. "He can get us off this tower. And then what? 7 of us show up at his farm, eating his food, using his resources. We'd be a burden. Better than freezing to death or falling off a tower." They discussed it, voices rising. He listened, watching the infected below, thinking about the broadcast equipment. WKNY had reach, power, the ability to coordinate survivors across the region. It was valuable, maybe more valuable than they realized. "We stay," he said. Everyone stopped, turned to him. "We stay. We clear the building somehow, get back inside, keep broadcasting. This station matters. It's a resource. People need it." "That's insane," Thomas said. "We can't clear 500 zombies." maybe not all at once, but we can thin them out, use noise to draw them away in groups, pick them off. We have time, we have supplies, we figure it out. Or we accept rescue and live, Caroline said. Victoria was quiet, staring at the radio. Finally, she spoke. Doug's right. The broadcast matters. We're reaching thousands of people, maybe more. We're coordinating, sharing information, keeping hope alive. That's worth fighting for. You're all crazy, Thomas said, but he stayed. They all stayed. Gary called back that afternoon. Victoria explained their decision. He listened, then laughed, a tired, bitter sound. You know what? Good luck. Seriously. The world needs more people willing to fight. I'll monitor your frequency. You change your mind, call me. Offers open for 48 hours. After that, I'm using the fuel to evacuate my own family. Understood. Thank you, Gary. They spent the afternoon testing strategies from the platform. He'd tie a rope to a wrench, lower it, bang it against the tower. The noise drew infected toward that spot. While they clustered there, Ray would climb down to a lower platform and use the fire axe, reaching through the lattice to strike skulls. It was slow, dangerous, exhausting. They killed maybe 15 in 3 hours. At this rate, we'll be here for days, Thomas said. Then we're here for days. Night brought the cold. They huddled on the platform, sharing the blankets they'd carried up, pressed together for warmth. Victoria broadcast through the evening, her voice steady despite her shivering. We're still here. Day 3. We're learning, adapting, surviving. If you're listening, do the same. Learn the infected's patterns. Use your environment. Work together. We'll beat this. Humanity is tougher than any virus. The infected moaned below, a constant sound like wind through a tunnel. The towers swayed. Stars appeared above, cold and distant. He thought about his daughter, hoped she was warm and safe, wondered if he'd ever see her again. Melissa had the phone, monitoring for calls. People reported in sporadically, sharing news from around the region. Syracuse had fallen completely. Buffalo was burning. Rochester had a military safe zone, but it was surrounded and running low on supplies. Smaller towns fared better. Rural communities that could isolate and defend. One caller described a working method for clearing infected, noisemakers to draw them into confined spaces, then fire. Burn them in groups. It worked, he said, but required fuel and good ventilation and nerve. Another caller, a woman from Troy, asked about infection transmission. If someone is bitten but you amputate immediately, does that stop it? Victoria looked at him. He shrugged. I don't know. The infection seems to spread through blood. Maybe amputation works if you do it fast enough. But that's just a guess. They discussed it on air, trying to piece together what they knew. The infection spread through bites and direct blood contact. Incubation took hours to days. Death followed, then reanimation. The reanimated showed no intelligence, only hunger. Destroying the brain stopped them. Fire worked. Decapitation worked. They felt no pain, no fear, just drive. They're biological machines, Caroline said, running on some kind of primitive brainstem function. Seek food, consume, nothing more. It was as good an explanation as any. It helped to think of them as machines, not people, made it easier to kill them. The temperature dropped below 25 degrees that night. They took turns staying awake, making sure no one fell from the platform in their sleep. He had the midnight to 2 shift, sitting with his back against the tower's central column, watching over the others. Victoria was curled next to him, breathing softly. Her hair had come loose from its ponytail, fell across her face. He'd always liked her, enjoyed their coffee meetings, appreciated her professionalism and warmth. Now they were trapped together on a transmission tower, fighting for survival. The absurdity would have been funny if it wasn't so terrifying. Below, the infected wandered in circles, tireless and patient. They'd wait forever for a meal. That's what made them dangerous. infinite patience, no survival instinct beyond hunger. He must have dozed because he woke to Ray shaking him. Company. Dawn was breaking, pale light washing across the industrial park. Below, a group of living people had appeared, 6 of them, moving carefully through the infected. They carried weapons, guns and bats and axes, and moved with purpose, like they'd done this before. "Who are they?" Melissa asked. "Don't know, but they're heading this way." The living group worked methodically, drawing infected away from the tower base using noise, then killing them in small groups. They were good at it, efficient and practiced. Within an hour, they'd cleared maybe 50 infected from around the tower. One of them, a woman in a leather jacket, looked up at the platform. Waved. Victoria grabbed the portable radio, switched to the station's main frequency. "This is WKNY, broadcasting from the tower. Are you receiving?" The woman pulled out a handheld radio. "We hear you. Name's Angela. We've been listening to your broadcasts. Figured you could use some help." "Help would be amazing, but there's 500 of those things down here." "We noticed. Give us the rest of the day. We'll clear a path." They worked through the morning, these 6 strangers who'd risked their lives to help. He watched from above, learning their tactics. They used air horns and car alarms to group the infected, then attacked from behind with hand weapons, conserving ammunition. They moved in pairs, watching each other's backs, never taking unnecessary risks. By noon, they'd cleared maybe 200 infected. The compound was still dangerous, but a path existed from the tower to the building. "You should come down," Angela radioed. "Get inside where it's warm. We'll hold the building while you rest. It could be a trap. They could be raiders, using rescue as a lure." But Victoria decided to trust them. "We're coming down." Climbing down was harder than climbing up, his muscles stiff from cold and inactivity. They descended in sequence, weapons ready, prepared for betrayal. Angela's group met them at the tower base, providing cover while they reached the building. Up close, he could see they were exhausted, hungry, but determined. Survivors, like them. Inside, the building showed the damage from the infected's occupation. Broken furniture, blood smears, the lingering smell of decay. But it was empty, the infected drawn outside by Angela's group. They gathered in the break room. Angela's people included her partner Marcus, a quiet man with a shotgun, 2 brothers, James and David, a teenager named Lily, and an older woman who introduced herself as Dr. Chen, though she clarified she was a veterinarian, not a physician. "We've been monitoring your broadcasts," Angela said. "You're doing important work. The station signal reaches far, coordinates people, shares information. That's valuable, worth protecting." "Why help us?" Caroline asked, suspicious. "Because we need you. This region needs a communication hub. Your broadcast reaches areas we can't get to. You help us, we help you. Simple as that. What do you want?" "Access to the station. We broadcast coordination information, safety bulletins, resource sharing, and shelter when we need it. This place is defensible. Good location. We'd like to establish it as a regional hub." Thomas shook his head. "So you want to take over the station?" "We want to partner with it. You keep broadcasting your content. We add strategic information. Everyone benefits." They discussed it, voices rising in exhaustion and stress. He understood both sides. The station was theirs, but they couldn't hold it alone. Angela's group offered protection, resources, survival, but at what cost? Finally, Victoria made the decision. "We partner, but the station's primary mission stays the same, helping survivors. We're not becoming your personal propaganda outlet." Angela smiled. "Fair enough. Deal." They spent the afternoon securing the building, reinforcing doors, clearing the remaining infected from inside. Angela's group brought supplies, food, water, ammunition, that they'd scavenged from around the city. Dr. Chen had basic medical supplies and knowledge. James and David knew construction, helped repair the damaged entrance. It felt like progress, like maybe survival was possible. That night, they ate together in the break room, hot food cooked on a camping stove. It was the first warm meal he'd had in 3 days. Tasted like salvation. "Where are you all from?" Victoria asked. Angela gestured around the room. "Everywhere. Marcus and I are from Albany. The brothers are from Syracuse, came down when their city fell. Lily lost her family, joined us 2 days ago. Dr. Chen was running a clinic, treating survivors until it got overrun." "How many others are out there?" he asked. "Hard to say. The city's mostly lost. Maybe a few thousand survivors scattered around. Some in groups, some alone. Most people died in the first 48 hours. The infection spread too fast. People didn't understand what was happening until it was too late." "What's your plan?" Thomas asked. "Long term, I mean?" Angela shrugged. "Survive. Help others survive. Build something sustainable. We've been mapping safe zones, identifying resources, trying to organize the scattered survivors into communities. It's slow work, dangerous. But what else is there?" They talked into the night, sharing stories, information, grief. These strangers who'd become allies, connected by circumstance and necessity. The world had ended, but maybe something new could be built from the ruins. He took the midnight watch on the tower, monitoring the perimeter and the equipment. The broadcast was back at full power, transmitters running strong, his repairs holding. From 300 feet up, he could see for miles. The city below showed no lights except scattered fires. But maybe that would change. Maybe communities would form, rebuild, restore. Or maybe this was it. Small groups clinging to survival, civilization reduced to radio signals and makeshift barricades. Either way, they'd keep broadcasting, keep fighting, keep hoping. Victoria joined him on the maintenance platform at 1 a.m. "Can't sleep." "Me neither." They stood together, watching the dark city. She leaned against him slightly, seeking warmth or comfort or both. "You think we'll make it?" she asked. "I think we'll try." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got." She laughed quietly. "Fair enough." They stood in silence, the tower swaying in the wind, the radio equipment humming below. The broadcast continued, his voice and hers reaching across the darkness, telling anyone who listened that they were still here, still fighting, still human. The next week passed in hard routine. They worked in shifts, maintaining the equipment, broadcasting news and survival information, scavenging the surrounding area for supplies. Angela's group coordinated with other survivor communities via radio, creating networks of shared resources and mutual support. The infected remained a constant threat, drawn by the generator's noise and the activity. They cleared them daily, using noisemakers to group them, then killing them methodically. It was brutal work, physically and emotionally exhausting. Each one had been a person once. Each one represented the world's failure. He developed a system for tower maintenance that accounted for the infected presence. Climb during midday when they were most sluggish. Work quickly, quietly. Always have backup ready to create distractions if needed. Never go alone. Victoria's broadcasts evolved, becoming part news, part survival guide, part counseling session. People called in desperate and scared, looking for answers she couldn't provide. She listened, advised, comforted, carried the weight of thousands of desperate hopes. One night he found her crying in the studio, the broadcast running on automation. "Talk to me," he said. "I had a woman call, said she'd been bitten. Knew she was going to die and turn. She wanted to know if there was an afterlife, if I believed her husband who died in the outbreak was somewhere waiting for her. What am I supposed to say to that? Whatever helps her." I told her I believed in something beyond this. I don't know if I do anymore, but I said it anyway. She thanked me and hung up. 3 hours later, someone else called from the same location, said they'd found a woman who'd shot herself, left a note saying she'd been infected. She killed herself rather than turn, because I told her there was an afterlife. You gave her comfort. That's not wrong, isn't it? What if I'm lying to people, giving them false hope? Then you're giving them something to hold on to when everything else is gone. That matters, Victoria. It matters more than you know. She leaned against him, exhausted. I don't know how much longer I can do this. One more day. That's all anyone can do. One more day. The infected horde outside grew and shrank based on noise levels and activity, but never fully disappeared. They'd killed hundreds in the past week, but more always came, drawn from the surrounding city. Albany's population had been 97,000. If even 10% had turned, that was thousands of infected wandering the streets. Dr. Chen studied the ones they killed, performing basic autopsies when safe. The infection seemed to preserve some brainstem function while destroying higher cognition. The infected could walk, grasp, bite, track movement, and sound. But they showed no problem-solving ability, no learning, no memory beyond the most primitive stimulus response. They're deteriorating, she reported. The older ones are falling apart. Given time, they'll decay naturally, weeks, maybe months. The infection keeps them mobile longer than normal decomposition would, but it can't prevent entropy forever. So we just wait them out? Thomas asked. If we can survive that long? Food became the critical concern. They'd stripped the immediate area of supplies. Scavenging parties had to range farther, into more dangerous territory. The grocery stores had been picked clean or were too overrun to access safely. They found supplies in homes, offices, unexpected places. Learned to think creatively about resources. Water was easier. The municipal system still functioned sporadically, and they'd rigged collection systems for rain. Dr. Chen showed them how to purify questionable water using bleach and boiling. Power came from the diesel generator, increasingly precious as fuel supplies dwindled. They'd installed solar panels on the roof, but October in New York provided limited sun. The panels helped, reducing fuel consumption by maybe 30%. Enough to extend their reserves, but not eliminate the need for diesel. Gary, the helicopter pilot, called one last time on the 11th day. This is your final chance. I'm evacuating my family tomorrow. After that, I'm destroying the helicopter so raiders can't use it. You want out? Now's the time. Victoria looked around at the others. No one spoke. Finally, she keyed the microphone. Thank you, Gary. But we're staying. Good luck to you and your family. You're all crazy, but brave. I respect that. Good luck to you too. The line went dead. Did we just make a terrible mistake? Melissa asked. Maybe, he said. But it's our mistake to make. Angela's group brought structure to their survival. Marcus organized defense schedules. James and David fortified the building and compound. Lily, despite being only 16, proved adept at scavenging, her small size letting her access spaces others couldn't. Dr. Chen maintained their health, treating injuries and illnesses with veterinary supplies and improvisation. They established contact with other survivor groups via radio. A community in Saratoga, 40 miles north. Another group occupying a mall in Troy. A family farm that had successfully fortified and was growing winter vegetables in greenhouses. Slowly, a network formed. Communication enabling coordination and trade. WKNY became the hub, broadcasting schedules for supply exchanges, warnings about infected hordes, updates on safe routes. The station's value increased daily, which made it a target. The first raid came on day 15, mid-afternoon. 7 men with guns, demanding entrance, demanding supplies, demanding control of the broadcast. We know you've got food and fuel. their leader shouted from outside the fence. "You let us in or we start shooting." Angela handled the negotiation from the second-floor window. "We don't respond to threats. You want to trade? We trade. Otherwise, move along." "Trade? With what? We're taking what we need. You try to take anything, you'll find out why that's a bad idea." The men positioned themselves around the compound, raised their weapons. Angela's group took defensive positions. He crouched near a window with Victoria and Melissa, his heart hammering. "This is insane," Melissa whispered. "We're about to have a gunfight." "Only if they start it," he said, hoping they wouldn't. The standoff lasted 20 minutes. The raiders' leader kept shouting threats and demands. Angela remained calm, positioned snipers, made clear they were ready to defend. Finally, one of the raiders noticed the infected, hundreds of them drawn by the shouting, flowing toward the compound from all directions. "Shit! We've got company!" The infected reached the fence, pressing against it, moaning. More came, then more. Within minutes, thousands surrounded the area, drawn by the noise. The raiders panicked, started shooting the infected. Gunfire just drew more. They tried to flee, running toward vehicles they'd left on the access road. The infected caught 2 of them, pulled them down, began feeding. The others made it to their vehicles and drove off, infected clinging to the trucks. Angela lowered her rifle. "Well, that's one way to handle raiders." The infected siege lasted 3 days. They couldn't leave the building, couldn't scavenge, could barely maintain the equipment. They rationed food carefully, waited for the horde to disperse. Victoria broadcast the entire time, describing their situation, warning other survivors about making noise near infected concentrations. They're attracted to sound and movement, but they're also patient. They'll wait for days if they think food is near. Be careful, be quiet, survive. People called in with their own stories. A family trapped in an attic for a week. A man who'd lost his wife to the infection and was now raising their infant daughter alone. A teenager who'd watched his parents die and was living in a school bus, moving location every few days. The stories painted a picture of widespread trauma and desperate survival. The world had fractured into tiny islands of life surrounded by seas of death. Each island fought alone, connected only by radio signals and hope. On day 18, the infected horde finally dispersed, drawn away by some noise or stimulus elsewhere. They emerged from the building cautiously, weapons ready, and began clearing the immediate area. The siege had taken a toll. They were down to 3 days of food, 2 of fuel. The solar panels had helped, but cloudy weather limited their effectiveness. They needed to scavenge again, farther this time. He volunteered to lead a scavenging team. "I know the city. Used to do service calls all over Albany. I know where the commercial districts are, where to find supplies." Angela assigned Marcus and James to go with him. They loaded a pickup with empty containers and weapons, planned a route to a restaurant supply warehouse 5 miles away. The drive through Albany felt apocalyptic. Abandoned cars littered the streets. Buildings burned or stood dark and empty. Bodies lay everywhere, some truly dead, others that might reanimate. They drove carefully, avoiding obstacles, watching for infected. The warehouse district sat near the port, industrial buildings along the Hudson River. They found the restaurant supply warehouse intact, the loading dock doors sealed. Marcus had bolt cutters. They cut the lock, raised the door, entered darkness. Inside, pallets of food, canned goods, dry pasta, industrial-sized containers of cooking oil and spices, enough to feed their group for months if they could transport it. "Jackpot," James said, grinning. They loaded the truck quickly, working in teams. He kept watch at the door, scanning for infected or raiders. The waterfront was eerily quiet, just wind and the sound of waves against docks. A noise behind him. He turned. saw an infected woman emerge from between pallets. She'd been inside the whole time, trapped or hiding. She lunged toward Marcus. He shouted a warning. Marcus spun, brought his rifle up, fired. The shot echoed in the warehouse, deafeningly loud. The infected woman dropped. "Damn it," Marcus said. "That's going to draw them." They were right. Within minutes, infected appeared outside, drawn by the gunshot. Dozens at first, then more. The loading dock door stood open, the truck partially loaded. "We need to go now," he said. They grabbed what they could, jumped in the truck, started the engine. Infected poured through the open door behind them. He accelerated, plowing through the ones in front, the truck's reinforced bumper knocking them aside. They made it to the street, infected running behind them but falling away as the truck gained speed. 3 blocks later, they were clear. "That was close," James said, breathing hard. They returned to the station with enough food for 2 months. A victory, but one purchased with risk and adrenaline. That night he sat on the tower with Victoria, watching the sunset paint the smoke-filled sky orange and red. "You ever think about before?" she asked. "Normal life? Normal problems?" "All the time. I think about my daughter at soccer practice, my brother calling to complain about his job, traffic jams, pointless meetings, stupid arguments over nothing. I'd give anything to have those problems again." "Me too. I think about hosting the morning show, worrying about ratings and ad revenue. Seems so trivial now. But it mattered then. We didn't know how good we had it. We knew. We just didn't appreciate it." They sat in silence, watching the city die. Fires spread unchecked. The infected roamed in vast herds. Civilization's last remnants flickered and faded. "Do you think we'll ever get back to normal?" she asked. "No, normal's gone, but maybe we can build something new, different, but livable." "Is that enough?" "It has to be." The radio crackled. Caroline's voice, "Doug, Victoria, you need to come down. We've got a situation." They descended quickly, found the others gathered around the radio. Dr. Chen had been monitoring emergency frequencies and picked up a military broadcast. "They're establishing a safe zone," she said. "Fort Drum, northern New York. They claim they have it secured, have resources, are accepting refugees. They're broadcasting coordinates and approach routes. Fort Drum was a major military installation, home to the 10th Mountain Division. If any place could hold out, it would be there." "How far?" Thomas asked. 70 miles north, he said. 3, maybe 4 hours drive in good conditions. Call it 6 to 8 with infected and roadblocks." "We should go," Melissa said. "A military base, actual protection, resources, that's better than what we have here." Angela shook her head. "Could be a trap. Or even if it's real, could be overwhelmed by the time we get there. We go up there and find it's fallen, we're stranded in the wilderness. So we just stay here and hope. We stay here and work. Build networks, coordinate survivors, create sustainable communities. The station is valuable. We abandon it. We abandon everyone who depends on it." They argued for hours. Fort Drum offered safety but uncertainty. The station offered purpose but constant danger. There was no right answer. Finally, Victoria proposed a compromise. "We send a scout team. 2 people, light and fast, check out Fort Drum. If it's real and secure, they report back, and we decide then. If it's not, we know to stay away." "I'll go," he said immediately. "I'm qualified. Know the area, can assess the situation." "I'll go with you," Marcus offered. 2 people, we can move fast, stay quiet." They planned through the night. Light gear, weapons, the portable radio for communication. They'd follow back roads, avoid major highways, travel at night when possible. If Fort Drum was real, they'd confirm it and return. If not, same thing. They left at dawn, the truck loaded with minimal supplies and maximum fuel. Angela hugged Marcus. "Come back." Plan 2, Victoria walked him to the gate. Be careful. Always am. Doug, if it's real up there, if it's safe, come back anyway, please. He looked at her, saw something in her eyes he hadn't let himself acknowledge. I'll come back. Promise. The drive north was harrowing. They passed through towns that had been completely overrun, streets choked with infected. They detoured around multi-car pileups, navigated through neighborhoods where houses burned and bodies littered lawns. The infection had touched everything. Rural areas fared better. They saw farms where people had barricaded and held, saw fields where infected wandered aimlessly, saw the occasional survivor, usually armed, usually watching from windows. 30 miles out, they hit a major roadblock. The military had demolished a bridge, cutting the highway. Signs directed travelers to an alternate route through a small town called Redfield. They entered Redfield cautiously. The town looked intact but empty. No infected visible, no survivors. Just silence. This feels wrong, Marcus said. They drove slowly, watching for ambushes. The town center featured a barricade across the main street, a wall of cars and debris. Behind it, people emerged, armed people. "Stop the vehicle," a man shouted. "Identify yourselves." They stopped. He raised his hands. "We're survivors from Albany, heading to Fort Drum, just passing through." "No one's passing through. Town's closed. We don't want any trouble. We'll take another route." "There is no other route. Roads blocked north and south. You want to proceed, you pay the toll." "What toll?" "All your supplies, all your weapons, all your fuel." Marcus tensed. "That's everything we have." "Exactly. That's the toll." It was robbery, simple as that. These people were using geography to prey on refugees. He weighed their options. They could fight, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. They could retreat, but that meant abandoning the scouting mission. They could pay the toll and continue on foot. "We'll give you half," he said. "Half supplies, keep our weapons." "That's fair." "Fair?" The man laughed. "Nothing's fair anymore? You pay full toll or you turn around." Marcus whispered, "We could rush them. Trucks armored, we might make it through." "Might's not good enough." They were at an impasse when the first infected appeared, emerging from a side street. Then more, a lot more. The sound of the confrontation had drawn them, hundreds flooding toward the barricade. The Redfield people panicked, started shooting. He didn't wait. He slammed the truck into reverse, backed up 20 feet, then accelerated forward at an angle, avoiding the barricade, jumping the curb, crashing through a fence into someone's yard. The truck bounced, tires screaming, then hit pavement on the other side of the barricade. Behind them, the infected swarmed the Redfield people. Gunfire and screaming filled the air. Marcus was laughing, adrenaline high. Holy shit, that was insane. "We're not clear yet." They drove through the town's back streets, emerging on the North Road, leaving Redfield and its inhabitants to their fate. Fort Drum appeared at dusk, massive and imposing. The base sprawled across thousands of acres, surrounded by reinforced walls and guard towers. Helicopters circled overhead. Lights blazed despite the darkness. It looked operational, secure, real. They approached carefully, following the signs toward the refugee processing center. A checkpoint appeared, soldiers in full combat gear manning mounted machine guns. "Halt! Identify yourselves!" He stopped the truck, raised his hands. "Survivors from Albany. We heard you're accepting refugees." A sergeant approached, weapon trained on them. "Anyone infected? Anyone bitten?" "No, we're clean." "Exit the vehicle." Slowly, they complied. Soldiers searched them thoroughly, confiscated their weapons. They were led to a processing tent where medics drew blood, checked for fever, examined them for bites. "You're lucky," the medic said. "We're at capacity, but command authorized one more intake. You'll be assigned to temporary housing in the civilian sector. Follow the rules, contribute to the community. You'll be fine." How many people are here? Marcus asked. About 15,000 refugees, 5,000 military personnel. We're secure, we're supplied, we're holding. Best chance you've got. It was real. Fort Drum was real, and it was everything they'd hoped. They were assigned bunks in a converted gymnasium, given MRES and water, told they'd receive more comprehensive briefings in the morning. That night, he lay on a thin mattress surrounded by strangers, thinking about the station, Victoria, the broadcast. We found it, Marcus said quietly. We found safety. We should stay. You know we can't. Why not? We have a chance to live normal lives here, or as normal as it gets. Why go back to that death trap? Because people are depending on us. The station, the broadcast, the networks we're building. We abandon that, people die. People are dying anyway. Not because we abandoned them. There's a difference. Marcus was silent for a long time. Then, you're in love with her. Victoria. That's got nothing to do with it. Doesn't it? Maybe it did. He didn't know anymore. Everything had become tangled. Duty and feeling, responsibility and desire, logic and hope. But it didn't change the answer. We go back tomorrow, he said. Report what we found. Then they can decide. They left Fort Drum at dawn, retracing their path south. The return trip went faster, knowing the route and hazards. They reached the station by late afternoon, found everyone anxiously waiting. He reported what they'd found. Fort Drum was real, was secure, was accepting refugees. Anyone who wanted to go would have a good chance of making it. So we're leaving? Thomas asked hopefully. I'm not, he said. The station matters. The broadcast matters. I'm staying. Victoria smiled. Me too. And us, Angela said, gesturing to her group. We didn't build this network to abandon it. Caroline hesitated, torn. Finally, she nodded. I'll stay. This is important work. Thomas looked at them like they were insane. You're all choosing this? Death and danger and probable starvation over safety? We're choosing purpose, Victoria said. We're choosing to fight, not hide. You should go if you want, Thomas. Fort Drum's a good option. No one will judge you. He looked around at the others, at the station, at the dark city beyond. Finally, he slumped. I'll stay. My kids are at that school shelter. I can't leave while they're still alive, but if we get a chance to evacuate them, I'm taking it. Fair enough. Melissa chose to go to Fort Drum. She was young, scared, had seen too much. They loaded her with supplies, gave her directions, wished her luck. She left the next morning, driving north with tears streaming down her face. 7 people remained. Him, Victoria, Thomas, Caroline, Angela, Marcus, and James. David had been bitten 2 days prior, hidden it until he turned, forced his brother to kill him. James was quiet now, withdrawn, carrying weight no one should have to bear. They adjusted to their new reality. Fewer people meant more work per person, longer shifts, more danger. But they managed. The broadcast continued. The network grew. Other communities connected, shared resources, coordinated defense. Dr. Chen called via radio from a farm settlement 20 miles west. She'd left to help establish a medical clinic there, treating survivors. Lily had gone with her, finding purpose in helping others. Gary called one last time, reporting from somewhere in Canada. He'd made it across the border with his family, found a remote community that was holding. You crazy bastards are still broadcasting? Respect? Keep fighting. The infected population seemed to peak around day 30, then slowly declined. Dr. Chen's theory was proving correct. Decay was taking its toll. The oldest ones were falling apart, losing motor function, becoming immobile. New infections slowed as survivors learned to avoid bites and as the supply of potential victims dwindled. Maybe humanity would survive this. Maybe. November brought early winter, Temperatures dropping, snow threatening. They weathered the first storm huddled around a portable heater, the generator running full-time to keep them from freezing. Fuel consumption spiked. They'd need another major scavenging run soon. The communication network expanded. 20 settlements now, scattered across a 100-mile radius, all coordinating via WKNY's broadcasts. They shared information on supplies, threats, safe routes, a tentative civilization emerging from chaos. Victoria interviewed survivors on air, sharing their stories. A doctor in Schenectady who'd converted her home into a clinic. A farmer in Cambridge whose family was supplying food to nearby communities. A teacher who'd gathered orphan children and was schooling them in a fortified church. Life finds a way, Victoria said on air. Even in the worst circumstances, people adapt, survive, build. We're seeing it happen in real time. Communities forming, networks expanding, hope returning. The infection tried to end us. It failed, but it hadn't failed. Civilization was gone. The old world dead. What emerged from the ruins would be something different, harder, probably smaller. But it would be something. He thought about that while he worked on the tower, maintaining the equipment that kept their signal strong. Below, the infected wandered in decreasing numbers. Beyond, communities tried to rebuild. Above, the sky held the same stars it always had, indifferent to human suffering and triumph both. Day 40 brought a radio call that changed everything. WKNY, this is Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Morrison, U.S. Army. I'm broadcasting from Fort Drum. We've monitored your transmissions and would like to establish formal communication with your network. We can provide resources, coordination, protection. Please respond. Victoria looked at him, eyes wide. The military. Real authority, real resources, real hope. She keyed the microphone. Fort Drum, this is WKNY. We read you. What kind of coordination are you proposing? We're establishing regional safe zones, supply lines, reconstruction efforts. Your broadcast network reaches communities we've had no contact with. We'd like to integrate those communities into our relief operations. In return, we offer military protection, medical supplies, food, and support. What's the catch? A pause. No catch. But understand we're operating under martial law. Communities that join the network follow military authority. That's not negotiable. They discussed it late into the night, everyone having opinions. Military authority meant losing autonomy, but gaining security. It meant rules and regulations, but also structure and support. The old world trying to reassert itself over the new chaos. We vote, Angela suggested. Democratic decision. Majority rules. The vote was 4-3 in favor of accepting the military's offer. He voted yes, Victoria voted no. They stood on opposite sides of something important, a rift opening. You think I'm wrong, she said later in the quiet of the equipment room. I think there's no right answer, just choices and consequences. They'll take over. The military, they'll turn us into their propaganda outlet. Or they'll help us survive. Help people rebuild. We don't have to like it, but we might need it. She turned away, arms crossed. I didn't survive this long to give up our independence. We're not giving up anything. We're adapting. That's what we do. The argument spiraled, touching old wounds and new fears, until she stopped talking and left him alone with the equipment and the weight of decisions he wasn't sure were right. The military integration began slowly. Supply drops via helicopter, bringing food, medicine, fuel. Military advisors arriving to assess defenses and coordinate with local communities. Soldiers establishing outposts at strategic locations. Lieutenant Colonel Morrison visited the station on day 45, arriving with an armed escort. She was professional, competent, and utterly uninterested in their feelings about authority. Your network is valuable, she said, studying the equipment. You've connected isolated communities, coordinated resources, maintained morale. That's exactly what we need for reconstruction. but it has to be organized, regulated. Can't have rumors and panic spreading. So you want to control our content, Victoria said, hostility clear. I want to ensure it's accurate and constructive. This is a crisis. Information matters. And who decides what's accurate? Morrison looked at her calmly. People who've studied emergency management and crisis communication. People who've dealt with disasters before. People with training and authority. People like you. Yes, people like me. They established a working relationship. Uneasy but functional. The military provided resources. The UKNY provided communication infrastructure. Content was negotiated, some of Victoria's more critical commentary censored, but most of it airing unchanged. The network grew. By day 60, they were coordinating 50 communities across 3 counties. The infected population had declined to maybe 20% of its peak, decay and elimination reducing their numbers. Survivors emerged from hiding, tentatively rebuilding. Winter came hard in mid-November, snow and ice making travel dangerous. They fortified the station against the cold, insulating pipes, sealing drafts, stockpiling firewood for backup heat. The generator ran constantly, fuel consumption a perpetual concern. He and Victoria fell into a routine that mixed work and intimacy, their relationship evolving without discussion or definition. They shared late-night tower watches, morning coffee, quiet moments between crises. It wasn't the romance of the old world, wasn't dinner dates and movies. It was survival partnership, connection forged in shared trauma. One night, exhausted and freezing after a generator repair, they ended up in her makeshift quarters, warming each other under borrowed blankets. No words, just desperate need for human contact, for proof they were still alive, still capable of feeling something beyond fear. This doesn't mean anything, she said afterward. Okay. I'm serious. We can't afford complications. I know. But it did mean something. They both knew it. And complications were already there, woven into every decision and shared glance. Day 70 brought the first real test of the military integration. A community 30 miles south reported a raider gang preparing to attack. The military responded immediately, dispatching a helicopter gunship and ground forces. They intercepted the raiders, killed 8, captured 3. The captured raiders were brought to Fort Drum for trial. Military tribunal, no jury, no appeal. Guilty verdict delivered in 4 hours. Execution by firing squad the next morning. Victoria reported it on air, her voice tight. Justice delivered swiftly by military authority. Raiders eliminated, communities protected, order restored through force. The words could have been neutral reporting, but the tone carried judgment. Morrison noticed. Problem with our methods? She asked Victoria directly. Problem with execution without real trial. Those raiders had killed 12 people by their own admission. They were tried, convicted, punished. Justice was served, or power was demonstrated. Morrison's jaw tightened. You want due process? Fine. Next time, we'll hold them for 6 months waiting for courts that don't exist anymore. They can escape or convince sympathizers to raid Fort Drum to free them. Maybe they succeed, maybe they kill a few dozen people in the process. That the kind of justice you prefer? Victoria had no answer. Neither did he. The old rules didn't fit the new world, but the new rules felt dangerous, slippery toward tyranny. The incident created tension. Morrison restricting their broadcast content more tightly, Victoria pushing back, both sides frustrated. He tried to mediate, understanding both perspectives, satisfying neither. You're not helping, Victoria told him. I'm trying to keep us alive and broadcasting. That's all the help I've got. Thomas finally got word about his children. The school shelter had held. All students alive and relatively safe. The military was evacuating them to Fort Drum. He'd be reunited with his kids within the week. He cried when he got the news, relief and joy breaking through months of tension. They're alive. both of them. They're alive. The evacuation happened on day 73. Thomas left with a military convoy heading to Fort Drum to join his family. They gave him supplies, wished him luck, watched him go with mixed feelings. One less person at the station meant more work for the rest, but also one person safe, one family reunited. Winter deepened. December brought sub-zero temperatures and 2 feet of snow. The infected, still active enough to be dangerous, struggled in the cold, many freezing in place like grotesque statues. The ones that remained mobile were older ones with enough decay to be mostly harmless. Scavenging became critical. They needed food, fuel, medicine, winter gear. The military supplied some, but never enough. They supplemented with their own raids, taking risks the military wouldn't authorize. On day 81, he led a scavenging team to an abandoned fuel depot. They filled every container they had, enough diesel to run the generator for a month. On the way back, they encountered infected frozen in the road. He got out to move them, found they were still alive, eyes following movement, mouths working slowly in the cold. "They don't die," he said, realization hitting. "The cold slows them, but they don't die. Come spring, they'll thaw and be just as dangerous." Dr. Chen confirmed it via radio. The infection preserves them somehow. Cold just slows their metabolism. We might be dealing with this for years. The word landed like a weight. This wasn't a crisis to survive and move past. This was permanent. The infected would be a threat for years, maybe decades. Every choice, every plan, every hope had to account for that. The network adapted. Communities fortified permanently, building walls and defenses meant to last. Agriculture became critical, survivors planting winter vegetables and planting spring crops. Trade networks formalized, regions specializing in different goods. WKNY evolved too, becoming less emergency broadcast and more community coordination. Victoria hosted town halls on air, letting different settlements discuss problems and solutions. They covered agricultural tips, defensive strategies, medical advice, education programs for children. It felt like civilization rebuilding, slower and harder than before, but real. The first marriage in the New World happened on day 90. A couple in Cambridge, broadcasting their vows over the radio so distant family could listen. Victoria officiated via microphone, her voice warm and hopeful. "In a world that's tried very hard to end us, every act of love is rebellion. Every commitment to the future is victory. Congratulations." He listened from the tower, maintaining equipment while love was celebrated below. It felt absurd and beautiful and necessary, life continuing despite everything. That night, Victoria found him on the maintenance platform. "You ever think about after?" "After what?" "After this. When things stabilize, when the infected are gone or contained, what do you want?" "I want to see my daughter graduate high school. I want to visit my brother in Syracuse. I want to fix radios in peace." "That's all?" "That's everything." She leaned against the tower railing, looking at the stars. "I want to broadcast something besides survival tips, music, stories, art. I want people to care about things beyond not dying." "They will, eventually." "You really believe that?" "I have to." They stood together in the cold and dark, the city below them slowly coming back to life, tiny lights appearing in windows where survivors lived, the broadcast tower above them carrying signals of hope across the frozen landscape. On day 95, raiders hit the station. They came at 3 a.m., 30 men with weapons and military training moving in coordinated assault. They cut the fence, disabled the perimeter alarms, breached the building before anyone could react. He woke to gunfire and screaming, grabbed his weapon, ran to the hallway, saw Angela go down, shot in the chest, Marcus returning fire, killing 2 raiders before taking a bullet himself, James screaming somewhere in the darkness. He fell back to the equipment room, barricaded the door. Victoria was already there, Caroline too, both armed and terrified. "What do we do?" Caroline asked. "We climb." Like before, they can't follow us up the tower. Angela and Marcus are either dead or captured. We can't help them now. We survive. That's what they'd want. They ran to the tower access ladder, started climbing. Behind them, the equipment room door splintered. Men poured through, shouting. Bullets ricocheted off the tower's steel structure. He climbed faster than he'd ever climbed, adrenaline drowning fatigue. Victoria above him, Caroline below. The ladder stretched endlessly upward, dark and cold and terrifying. At the 70-foot platform, they stopped, gasping. Below, the raiders had taken the building. They could hear them ransacking supplies, destroying equipment. "Why?" Victoria asked, crying. "Why attack us?" We were helping people. Because we have resources. Because they can. Because the world ended and some people decided that meant no rules apply anymore. They huddled on the platform as dawn came. Below, the raiders celebrated their conquest. The broadcast had gone silent for the first time since the outbreak started. "We have to get word out," Caroline said. "The military needs to know." "How?" "They took everything." "No," he said slowly. "Not everything. There's a backup transmitter at the 100-foot level, old equipment, analog, low power. If I can get it working, we can broadcast. Maybe someone hears. That's a long shot. It's all we've got." He climbed alone to the higher level, leaving Victoria and Caroline to watch below. The backup transmitter was ancient, 70s-era equipment in a weatherproof box. He'd maintained it purely out of professional thoroughness, never expecting to need it. He opened the box, checked connections. The transmitter was functional, low power, but operational. He rigged a wire antenna, connected a handheld microphone, powered it from emergency batteries. "WKNY emergency broadcast, reduced power. Station has been taken by raiders. Request immediate assistance. WKNY emergency broadcast." He repeated it every 5 minutes, hoping someone, somewhere, was listening on the old frequency. 2 hours later, a response. "WKNY, this is Fort Drum. We copy your emergency transmission. Relief is en route. Hold position." He slumped against the tower, relief flooding through him. They were coming. They'd survive. The military arrived at noon, 3 helicopters and 2 ground vehicles. The firefight lasted 15 minutes. The raiders, surprised and outgunned, tried to fight back but were quickly overwhelmed. Some surrendered, some died, trying to flee. He climbed down shakily, found Victoria and Caroline already on the ground, surrounded by soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Morrison was there, surveying the damage. "You called for help," she said. "We came." "That's how this works. Thank you." "Don't thank me. Thank the system, the coordination, the resources, the authority you questioned. That's what saved you." She wasn't wrong. He couldn't argue. They found Angela's body in the hallway, 3 bullet wounds to the chest. Marcus had died in the fight, bleeding out before help arrived. James had been captured, beaten, but alive. The raiders had destroyed much of the equipment, taken supplies, ruined months of work. But the tower still stood. The backup transmitter still broadcast, and they were alive. They buried Angela and Marcus on day 97, small graves in the frozen ground near the tower. Victoria spoke over them, her voice carrying across the snow-covered compound. They fought for something bigger than themselves, for community, for hope, for survival. They gave everything. We honor them by continuing the work, by fighting, by refusing to give up. Rest well, friends. We'll take it from here. The military helped rebuild. New equipment, reinforced defenses, permanent garrison of soldiers. WKNY became officially designated a military communications hub, part of the Reconstruction Network. Victoria hated it, but accepted it. "We sold our independence for security," she said bitterly. "We chose survival," he countered. "There's no shame in that. isn't there? They broadcast from the rebuilt studio, their relationship strained by grief and exhaustion and philosophical differences. The work continued because it had to, but the joy was gone, replaced by grim determination. Winter held the region in its grip. The infected population continued to decline, dropping to maybe 10% of the original outbreak. Survivors emerged daily from hiding places, joining the growing settlements. Fort Drum coordinated everything, bringing order and structure and increasingly strict control. Day 100 brought news from Boston. The city had fallen completely, no survivors detected in months. New York City remained a wasteland, too dangerous to enter. But other regions were recovering. Albany, Syracuse, Troy, smaller towns and rural areas. New York State might survive. Dr. Chen reported success at her clinic, treating infections and injuries with veterinary supplies. Other doctors emerged, real physicians, sharing knowledge and resources. Medicine returned, primitive but functional. Education programs started for children, broadcast over the radio because schools were still too dangerous. Teachers from before the outbreak taught lessons while parents supervised, maintaining some sense of normalcy. The first baby of the New World was born on day 105 in a fortified farmhouse outside Saratoga. Healthy, screaming, beautiful. Victoria broadcast the announcement with genuine joy. Life continues. Against all odds, in the hardest circumstances imaginable, life finds a way. Welcome to the world, Emma Grace. May you grow up in better times than we've known. He listened from the tower, maintaining equipment, thinking about the future this child would inherit. A world scarred by plague and death, but also marked by resilience and hope. The old world was gone, but maybe the new one would be worth living in. Victoria joined him on the platform. They hadn't spoken beyond necessary work communication in days. The distance between them felt vast despite the physical proximity. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "I've been unfair. Blaming you for choices we all made. You weren't wrong. We did trade independence for security, but we're alive. That counts for something." "Does it?" She looked at him, really looked, for the first time in weeks. "It does. We're alive. We're broadcasting. We're helping people. Angela and Marcus would say that's enough. Maybe we should too." He wanted to hold her, bridge the distance, find comfort in shared warmth. But he didn't. Too much grief between them, too much loss. Maybe someday. Not yet. The broadcast continued. Day 110 brought a security alert. A massive horde of infected, thousands strong, moving south through the Adirondacks toward the populated settlements. Winter had slowed them but not stopped them. They'd accumulated, drawn by some stimulus or chance, forming a migration unlike anything seen before. The military mobilized, preparing defensive positions, evacuating vulnerable communities. WKNY broadcast warnings and coordination, directing people to safety. He worked around the clock, maintaining the equipment, boosting signal strength, ensuring the broadcast reached everyone who needed it. Victoria hosted marathon sessions, interviewing officials, sharing updates, keeping people informed and as calm as possible. The horde hit the outer settlements on day 115. The military engaged with helicopters, heavy weapons, coordinated fire. They killed hundreds, thousands, but the horde kept coming, flowing around obstacles like water. The first settlement fell, overrun despite defenses. Survivors fled north toward Fort Drum or south toward Albany. The roads clogged with refugees, families with everything they could carry, running from death. WKNY became the coordination center, tracking the horde's movement, directing evacuations, connecting survivors with safe havens. The work was exhausting, terrifying, critical. On day 117, the horde reached the industrial park. He stood on the tower, watching thousands of infected flow toward the station. The military had established defensive positions, machine gun nests and mortar teams, but there were too many infected, too few soldiers. "We need to evacuate," Morrison said via radio. "Station's not worth losing soldiers over." "The broadcast matters," Victoria argued. "People are relying on it." "People will rely on dead air if you're killed." "Evacuate. That's an order." They grabbed essential equipment, loaded it into vehicles. The soldiers held the line while they retreated, firing constantly as the infected pressed forward. The sound was deafening, apocalyptic. He looked back at the tower one last time. The beacon still pulsed red at the top, still broadcasting, still reaching across the miles. Then they were in the vehicle, driving away as the horde consumed the station. They relocated to Fort Drum, setting up in a temporary broadcast facility. Less power, shorter range, but operational. The broadcast continued. The horde spent itself over the next week, fragmenting as it lost cohesion, dispersing across the region. The military hunted the remnants, clearing sectors methodically. The crisis passed, leaving dozens dead and 3 settlements destroyed. But the network survived, the communities rebuilt, and the broadcast continued. Day 125 brought spring's first hints, temperatures rising above freezing, snow melting. The infected began thawing too, becoming mobile again, requiring renewed vigilance. But there were fewer now, so many fewer. The initial outbreak had killed or converted 90% of the population. The winter and military operations had reduced the reanimated population to maybe 5% of that. Still dangerous, still deadly, but manageable. "We might actually survive this," Caroline said during a planning meeting. "We are surviving this," Victoria corrected. "Every day we're still alive is survival." She was right. Survival wasn't some future state to achieve. It was the present, continuous, exhausting. Every breath, every broadcast, every decision to keep going. That was survival. He thought about his daughter, hoped she was surviving too. They'd had sporadic text contact, messages getting through every few days. She was alive, sheltering with her mother and neighbors in a barricaded subdivision. They had food, water, protection. They were surviving. His brother in Syracuse had reached a military safe zone similar to Fort Drum. He'd lost his wife to the infection but was alive, functioning, helping coordinate reconstruction, surviving. Everyone he knew was either dead or surviving. There was no middle ground. The broadcast evolved again, focusing on long-term rebuilding, agricultural advice for spring planting, construction techniques for permanent fortifications, educational programs for children, medical training for volunteer caregivers, governance discussions about creating new civic structures, civilization rebuilding, piece by piece, broadcast by broadcast. Victoria hosted it all, her voice steady and hopeful despite the exhaustion she carried. She'd become the voice of survival for the region, the thread connecting scattered communities, the promise that humanity would continue. He maintained the equipment that made it possible, climbing towers, repairing transmitters, solving technical problems. The work was familiar, grounding. In a world of chaos and horror, radio engineering provided certainty. Electricity flowed or it didn't. Signals propagated or they failed. Problems had solutions that didn't require moral judgments or impossible choices. They fell back into easier companionship, the tension of the raid's aftermath fading with time. Not romance, but partnership. Not love, but care. It was enough. Day 150 brought news that Fort Drum would be evacuating most refugees to more permanent locations. The base was overcrowded, overtaxed, unsustainable long-term. New communities were being established, planned settlements with resources and defenses. "Where will you go?" Morrison asked them. He looked at Victoria, she looked at Caroline. They all looked at each other. "The station," Victoria said. "We go back to the station." rebuild it, resume full power broadcast. The station was overrun. Then we clear it, clean it, fix it. That's our place, that's our work. Morrison smiled slightly. You're stubborn. I respect that. I'll provide an engineering detail to help with reconstruction, but you'll maintain military coordination, non-negotiable. Understood. They returned to the station on day 155. The compound looked like a war zone. Bullet holes, broken equipment, bodies of infected rotting in the spring sun. But the tower still stood, still broadcast, still reached across the miles. They spent weeks clearing, cleaning, rebuilding. Military engineers helped restore equipment and power systems. They fortified the compound properly this time, concrete walls and proper defenses. Other people joined them. James, recovered from his injuries, returned. Doctor Chen visited to check on them. A young woman named Patricia, who'd been a radio technician before the outbreak, asked to apprentice. The community grew. By day 175, WKNY was back at full power, broadcasting across the region. Victoria's voice carried farther than ever, reaching survivors in Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut. The network expanded, dozens of settlements coordinating, sharing, surviving together. He stood on the tower maintenance platform one evening, watching the sun set over the city. Albany still looked damaged, scarred, but lights appeared in windows. Smoke rose from chimneys. People moved on the streets, life returning to the ruins. Victoria climbed up to join him. You okay? Yeah, just thinking. About what? About how we ended up here. How the world ended and we survived. How we chose to fight instead of hide. Whether it was worth it. Was it? He looked at the broadcast tower, the equipment humming below, the lights in the city, the signal reaching across the miles. Thought about the network they'd built, the people they'd helped, the hope they'd maintained. Yeah, he said, it was worth it. She took his hand. They stood together, watching darkness fall, the beacon pulsing red above them, the broadcast continuing below, carrying news of survival into the night. Day 200 brought the first organized government. Representatives from surviving communities met at Fort Drum, established provisional authority, created basic laws and structures. Democracy returning, imperfect and fragile, but real. WKNY broadcast the proceedings, letting people hear their new government form. Victoria hosted discussions about citizenship, rights, responsibilities. The conversation felt important, foundational. We're not just surviving anymore, she said on air. We're building, creating something new from what we've lost. It won't be the same as before, but maybe it can be better. He doubted that. The world before, for all its flaws, hadn't been overrun by reanimated corpses. But he understood the sentiment. Hope mattered. Vision mattered. The belief that tomorrow could be better than today. The infected remained a threat, but a manageable one. Regular patrols cleared them systematically. Safe corridors were established between settlements. Trade resumed, actual commerce with currency and contracts. The military transitioned from emergency authority to peacekeeping force. Normalcy returned in small pieces, a restaurant reopening, children attending real school, someone getting married without broadcasting it because it was personal, not public. The extraordinary becoming ordinary again. His daughter made it to Albany on day 220, evacuated with her mother from their shelter. They arrived thin and tired but alive. He held her while she cried, feeling her heartbeat against his chest, grateful beyond words. I was so scared, she whispered. Me too, but we made it. We survived. What now? We live, as best we can. That's all anyone can do. She stayed at the station for a week, helping with basic tasks, learning about radio broadcasting. Victoria taught her to run the control board, let her announce weather reports. The work seemed to help, giving her purpose beyond just surviving. Then she and her mother moved to a settlement in Saratoga, joining a community that needed teachers. He visited when he could, making the drive in a military convoy, spending precious time with family. Life continued, changed, difficult, marked by trauma, but continued. Victoria and he finally addressed their relationship on day 235, late at night after a long broadcast. "What are we?" she asked. "Partners? Friends? Survivors?" "Is that all?" He thought about it, about the nights on the tower, the shared grief, the quiet moments between crises, about caring for her and wanting her and needing her in ways he'd tried not to acknowledge. "No," he said, "that's not all." "Then what else?" "I don't know. I don't have words for what this is. I just know that when I think about the future, you're in it. And that matters more than labels." She smiled, the first genuine smile he'd seen from her in weeks. Good answer. They didn't define it further, didn't need to. Whatever they were to each other, it worked. That was enough. The broadcast continued. The network grew, civilization rebuilt. The infected declined. Humanity survived. On day 268, he climbed the tower to perform routine maintenance. 300 feet up, the world spread below him, settlements glowing with electric light, roads carrying traffic, fields showing green with spring growth. From this height, you could almost believe things were okay. The radio crackled in his earpiece, Victoria's voice, professional and warm. "This is WKNY, broadcasting from Albany. Today marks 9 months since the outbreak began. 9 months since civilization fell, and we were forced to survive. 9 months of loss, fear, and struggle, but also 9 months of courage, community, and hope. We're still here, still broadcasting, still human, and that's worth celebrating." He listened while he worked, adjusting antenna elements, checking connections. Below, the station hummed with activity. People worked, talked, lived. The broadcast reached across the region, connecting, coordinating, comforting. This was what they'd fought for. This was what survival meant. Not just staying alive, but maintaining the things that made life worth living. Connection, purpose, hope. The wind shifted, bringing the smell of spring rain. Thunder rumbled in the distance, weather changing, seasons turning, time passing. He descended the tower carefully, hand over hand, the familiar motions grounding him. At the bottom, Victoria waited. "Everything okay up there?" "Everything's fine. The signal's strong. We're broadcasting clear." "Good. Because I've got 10 communities waiting to check in, a doctor who wants to discuss public health protocols, and a guy who claims he's breeding chickens and wants to trade eggs. It's going to be a long night. Then let's get to work." They walked back to the station together, toward the lights and voices, toward the broadcast that connected them all. Behind them, the tower stood against the darkening sky, beacon pulsing red, signal carrying hope across the miles. The broadcast continued. It always did. Day 300 brought the first snow of the new winter. The infected population had declined to isolated individuals, no longer a coordinated threat. Communities had fortified and organized. The military was transitioning to civilian oversight. Government was forming, imperfect but functional. The world hadn't ended. It had transformed. And they'd transformed with it. He sat in the equipment room late that night, monitoring systems while Victoria broadcast her final show of the day. Her voice filled the small space, intimate and familiar. "This is WKNY, signing off for the evening. Tomorrow we'll be back with agricultural updates, community news, and weather forecasts. Normal things, ordinary things. The kind of things we used to take for granted. We don't take them for granted anymore. Every ordinary day is a victory. Every broadcast is a triumph. Sleep well, friends. We'll be here when you wake. We'll always be here." The broadcast ended. The automated system took over, playing music through the night. She came into the equipment room, exhausted but satisfied. "Another day," she said. "Another day," he agreed. They sat together in the dim room, surrounded by humming equipment, the tower above them reaching toward the stars. Outside, the world continued its slow recovery. Inside, they maintained the signal that connected it all. The banging on the door had stopped long ago. The infected had dispersed or died or been eliminated. The immediate crisis was over. But the work continued, the broadcast continued, the survival continued, and that was enough. That was everything.